there is no problem sleeping 3 or 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
I sleep sometimes 3 or 4 hours a night, then I'm up for work. It's just the
Mhm.
way it goes. As long as I'm in motion, as long as I get moving, like I'm perfectly fine, like completely normal. But it's when I stop, that it all just weighs down on me. And
Yeah.
what is up, everybody? Good morning. Welcome to Comic Talk Live on the Legion of Comics channel. What's turned into just the weekly community hangout
Yeah,
for the
you're gonna have to
people.
change the name.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when I was making it. Like, I got to come up with an appropriate name for what this is becoming.
Like, do like the Babylon. I like that.
Oh, that's original. We should
Yeah, I
do
like
that.
that one.
Just we can advertise it as a long formatted, hangout, comic oriented show.
Yeah, and we can even get like a creator on, like a letter or something.
Or an artist. I wonder if I know a good artist.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Good ideas. Good ideas.
There's Freaky Louie. He could come on. He's an artist.
Oh, that's very true. Did it cut off again? I just cut it on. I did. I did it on my phone even. My wife
Yeah.
has to use the restroom.
I just woke up.
Yeah.
I wish I was in the chat last night because there was so much I wish I could have talked to you guys about, but I'm sure we can talk about it today.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just what? There's going to be a Why the Last Man? Why the Last Man premieres Monday, September 13th.
Yeah, that's been in the works for a while, and I think
didn't know that.
this week we just started. You can take it with you.
Well, I guess I got to get that read before it comes out.
Or don't. You know what I mean? Or,
yeah, I really like to though. It's really
first
pushed
experience
me.
it.
Like after I did that with Invincible, I did it with Sweet Tooth now, and that came out today. We'll talk about that. And I've just like really, I'm so happy I did. So happy. So I want to. And plus, it's so much. I really enjoy reading like a big, long comic book story that has like a beginning and end. It's just nice. I don't know. I really like to have an ending, even though I like ongoing. It's nice to know that there's a finish line.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on like with all these shows that they've been picking up lately? It's not brand new stuff, or it's not like it's a lot of independent stuff. That not everybody necessarily has just read or even talked about to the point of spoiling. Like Invincible has been come and gone for so long that even if you haven't read it, it hasn't really been spoiled because it wasn't just being circulated in the conversation circles and stuff. But the idea of experiencing it first via the show or the movie or rushing back to read it quickly before it comes out, because there's pros and cons for both.
Oh yeah, there's definitely pros and cons to both. I used to be the opposite because I was such a big movie fan. I didn't like to read books first, but I don't know. I guess there's like you said, there's pros and cons to both. It's nice to read because you get to know some things like character wise or plot points or certain things. But then for some people, all they do is compare it to the show.
Yeah, I was
And
about to say there's the whole iceberg thing. Like no matter what you do in the visual media, you're only getting above water compared to the book where you get like the below water thing. You get the other 90%.
I think me personally, I'm good at separating the two, even if I've read it or haven't read it. Like when I watch something, or that's it. That's what it is in front of me. And of course, I still compare it. Like I'm comparing Sweet Tooth to what I read, but it doesn't matter because it is what it is on screen, and that's all it's going to be for people that haven't read it. So that's what I try to like let it be what it is, and then decide what I like, and then I can compare it later. But that doesn't necessarily make me like it less or more.
There's sometimes where stuff just like hits like nail on the head, like with I'm surprised because it was a movie versus a show, and like the amount of content you can fit in the two is so different. But when Snyder did Watchmen, so true to the style, and even like so many of the panels from Watchmen you can go pause the movie and find on the screen, you know, and the
Oh
dialogue.
yeah.
Like, it was cool seeing such a true interpretation of the comic. That was wild. Now I wouldn't recommend doing that with any and everything, but I think that worked very well for that. Good morning, Rami Salami. I appreciate the congrats there. We had a good time. It was a fun hangout. It was cool just kicking it.
Yeah, that Watchmen would have been interesting if I read that first, because it's really long-winded and they give so much information in the book that not that it's unnecessary, but it just builds the world so much that it almost is unnecessary, but in the best way. You know what I'm trying to say? It's so different, and a lot of books don't do that, and they really can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
Watchmen is definitely a drama that's just dressed up as a superhero comic, you know. So it's all dialogue.
and also, I think Zack Snyder did a really good job of taking like really long-winded, like I said, things that happen in the book, or even just things that aren't actually in the panels, but they're in like the after little thoughts where it's like written out, and he'll condense it into like the opening credits. Just little things that he does and just puts it out there, and he tells the story without telling the story. I love how well he does that, and he did it perfectly with Watchmen. That is like peak Zack Snyder.
Reminded me of the opening scene to the Army of the Dead. You know how he just tells the entire backstory in the opening scene.
Yeah,
Even a lot of character development. Like you see, like in that little montage, you see like Batista form that bond with the lady and that little kid. You know, you see
yep.
that they don't make it. And you kind of get a sense for that's like where he's broken with his relationship with the other girl. You find out later, you know, just having a hard time staying attached to people. It's kind of cool how he does that. And Watchmen, I think that was the most epic one ever, where you get the whole history of the Minutemen in there,
Dude, it is perfection.
from their inceptions to their deaths to their being institutionalized, just everything. It was cool.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah,
I've watched it many times just at home, just the opening credits. It's too good.
Louis, I did see that
Oh,
hates is writing the Hulk. I most definitely did.
oh
I
yeah,
did
we're
not
gonna talk about that. That
did
was
not
one
miss
of the
that.
things I wanted to talk about.
There's my immediate reaction because I'm a Hulk fan. I'm not a Hollow Hype fan. But yeah, I'm one thing, and it already bothers me, dude. I'm just petty about some things, but when I've already heard so many people say, "Oh, I'm going to be picking up Hulk now," how happy were you with King in Black? Like, why? Why? We were just given the single best run of the Incredible Hulk that we've had in decades.
Yeah,
You weren't reading it then, knowing that it's the
yeah,
best run that we've had in decades. So because Donnie's there and you can guarantee that it's going to be mediocre, hollow hype with a lackluster ending, we know that is his standard. We know that, but for some reason you're excited. Like, really ask yourself, why am I excited? Because it's Donnie Cates. Well, why does Donnie Cates excite you? What has he done that has delivered for you? It's not licensed properties with Marvel or DC. It's maybe his independent stuff here or there where he has it's brand new material. You know, you don't really know what to compare it to or what kind of candle to hold it up to. But Joe, check your Instagram if you want to hop on. I've already sent you the link, I believe. If I haven't, I'll
yeah.
double check.
Oh, there's Chip. What's that?
Chip,
How are you?
hey,
Look at you. You just got a cup of tea or something there?
no, not quite, just coffee.
Cup of tea.
Good old Maxwell House,
There
the
you go.
the value can.
Yeah, I
Chip's
get
probably thinking
the Kroger
peasants.
brand.
No, not at all. No.
Chip hates me too. I get Kroger and Target brand.
Hey, I got nothing against any of those brands. I've never had them, but I don't have anything against them.
It's just basic. That's all it is.
That's
There'll be a couple more people joining in.
oh shit.
So, Kate, I think Kate's is a bad writer because he likes to tell everyone what's happening instead of showing people what's happening. He loved to tell us that the Black Winter was awesome and that Null was awesome, but the Black Winter did nothing.
Mhm.
And Noel turned out to do nothing as well. You had
Yes.
guys, look, I didn't read every issue of Venom. I didn't read every issue of Thor. I followed along with the stories and what was happening pretty closely. It's hard not to when you're talking comics so much with people and everything.
Yeah.
I did read King in Black, and that first issue of King in Black, he had an impressive entrance. He came in like he's riding in Celestials. Like that's really setting a standard for his abilities. He covers the world, he shuts everyone down, and then we spend 4 issues doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then
That's
the last
exactly what happened
issue,
with Thor.
yeah, and then the last issue of King of Black, you absolutely chump this character off. Completely chump Noel off like nothing.
That's
It was
exactly what happened with
ridiculous.
Thor. You just exactly the same thing happened with Thor. And of course if Chip, if you liked Thor or whatever, it's just my opinion. I was so excited because I heard so many good things about Thor, and then I read it. I was like, what happened though? I was just so disappointed.
Good morning, Dank Comics.
Yeah,
AKA Louis dude.
Yeah. Well, that makes guys.
but then he wrote what's the country one? What is that one?
God Country.
God Country, and that was so good.
Yeah,
So-
he's really trying to ride on those coattails too. When you look at
Yeah.
crossover, when he leaned so heavy into the God Country stuff, and he didn't do anything with the sword after that. Like they made a big deal of the sword. They
Yep.
got the sword. Now we can go places and do things. You're like, well, apparently you didn't need it to go places and do things because you traveled just fine.
Yep. I'm not a fan of crossover either at all.
Overall, it's completely lackluster, but I love the fan service that they paid in issue 6. Now, do I need to pay like $25 to get one issue of fan service? Absolutely not. But it was enjoyable in the sense of like the anticipation of trying to like take Donnie out of the equation, put anyone in there. Just Image doing this crossover event, not knowing what it can be or who can pop in. That was kind of fun. But we have this Zdarsky issue one shot coming up that I'm going to read, and then I'm going to evaluate if I want to continue to read it or not, which I probably won't.
Yeah, that's where I am too.
I'm in the same boat, guys.
Yep.
It was a great concept idea. I thought it was a very neat concept idea. Take something that's comic related, throw it into a real world situation as if it's, hey, your comics. I see the dots and everything on the comic, but then I wasn't feeling it after a while. I was like, it's cool. Oh, this would be great. And then all of a sudden I was like, and then issue 6 was like, oh, that's all. And then that's it. It was like, all right,
Now-
well, that was, but
Now that
issues that were,
Issue 6, you're like the hindsight's like, wait a minute.
yeah,
Wait a minute.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Now I watched Big Nosh. He's in the comments on everyone's stuff. Like he's awesome. He put a video. He did a live like 2 days ago or something. And he was kind of just talking about where he's at collecting wise and how he's looking at like buying things and stuff. And he's looking at these books that he's picking up. And he said that his wife said, "Why do you get that? That ain't what you're into." And it's the hype or the excitement. But when it comes down to it, like when you get through that, like, is this something that you really care to have in your PC? Like, is it close to you? You're working for this. You're going and clocking in hours of your life so that you can acquire this. Is that really the goal? And he said he's going to start refocusing his aim and stuff. And that kind of hit me. I'm like, I think I need to do a little bit of that because there's ways to follow comics with like you keep up with stuff, and if you're interested, if it really hits, you can always go back and grab an issue. But I don't normally fall for the FOMO thing as is because I don't, I kind of just get what I'm after. I'm just after too much stuff. I need to rein that in.
Yeah. That's what I've been doing this year. Last year I got really into exclusive covers and it was just costing me too much. This year I've still not been doing great, but it's been better.
Well, go, buddy. High five.
I've been trying to be more selective.
I'll go get you.
Well, go. I'm coming. Let's go. Let's go.
So nice. He just leaves his own show.
Yeah. This is the best part. of these
Exactly.
days.
When we take over.
When he's gone.
But I'm in the same way you are. I started out my comic journey buying anything and everything, just buying every tie-in, every variant cover, I mean, it was insane. And then it just got to a point, it's like, this is crap. I mean, I'm going out and I'm buying these covers and I don't even really like them, but I'm buying them because I have that FOMO. I want to get, I gotta have it. I gotta have it. I gotta have it. So now I just started focusing on, okay, let me just focus in on the things that I like, the covers I like and the stories that I like. And there have been some that I'll pick up, I'll read, I'll be like, yeah, not for me. But then there's others like, there's Jenny Zero. I was like, yeah, that's not at all. I'll take that. I'll give that away to someone, but there's others that it's like, crossover where I did buy into it. And now I'm like, oh man, regret, it's like, God damn it. I jumped back into that hole. I bought too many, covers trying to get the, the nice covers for it. And then I'm just like, but it's not even something I want to keep in my collection. It's crazy.
It's so easy to get caught up to when everyone's talking about it. And then, like that's how I was with Department of Truth at first. And then I read it and didn't like it. And then I got back on it and then I still don't like it. I'm done with it. I'm done reading that. I don't like it at all. I think it's horrible. But everyone else loves it. I'm the only person that thinks it's bad. So
yeah, I'm on the fence with it. I like the conspiracy theory stuff, but I'm not. At first, I thought it was kind of neat. I was like, "Oh, cool! Oh, that's interesting." They got, Lee Harvey is the, guy in charge. It's a totally different
I thought that
world.
Was so cool. Yeah.
But then it was like, then it became a little weird, and then it was like, all right, it lost me a little bit, and I've still been buying the issues, but more because I'm going to probably flip them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just turn around and sell them at a date when the series hits the TV scene and try to.
What series are you talking about?
Department of Truth.
I do at the moment. That one's hard PC for me. I'm absolutely loving it.
Are you?
I'm a like a conspiracy debate nut job. Like I fall asleep to those videos on YouTube and stuff. I just enjoy watching them. I don't fall for any of them or really believe in them. I'm a skeptic at heart, but it's just fun watching people argue in the true sense of the word argue, not bicker, but like an actual argument, like a debate.
A good debate.
And a lot of those are focused around conspiracies. Like, I mean, it sounds stupid, but like the flat earth stuff, like people legit go out there and try to like prove that and disprove it. And there's all kinds of cool debates about it.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff that you see in Department of Truth, I watched a show called Modern Day Debate. I have for a long time. I used to watch a show called the Non Sequitur Show on YouTube. And the two people that ran it they're kind of splintered and it kind of broke up. But this show called the Modern Day Debate kind of filled that void, and they do awesome stuff. And you can find a lot of the same content that researchers are actually trying to do and stuff. And the next issue is on Bigfoot, and the Spectacular Spider Grandpa from Blasting and Stashing talked up this show on Hulu to the point that he didn't like sit there and preach about it, but he was talking about the Sasquatch show on Hulu that just dropped. I went and got Hulu just to watch that. It's just fun, like cryptids and all kinds of stuff, man.
Yeah.
Was it good?
I watched the first couple episodes, and it actually is like it's done well. The narration stuff, and they have some amazing animation stuff that they add into it. So it's all just not looking at people staring at a camera when they're talking. They have like cool animation stuff to go with it. I picked up my copy of Out of Body today. Dank, I'm looking forward to it. I hope it's off the wall.
I should read that one.
I've been AOKing like a madman almost just to stop the growth of the collection.
Yeah.
I'll go check my mail right now, Dank.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah, we'll go see if it's arrived.
All my neighbors got something from Dank, but not me.
Yeah,
not Tyler. Good morning, Warlord.
This is going to Mr. Tyler.
Oh
Nice.
yes, I
have
from your giveaway.
Yes.
I've been displaying Tyler's book right here for the past like 3 or 4 days just because I hadn't got to the post office yet. But I'm off today, so I'm going to end up hopefully.
Yeah, it is sick.
That's the
awesome.
back of it. It was cool how they packaged the sets. They did one forward facing and one back facing. When so that when you open it, you don't have to take it out to see the whole wraparound.
Yeah.
How did it come out printed? Because I know he always talks about how
magnificent.
Okay, good, awesome.
Yes. Crisp, my guy. Crisp. That's how I would describe it. Good morning, Caps on Comics. Glad you can make it. How are you today? Hidden Gems is up in the chat as well. Rise and shine, sunshine. Let's get to the day. Dude, Joe loves the woo-woo debate. Same here. And this is my thing. Like, I love watching a debate where somebody who is clearly on the wrong side wins the debate. And it's not on
Yeah,
it's not because of what they're debating, it's because of the quality of their argument. You know, it's all about logic and reasoning. And if you can out logic someone, it doesn't matter how absurd your point is. Geek Out with Roscoe is up in here. How are you today? Good morning, Trav. Station, brother. See, Dank said, I made up 2 wild conspiracies to make 2 film scripts and then discovered they were real conspiracy theories. That itself sounds like a conspiracy. Yeah. Is Mr. Chip Gettler froze down there?
No.
No. Dude, you were sitting still as a statue. That was impressive.
I was reading. I'm sorry. Sport ticket came in. I was just reading online. It's like, what
I was
the hell
supposed
is
to
this
debate
about?
for creationism in a biology course, and I won, and it was also so depressing. Yeah, that is pretty hard. With the whole creationism thing, the only real argument that anyone really has with it when you want to get into it is the whole irreducible complexity, which if you go back to I think it was like the Dover trial or something like that. It was in Texas in like the late 90s where they kind of get into that with Dr. Behe, where he actually brought it to a court of law, and that it got beat because they were talking about this flagellum that has like it's a very, very small creature, and it looks like it has like a motor in it that operates its tail to spin. And they kind of argued that if you take away any one part of this, it would not operate anymore. But they were actually able to point out and show where it could. And like, I don't know, I can just go off on a rabbit hole talking about creationism and evolution. It's really fun, dude. It really is.
Welcome to the comic channel.
Oh yeah. Well, this is Friday. Like, if you look at Tyler's post that he put on Instagram about to come on here live, it says we'll be talking about comics and life.
True.
That is
True.
exactly what it is. Mostly life.
Yeah.
But it circles back to comics somehow.
Yeah, we'll tie it in somewhere. Couldn't tell you where. Good morning. There's the newest member of the Burke fam as well.
Yeah.
There he is.
He's
Poor
in the
guy. He
fold.
doesn't know what he's
Yeah.
in for.
Yeah. That's the start of this is the start of the end for him.
Yeah.
Chip, have you been able to read anything that you picked up this week yet?
What did I read? I've read crap. I don't even remember now.
It must have been good.
It was really good. It was really good. Oh no, Nice House on the Lake. That was awesome. I loved it.
Right?
Yeah, that was a great. I think we were kind of have a quick little combo in the back. I spent good 20 minutes just kind of back and forth in Instagram with slotted up the other day about it. Though that was really good. I also read the Conjuring. I'd read that one.
Oh, that one shot. How was that?
It was okay. It was okay. You could see it wasn't like, I don't know. I like the advertisement in it better than anything because it had these kind of off the wall advertisements for, like, you know, mystery glasses, you know, the X-ray glasses you used to see, but they had some other, you know, twisted things that that was pretty good. What else did I read? I read a lot, actually. I just don't
Did you
remember
read the new
all.
issue of Immortal Hulk from this week?
You know what? I have not. I have not read that yet.
I picked mine up today, and that's one that, despite the ability to read it ahead of time, I still wait to get my floppy copy, you know?
Yeah.
It's just, I like the full experience of that. And this is that round 2 of the Immortal Hulk versus the Avengers, and dude, I'm so pumped for it.
Yeah. I have not read it. I did buy it. And I that was one of those runs that I was collecting, and then I stopped for a little bit of time just because of other things going on in life, and then went back into it. And then I started like, okay, now I need to start collecting. You know, the completionist in me had, I got to get them all. You know, so I started going out eBaying and buying online and hitting every comic shop I could think of, and I finally did get to a point where I caught back up on the 50 issues, but you know, or the 47 issues. But yeah, I haven't read that one yet. So,
Dude, I'm pumped. you read the last issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we finally got Hulk back as Hulk. Like he's not puny. He's actually amped up. He's like got like the red Hulk blood raging through his green veins. This is an amped up Hulk, and Thor shows up like a complete douche and just starts fighting him out of nowhere on his high horse. Like, I'm the god of gods now. Last time was this, and Hulk just like smiles. He's like, "Good, let's go."
Yeah,
Like, I'm pumped. Like, yeah, this is gonna be awesome. Because last time he literally dropped Thor and like broke his jaw with one swing.
Yeah.
It was impressive.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I'm sad that it's actually ending, to be honest.
I am too, and even more sad about knowing what's coming.
Yeah, exactly. Knowing who's taking over that one, it's like,
Now, Time of Monsters, that was the name of the one shot that they did a couple weeks ago. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, that was really neat. Yeah,
the artwork in it was so good. Yeah. Those painted panels.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to look to see, did I have that one right here? But I don't. I put it away. But yeah.
So what was the other shake-up announcement? They have Al Ewing, who's been writing Immortal, is moving over to Venom, but not by himself. He's going to be joined by Rom V writing Venom, which if you watch the channel, we talk Rom V a lot. He's like writing. Everything he's doing at DC is just amazing right now. He's doing Lila Starr for Boom Studios. He's just a solid writer. But I'm worried that his writing style, his storytelling, where he comes from, like you can see a lot of similarities in like his works. I don't know how that's going to translate to Venom. Also, the idea of kind of having a co-writer experience where it's not just you doing your thing for both of them, really. I don't know how that's going to work out.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I think this Venom run is going to be something that we look back at in 5 years and be like, remember that goofy time Venom and the symbiotes were flying around in space? How dumb was that?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big Venom fan. I mean, I've read Venom. I've got some early Venom, but I started collecting the last batch of Venom, the whole run. And then I just got to a point, I'm like, all right, that's sell. Yeah. Especially when I start seeing, what the price of number 3 was going and this and that, I'm like, gone. See ya. Bye. Sold.
I just sold all. We just sold like all of his early limited runs. Like, he had like 6 limited series.
Yeah.
We just sold all those, and they're not even expensive. Like all 6 of them for like $100. All 6, not issues, but limited series. I just priced them to move and got them gone. We sold like that.
Yeah. Yep. I was the same way with Absolute Carnage. I bought a bunch of Absolute Carnage, and I'm just like, why the hell did I even buy all this? Again, I'm like,
this movie's not going to clap.
Yeah. It's like, all right, I'm out of here. Let me offload those and start selling that stuff off and giving it away and stuff like that. So if nothing else, you're good for fillers within giveaways in boxes, AOKs. So someone will appreciate it.
I'll always kind of keep my eye out for something that, that has value for a great price that I'm not interested in, because there's a lot of people into stuff that I'm not. Like the whole Venom thing. I don't know where this Venom craze came from, but it's not the first time there's been a Venom craze. The 90s were huge with Venom and Carnage. And, I think I was young at that point. I was born in the 80s, but I was still young. But I remember being hyped up about Venom and Carnage when I was a kid, needing all the toys, wanting to watch every episode of Spider-Man to just wait for him to pop up kind of thing. Yeah. But I think that's just kind of where my emotional attachment to that character remains. Like they didn't successfully pull me through the ages with that character.
Yeah. I don't have much attachment to Venom like that. What's up, Joe?
What's up, guys? Sorry about that.
Nah, no problem. Hey, bye.
Do better.
Bye. Hi, bye.
Do better. Yeah, that's my bad. I don't have the mouse plugged in. We still got feedback.
Yeah, we got feedback from you, Pocan.
All right, give me a second.
I think he fixed it.
Oh, yeah. I think you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, right as he said, give me a second. Morning, can I have a request for Tyler? Why do you ask this in every single... Tyler, you have to move the mic. Like, he goes around to every single live stream and asks everyone to stand up and strip and show them their shirt. Like, dude, show your shirt.
Just wants to
You know
see
what
the
I'm saying?
shirt. Yo, it's just, I think it's kind of cool. Mine
Dude,
says
I'm wearing.
mine says Steve.
No, oh wait, Chip, was that the dark side shirt for the
Nope,
Pretty
you don't.
damn
You don't
good
know nothing about
babysitter.
this.
What? That's fire,
It is.
Chip.
What shirt are
is
you
actually.
wearing, Chip?
I am wearing.
Legolas.
Legolas. Like he doesn't care about what shirt I'm wearing or what
No.
shirt Joe's wearing. Just
Nah,
Tyler
you
and
know.
Chip. Like
When
that's
Joe
so
just
simple.
Easy
came
what
in.
I'm wearing. I always wear the same thing.
Joe doesn't change.
No,
No.
just
He's wearing the same shirt from last Friday.
Actually, me and my wife will always laugh because if you look at where I keep all my polos, so I have a thing with t-shirts. I can't wear a t-shirt. When I was growing up as a kid, a t-shirt was underwear.
Hmm.
You wear that underneath a button-up shirt. That like I haven't worn a t-shirt since I was in the army, right? Like, so yeah, it's just a thing. So it's always, but I always wear the cool veteran stuff like DD14 alumni and stuff like that.
yeah.
Now those polo shirts are a lot more comfortable to work in. I always thought like in mine you think a t-shirt's more comfortable to work in, and then the last time I had shirts made, I had a handful of like it's not like just regular heavy material. It's the stuff that dries fast. You know, that more sport material though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a few of those made as well as t-shirts, and I would just keep wearing the t-shirts. Like I don't want to wear the polo one, and certain days, depending on what we have going on, I'd wear one. And then I realized, holy crap, this feels better. It's not nice not being directly on my neck. Like it looks better, obviously, like in a
It's
professional
kind of like
setting.
a mullet, it's all business and party at the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels natural. If the sun's shining on your face and you're sweating, you don't have to worry about wiping your face off, and you don't have to worry about drying your neck. Your hair does it for you.
There you go.
All right, so what's with the Pocan Tyler?
Does Pocan mean something? I literally just.
His last name.
Oh, is it?
Hey,
Oh no, I didn't even know that.
That is not a common last name.
So I just pick a different name every single time I come on to any stream. So that was today.
that was awesome. I sit there looking at it like, why would like
Joe, we've been meaning to tell you this. We want you to meet your son.
I'm your
Yeah.
son.
Yes.
hey, while you're joking, that like I don't I wasn't the arm. I'm just saying. I'm waiting for and I don't mean to be weird, but
Knock,
it's gonna
knock,
get
knock.
weird. I'm legitimately waiting for the day that like a 6 foot blonde hair, blue eyed Korean kid comes ringing at the door. And I go, "Papa."
Oh, I hope your wife is watching this.
I was running through Korea like Spider-Man, just shooting sticky stuff everywhere. It was bad.
Oh,
man.
Good news, Joe.
Weird.
I know you posted your review video kind of recently the week ago, but when you do it, stuff that I don't always not spoilers for stuff I'm about to read that day. But what was a big hit for this week for you? What was something that you really enjoyed?
Oh, let's see. Something I really enjoyed. Okay.
Yeah, might be one, right?
It was a rough week. I really liked Swamp Thing. That was really good.
Yeah, it was.
This Reborn stuff, if I didn't already know the story, Bounty Hunter took a totally different turn than what I wanted. I hate to say it, but this week was a little bit of a letdown for me story-wise.
Did you read Suicide Squad?
No, they didn't have it. So
Oh my god.
I did read that one.
rule to avoid FOMO. I only order comic books online that I know I cannot get in my area. And for New Comic Book Day, all I do is buy what's in the comic book store. And I don't recommend anything from a comic book shop to buy because then, if he can't sell them all, then I feel bad, right? So I buy late. There are people that have FOMO and I don't know what it is about my area, but we have tons of comic book flippers here. Like they literally buy everything up in the comic book shop and then try to sell it to you in the parking lot.
Oh, nice. How
Jeez.
convenient.
Yeah, and like a couple of these guys have already learned. Like, when they, hey man, you need that blah blah blah, and I'm like, dude, if you don't get the, seriously, I'll put holes in you. Fuck off.
But Suicide Squad was fantastic. That team in that book has quickly become the backbone of the current DC Universe continuity, and they're
Sure,
not
and
doing it. Yeah, they're not doing it willy nilly and just like throwing it out there without paying attention to good storytelling and stuff. But the pacing, the dynamic, and the content that was delivered in Suicide Squad #4 was outstanding. It was one of those single issues of comics where you just close it and you just want to kind of give a slow clap for them putting so much effort into it. Like how 2 issues ago of Action Comics was when they started War World Rising Part 1.
Mhm.
Like when it was just like, dude, this was just solid from cover to cover.
Nice. It's good stuff.
It was. They're really doing amazing things with that whole
Instagram
team
yet
right
that
now.
we're gonna give this comic book to?
So what? No, not yet.
Okay.
Going to give it a couple of days for people
So I
to
was
watch
like,
and
I
potentially
was
look
sitting there
into
thinking
it.
to myself, I was like, nobody really did it. So I went and checked, and then I was like, holy crap, his phone's been going off all night. Damn. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of. I think I went and looked the next morning. I have all my notifications turned off, so I actually have to think to go look at stuff, which, thinking is not always easy.
No, thinking.
But there's a lot on there. The only reason I picked up Teen Titans Academy #3 was because of the crossover with Suicide Squad. Yeah, Teen Titans Academy has been it hasn't so many characters and such a large cast. I don't think they're trying to be Strange Academy, except in name alone.
Yeah.
But they need to kill a bunch of kids and streamline that book.
Kill the kids.
Kids.
The goddess.
Thin out the herd.
Yeah.
Only the
There's
strong.
there's just too many characters. There's no way that book can successfully carry itself with that many characters.
No.
And they need to focus more on the original team.
Justice League is good. We're finally getting some more of this Naomi character that actually makes sense and that's relevant to her and her planet. Been waiting for that forever. But that's really cool.
Have you been reading the Justice League Dark backup stories? Like,
Yeah.
dude, that's been that's where it's at. Like that short backup story is literally worth the price tag of admission.
And I love the fact that it's short. I mean, yes, and again, I mentioned this in my own review. I kind of wish now they didn't do Future State with all the endings to all these stories. Because now,
But they didn't.
and most of them they did.
No, they did an ending to a potential story, but none of these books will play out that way. None of them. That's not the actual bookend to any of these stories.
I hope not, because if it is, like,
It's not.
God, I hope not.
Well, it is like you have the death of so many characters for one. Like, but Philip Kennedy Johnson in an interview confirmed obviously we're not telling these stories up to Future State. We're heading in that direction, and they'll I've talked about a lot. They have to deviate, or either comics end, and then we're into 5G 100%, and that's not. Future State was just like the crumbles that remained to 5G that had to pick up and move forward with that new direction. So it's all still just they're trying to smooth shift into what they deemed was a good idea from 5G and what wasn't. There are certain characters that they wanted to try to commit to, like Yara Flor, for example, and they're trying to soft introduce stuff. And dude, I'm loving her stuff. But
Yeah. Have you read Swamp Thing yet?
oh yeah,
If you like Suicide Squad, there it is again.
dude, I love that about it. Then it was not just their introduction; it was what he said. Like, what do you know about the Holland phenomenon? I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
How awesome! I'm looking forward to seeing Peacemaker get punched in the face by a tree, because that's like his role right now in comics. It's just to get beat up. It's awesome. What's going on, Flash Ray? Yeah, it's been good though. It's been really good. Solid stuff. I do have Batman the Second Son that I have to read. Batman, Catwoman I still have to read. Crime Syndicate. Haven't read Justice League yet. 0 Point. So I got a lot from this week I still have to read. I haven't even picked up my Marvel or indie stuff.
I did read 0 Point. That was pretty good.
I haven't, dude. My expectations are zero, especially after issue 3, because I've had no expectations to begin with, but I've strangely been enjoying it a lot.
Yeah.
It's okay. Like I said, I think I'm more mad because I'm stuck reading it because I have a nephew.
Mhm.
He wants his,
Wants his
stuff in
codes.
the comic book, but he doesn't read comic books, so
Yeah.
it's like, okay.
You should make him read it to earn the code.
I actually,
The kid's probably 4, can't read. Joe's like, you will read it out loud.
You retard.
Read it to me. Read it to me.
Yeah, if you're going to read this out loud in a public setting, there are no codes for you.
But I'm 4. Like my nephew, he's like, how old is he? That's a good question. I really need to ask him. But
Probably should ask his parents.
He's like 42.
What is it, Finn?
he's 12. Yeah, he's 12.
You hear that tractor go? Me. Does it?
Sounds like a reggae singer. I thought he was singing reggae. He's like, but I think I saw you
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
With what? You can have it. It was just sitting up here, man.
Where it came from?
I don't know.
Hey, Chip, thank you for getting Mark that microphone. It looks great.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, sorry about that.
Is it still on? Is it still on right now?
No.
Yep.
I mean, yeah.
Well, I turned it off. I guess because I have these in. It has
Yeah,
a microphone on it.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, when Finn gets loud, I try to turn it off.
That was-
But yeah,
It's not connected up. You're using the
Mhm.
headset.
let's see. Mike, okay, let's see. Mike.
I can't tell if we froze or not. Like I'm looking at everybody, seeing if anybody's moving.
No. Listening.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's working.
It's
now.
working. The
Yep,
mic's working.
There you go. The mic is now working.
Yeah,
You're
I-
spitting hot fire, sir.
when I log on now, I have to adjust everything, like to
Yeah.
audio to go to the headphones, the whatever. You know what I mean? Words over here, ears over here.
Yeah.
Pause. Okay.
What else did I read this week? I read Serial. That was really good.
Cereal?
Anyone read Serial?
I only got one independent this week, and that was that Bauskus.
Oh, Basilisk.
Basilisk?
I
Yeah.
don't know why I have trouble saying that. But that's the only independent I got, and it's American Gods. That's exactly what it is.
Oh, is it? Okay. I
Well-
picked that one up as well. I didn't really read it yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
I
want
read
to. I'm not saying it's a bad read or a good read, but you definitely see the, old world lore in a modern time kind of thing.
Yeah, I thought it was just okay, but I think like we need another issue to know. So it kind of is like just set up. It wasn't bad, but I wouldn't say it was great. But it could be great. We'll see. I'm definitely gonna pick up issue 2.
Yeah, if my store has it, I'll pick it up. If not, I'll put it in a dollar auction.
When does your auction close, Joe?
It ends on. Still a lot of good stuff in there.
When is it in?
I'm sorry.
You cut
When is
out.
it in?
The 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back in at the last minute. I went in there and placed some bids and stuff because like just getting familiar with it,
Mhm. It's super. So I like it because I do a lot of auction buying on there as well for things because I'm always needing equipment and stuff. And I love the feature of being able to set a max amount and then just walk away.
Yeah.
I said I have to watch it every day. It will bump the bet on the other person. I like that option.
Yeah, so I made sure that I went in there a few days ago and logged in and set it up, which was super simple, by the way. If anyone's interested, it takes like all of 1 minute to set it up. The website looks basic, but it's very user friendly and it has like all the stuff you'd assume. There's no fluff.
We actually they have their. I'll help them set it up. We put their own server in there that runs on a VPN. So I mean, even if you tried to hack the thing or anything stupid like that, it would just reroute you.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, the card, all that totally.
Well, I'm jumping ship now that I know Jim's up. I was planning on hacking the auction for the dollar comics.
Plenty of the other auctions in there. Sometimes.
I don't look at other auctions. I was the only one that said comic.
So there's a guy selling a 1942 Jeep, military Jeep in there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
that's
Willis?
yeah, that one's the one.
So is that my earphones or is that Joe cutting out?
It's Joe cutting out.
Dang it,
Give me a
Joe.
second, Mike.
Give me a second. My
Is it not plugged in all the way?
he's like, oh, is he blowing on it?
It's blowing out like a Nintendo game cartridge.
Works every.
Just blow on it, Joe.
Did anyone read the Adventures Continue season 2?
Oh yeah, that new Batman animated series comic season 2 came out. I did not. I heard that they're introducing the Court of Owls into that universe though.
And Deadman.
But here's a cool thing about them introducing all these new characters into the animated series universe. Like they did it with Red Hood. They brought Deathstroke in with the last one. Now a Court of Owls, and who else?
Deadman.
Deadman. Here's a cool thing. It's not really being introduced into the universe. This is a comic that's independent and separate from the actual universe that existed. That's just like if you're spec buying on this stuff, you're out of your mind.
I don't think anyone's spec buying. I mean, maybe somebody is. I don't know, but it's so cool. It was such a good issue, man.
I didn't even read the last ones that they did.
The last ones were good, but this one feels a lot better already than season 1. The first one was digital first, and they were much more like smaller stories that kind of tied together. And this issue felt like a full issue where we got like a little bit of backstory and then story, and then we got Deadman and Talon together. It was so much better than season 1 already, just in one issue.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like the art, but I don't know. I don't feel the need to pick it up in comic form at all. I don't know why.
I think you would like the story. Like
I'm
I'd
sure
say that alone.
It's just still too much. Like just talking about how I need to like kind of tone it back. And for anything else, I don't have time to keep up with everything. But
That's some bullshit.
it is. I wish there was more time in the day. I've looked though, but there's definitely not.
Yeah. What else? I think that's everything I read. Batman.
I love that huge show. I wish I could catch more of that.
Oh, Noctera. I read Noctera. That was good.
Any of you guys check out the new show Sweet Tooth that dropped on Netflix, the DC comic show?
I saw.
And that's all I got to say about that. You just cut out.
It's like I saw it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
I watched the first.
fly.
I think I'm in. Did I finish episode 3? I'm almost done with episode 3, but it's way different than the series. So it just has a different feel to it, but it kind of follows the same storyline as the comic series. I don't really know how to like compare it. It kind of has like a little bit more of a kiddie vibe with a little touch of like Tim Burton.
Hmm.
Do you see that, Mark? I mean,
I've only watched the first 40 something minutes of the first episode because, like I said, I threw it on. I was up on time this morning. I just had it playing next to me while I was working on other stuff.
Mhm.
But it definitely has that dark fairy tale feel to it, like you would imagine with a lot of Tim Burton stuff. It had this weird sense of like innocence shrouded by danger.
Mhm.
I've never read the comic. Is it similar to like the comics?
That's kind of what I was saying. It's similar in a way, but it's its own thing.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like they're definitely, it's like it's taking the same drive and it's going this way, but it's just like over here, going the same direction. It's good so far though. I'm only, like I said, a little bit into it.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see, but the comic did it so well, and I'm not gonna compare it directly to it because it's definitely doing its own thing, but it's been great so far. So I'm definitely on board.
Cool. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah,
I
definitely
didn't know
check it out.
I knew nothing about Sweet Tooth until Cardboard Crazies did the drawing for Lee
Yep.
the other day, like about a month and a half ago. And I was just like, wait, what's Sweet Tooth?
Yeah.
I started looking. I was like, oh, cool. Okay, whatever. It's a kid with horns on his
gonna
head.
be a show. Yeah, that's when I because me and Lee have talked about it. He told me to read it forever ago, and he wants me to read every Jeff Lemire book. So
Yeah.
I knocked that one out. It was really good.
I'll have to check
It
it
was
out.
That's a pretty safe bet though, because that's a pretty consistent writer right there.
Oh
He
yeah,
did one of
he's
the-
great.
one of the Hulk one shots a while back. That was good.
Yeah, Lee told me that one was amazing.
Yeah, it was good.
Like everything he says about Lemire is amazing. but everything I've ever read, he is really good. There's no doubt about that.
That killer smile that he did was pretty cool.
Oh, I loved Killer Smile. That's one of my favorite Joker books ever. Maybe my favorite Joker story. I'm trying to think if there's another one. I think that's it.
It was short. It wasn't bad. There's just again for it's one of those things for a Joker book. There's a strangely small amount of Joker in it. Like if people want to kind of make that comparison with the current series that Tynan's doing, you could say that about numerous Joker books.
Yeah, I loved it.
Papa Steve's here.
Oh God. Go to work, Steve.
What up, boys?
Happening. It looks like he has a mustache from here.
It does.
Yeah, the shadows.
Yeah. That's a dirty stash right there.
Yeah, it is.
Do you have
It's a-
a mustache? He does.
Did you put it on for work?
I just slap it on and with the little glue.
Yeah, it's business time.
I want to mute myself and just listen to you guys and unmute when I want to chime in because I know it's loud when I drive.
Okay. It's a handsome mustache.
It was.
You should shave.
It totally looks like he's got the goatee.
It
going.
does.
Do the mustache for the last day of school, or either the next time you have like parent-teacher conferences, where they know you're about your
That
business.
little pencil mustache going. You're like,
Yeah, exactly.
Today is the last day that I have to wear pants and sleeves for 2 months.
Oh, I was gonna hang out with your wang out from there on, huh?
So that means I think he's got one more week of teaching, so he's not going to wear pants or sleeves to his
Yeah.
last week of school. That's cool. Oh yes, let's go.
Oh my God!
Stay clean.
Oh,
You gotta-
this is not good.
You gotta stay hydrated, my guy.
I hope the phone falls forward. Just bump it, a little bump.
Oh, crap.
Oh my God!
It's a good morning. Like way better than I expected.
Oh, don't forget to wash your back, bro.
in the morning.
He's just gonna walk and be like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Remy Q, you need to go live like this every day.
Only for you guys. That's it. Nobody else gets to get shower experience.
Remy in his Shower.
It's not a
Common
party
talk
till
and showers with
it's
Remy
not a party
Q.
till Remy
Mhm.
Q joins in while showering.
Man,
I
he's
just
not
think,
eating an ice cream cone. He's eating, showering. It's
I
crazy.
think everybody would like the behind the scenes act.
I thought this is
Yeah.
the in front of the scenes action.
No, don't move the camera. We don't need
Yes,
to see
please.
behind the anything.
Keep facing the water.
Eyes front, eyes front, eyes front.
Yeah.
Hey, I want everybody to look at me while I'm doing that.
We
Right.
are.
Oh man. So comic books, yeah.
How about them?
Yeah.
What's that all about?
Spider-Man, Incredible Hulk. Leaning all over. Yeah. Nothing like a hot shower in the morning to really just get you going.
Yeah. Every Wednesday when I take my shower, it feels so good.
Oh, well, now it's every Friday with you guys. That's my routine.
Yep.
Once I get started, I can't stop. Or not stop. All right. I think it's shampoo time, so I'll hit you all up later.
All right, brother.
No, we
Later.
can stay
Stopping
for it.
by. Yeah.
Don't be shy.
Oh,
I'm ready for a little
Oh, my Lord.
shampoo.
just don't drop the soap, please.
I always say, like, if I save money on water, I can buy more comics. That's why.
Yeah, I have the same philosophy. Let me tell you something. The kids are thirsty.
Yeah.
Just eat the coffee ground, kid. You'll be all right. Have a read.
No. That was hilarious. Oh my goodness. So me and the wife are probably going to do a little bit of catching up today on Superman and Lois, hopefully.
I thought you already did.
I've heard nothing but headphones. Heard nothing but great things about the past few episodes. And we're really looking forward to watching them.
on TV. The best show on TV, without a doubt. This week's episode is amazing.
Maybe I need to watch it then.
In all sincerity, with the way that stuff drops on streaming services, like when it comes to something that's coming out weekly on actual television, like Superman has got to be, like, for comic book fans, easily the best show. It's so well done.
Isn't it free? You can watch it free.
Yeah, if you pay for YouTube TV, it's on there, or if you just download the CW app, it's on there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
don't
thought
know.
it was free on there.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
CW app's free, and like the day it comes out, it's on there. You don't have to wait to watch it or anything.
Yeah,
I-
I'll have to do
I
that.
watched the first couple of issues of that show, and I thought it was okay. They took a different route or whatever. It's definitely good. But then I made the mistake of watching Flash and Legends and all
Garbage.
that other garbage they've been promoting, and I was like, you know what? I don't even want to touch CW. The shows are so bad.
They really are.
Ugh.
Like Steve is a big Flash fan. He's loved the show, and he'll even tell you that this most recent season, like, it's been lackluster, and you can credit it to all kinds of different things, and I'm sure that the COVID response to the show didn't help it any. It's already just kind of regurgitated hashtag we are Flash kind of mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, it's all just it's. I hate to say it, but it's just lazy writing at this point. They're trying so hard to focus on, like, this family dichotomy, but nobody can be the same or really equal in the family dichotomy. So everybody just kind of tells Flash what to do, and he just has a nervous breakdown every episode. And I was just like, this is stupid. Like, it's not structured very well. But then again, I have an extremely primitive brain, so.
Is Supergirl still going?
Yeah, if you want to call it that, it's limping along. Somebody's
It's
putting cash into
You wanna
it.
call it-
I never watched it. I just like Melissa
was even
Melissa
worse.
Benoist. Is that her name? I like
Like
her,
her.
but I never watched it.
On the Blaster and Stash It thing, like, that was the thing, right? I would purposely watch, just like when I read bad comic books, like X-Men. But I would purposely watch these and just blast them on the show. And then we had to kind of tone it down a little bit because people were like, that's my favorite show. And I was like, that's because you're a horrible person.
Good morning, Miss So. I appreciate you stopping by.
I related it one time too. I was like, some people eat steak and some people eat jerky. You just don't know the difference. Just cut that argument out.
I like jerky.
But do you know the difference? Well, we know you don't like
One
steak.
of
so-
them you use a knife.
Okay, yeah.
No, I don't like steak. I'm not.
We
a
know that
steak
about
person.
you because all of us watch Small Town Collectibles,
Yeah.
especially his premiere show, 10 Questions. And we're all very much aware that last Thursday, bright and early in the morning, the episode premiered with Tyler, a.k.a. Shattered Glass Comic Reviews, a.k.a. Ready for Wednesdays, a.k.a. 50% of Whack Comics, was
Oh
on
my
there.
God.
Yeah, you didn't realize how many aliases you had, did you?
And Little Glass Tootsie. That
Little
was
Glass
the main
Tootsie
one.
isn't an
Really good.
alias,
That
it's an
was
identity.
He's got Pocan Tyler now too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pocan Tyler.
What's that?
Good family.
And that's
Prodigal Son Returns.
Steve always calls you your new channel name. What is it? I don't remember. Steve will remember though. He
What, my
kicked me
new
out the one
channel
time.
name?
Yeah. He kicked me out for saying it the one
Oh
time.
my God! Hold on. Oh,
It was like Legion of Shaved Pussies or
There-
something.
yeah.
I
I
don't know.
was seriously
why I
trying to
got
remember
kicked out
because you
for
just
that.
hashtagged it again on the video not too long ago. I think it was on the subscriber. And when I saw that, dude, I saw that and just laughed for easily 5 minutes. Brought back so many good memories. I'm enjoying Superman and Lois, but I wish the latest twist wasn't a twist. It makes sense and it's cool, but to twist a twist makes it seem like they didn't have a good plan. Yeah, to twist a twist normally causes an Indian burn. You remember doing that to
Twisty.
people's arms?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I still do that.
I don't have any Chinese finger traps anymore, Kyle. After I was found in that last incident and rehydrated and fed, like I got rid of all of them. Didn't want to go through that again.
That's good. I gotta grab some more coffee. Everybody good?
Oh, I'm going to go get a cup.
Yeah,
in a
I
second.
do wanna.
No, I'm on empty. But I understand what you're saying, Shamaro. Without spoilers, I appreciate that because I do plan on checking out today. Dude, Soul Twice is in the building. The man. Did y'all see what he did yesterday? Who Chip just got an idea. I felt it.
The Green Ranger, right? Is
Did
that the
y'all
one?
see that? Yeah, he
Oh
changed
yeah,
up
it's
his
sick.
game. That is insane, dude. Dude's like completely shocked me. Like he
Yeah,
was
that
sending
one was awesome.
the shots of as it was going, but like I working all day and then getting home, getting the kids settled and getting dinner and all that stuff, and had the Burke stream last night. But when I settled down and went and got on my phone and in bed, I went back and started looking at stuff, and I saw that it blew me away. I had to buy it immediately.
Oh,
before
you
someone
bought
else
it?
Hell yeah.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah. Like he done stepped in. That's like his first one that I've seen of like a profile shot or what is it? I
Yeah.
think that's the word.
Yeah. Is he not doing chibi stuff? I mean, I know he is still, but
Well, I'm sure he is, but
Is he
we
gonna
were
do
talking and he
more
made
of other
the
stuff?
yeah, he said that his like he didn't say he's gonna stop chibi stuff, but he said doing all those chibis gave him an amazing kind of foundation to start building on it and doing other stuff like learning some of the technicalities of
Cool.
dude. I was like blown away. I'm like, dude, that looks amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
I didn't
enjoyed the
realize you
chibi
could
stuff.
buy it. I thought somebody already bought it.
Yeah, they did. Me. Yeah.
So I actually have a nice little letter for or something, piece of mail from Soul Twice. So I figured I might as well open it since he's in the room.
Let's do it.
Okay, cool.
Show you what I got here. It came in yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, I'll have to wait until I get in a room with him." And
It's 5:30.
said his name. I'm like, "Oh crap! Let me go find that." Oh, very cool. Ah, look at this guy. Oh, these are freaking badass, dude.
Oh, the new stickers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, those stickers are sweet.
Holy shit, that's awesome, dude. Well done. I like them.
Yeah, he did. He did awesome with those.
Wow. Yeah. So I'm official. I'll have to put it on my board back there.
Yeah, I have
Thank you very much.
I've got tons of stickers myself and haven't decided what to do with them yet. I'm one of those people like I'm horrible at making like stern decisions about stuff. I don't want to peel them and put them on something and then eventually lose that something. So I just keep them all.
Yeah. Yeah, I put them on.
I was the same way, and then I started putting them on here.
Have
Yeah.
you peel them to do that? Oh, that's
I
a.
started doing this as well.
Yeah, and then I've got them on the inside too.
Yeah.
There's Chips.
Yeah. Hey.
I've got a few of
And
those.
sold twice.
That's
Look,
sold
right
twice.
next to
Yeah.
each
Yeah, I
other.
got sold twice on the back of mine with it.
And
I just
Slot.
started putting them on here.
So I'm about to share this. Did you see it? Well, I don't care if you saw it or not. I'm going to show you anyways. So that's
Yep.
the Green Ranger that he just did.
Yeah,
Like,
I
look
seen
at
that
that.
this morning.
Look at that.
Yeah, that is sick.
Yeah.
Dude, I like the way that he did even the reflection in the eyes, you know,
Mhm.
like that, the light hitting off of it. That's wicked.
Yeah.
And then where he puts his signatures down right on the bottom of the shield, it even balances it out.
Yeah.
Dude, that is wicked.
I guess Steve left.
Yeah, his internet dropped out.
Bye, Steve.
Or either he hit a deer, one of the two.
Yeah.
More likely he hit the deer.
Yeah, he hit a deer. He hit Sweet Tooth.
Yeah.
Louis said, I tape all my stickers in one spot on top of each other. Just,
On top of each other.
you know, just one
Just
on
a
top of
big
one
like
pile,
sticker
yeah.
pile.
one spot.
What's on top today, Louis?
Let me double check, see if I sent this. Well, I'm sending it again without double checking. Louis, if you're free, man, hop on. I thought I'd sent that earlier. I know a lot of people are going to work and stuff like that. Not everybody works from home or works nights or is off today.
Yeah, it is a random time to be off.
So Sold Twice is open up for commissions on those if anybody's got characters. He did do a Spawn
Awesome.
Redeemer one. So those are the only two that I think I've seen.
I saw that one the day before, and I didn't think it was him.
Yeah, didn't know what it was.
I scrolled right past it, and then I saw the Green Ranger yesterday. And I was like, "Oh, that's him."
Yeah. Yep.
Free is a strong word.
Free. Well, that's in your name, Freaky.
Mm-hmm. What do y'all got on your hit list for the day? What do y'all got going on?
I probably read, sleep, watch more Sweet Tooth.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna watch High School Musical, the series. I just watched Cruella. That
Justin
was really
Comics
good.
said it was good. Yeah,
It was great, actually.
Was it?
Yeah, it was way better than I would have ever thought it would be.
Are there any dogs in it?
No,
Serious question.
yeah, there's dogs in it.
I didn't know where this takes place on or what or
It's like a prequel to.
yeah. You literally made a prequel to 101 Dalmatians about the bad guy. So who knows where they can go anywhere with that, you know?
Yeah,
It could be-
exactly. That's like the whole point of it.
I assumed it was about aviation engineering. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, why shouldn't I?
It's
assume that?
not, but it could be.
Thought it was going to be like a Howard Hughes thing.
Yeah. Oh, next I'm doing Batman. What kind of Batman? Like, yeah, which Batman? There's so many. When you cut that out, your kid was screaming,
Yeah,
and then you
playing-
cut it back on. It was like, oh,
That's him doing it. He's over
it
there.
was great.
He has Iron Man beating up Ninjor.
I thought it was Joe at first.
His microphone's not that consistent.
I know, but he likes to scream like that, doesn't it?
Yeah, that is true. For different reasons, though.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's-
I don't know. I don't think you can hear us right now. He's focusing.
there's
Probably
like-
approving loans.
yeah, there's a
He's-
major loan that he's looking at.
Yeah.
Joe's getting in that 5 minutes of focus that he needs per day.
Mm-hmm.
I already posted a video of Jeremy's appearance.
Oh, did you on Instagram?
Yeah, of course I did. That was too good not to.
That's a win.
Boom. Oh, so what next to talk about?
Let's see. What comes out next week? You wait, have we haven't talked about the Nice House on the Lake.
Hey.
True.
Joe, we cannot hear you.
I didn't get that.
Oh, you didn't get it.
I didn't get it. I saw it and I was like,
Ooh.
this doesn't look like it's up my alley.
It was fantastic.
I tried to tell everyone on Tuesday on the live show that they need to get it because it was so good.
Yeah, now I'm regretting it. Now I got to go make a phone call.
Y'all are being rude. Say hey.
Hey,
Oh,
Hey,
Tell him hey. Look,
uh-oh.
there he
the
is.
duck.
There he is. Oh, there he is. You see the duck? Wow, 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 wow. You see him?
I don't.
I know.
See Mr. StreamYard Overlord holding the duck hostage?
Is that a
Yeah.
black shadow? Is that a black shadow?
That is the white shadow. Finn just said, is that the white shadow?
Is that a
Yes.
black shadow?
Man, that
Yeah.
is not even right.
I'm so happy that was said. Is that the White Shadow?
Yeah.
it's a good guess.
I'm gonna have to change the freaking channel name now to White Shadow.
White Shadow Comics.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not a
You
bad
need-
name.
Dude, that would be a great name for a coffee. If you get your toes in the door with like a coffee business like you have with StreamYard, where you can start shot calling.
I'm gonna start roasting my own beans.
Yeah.
White Shadow.
Vanilla coffee roast.
Yes.
I'll trade you Soul Twice. I'll trade you a rat for one of your art. I'll do a rap about you.
Hearts of children everywhere.
Yes, the white shadow lives in the hearts of children everywhere. Yeah. No, but in all sincerity, Joe, Nice House on the Lake. I'm going to say left every time. It's just
It's
that's
so
what my brain
it's such a
says.
horrible title, so it's so easy to mess.
So
up.
is it like is it a horror
Yes.
based
Yeah.
comic? Okay.
Yes. And it's going to have you're going to feel a little bit of horror, a little bit of sci-fi. It's like Ryan pointed out last night. It's expertly paced. There's some fun Easter eggs in there, and they touch on a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and I'm excited to go full spoiler breakdown on this because there's so much.
I don't want
that
to yet.
I want to.
Joe.
No, I'm not doing it till Friday, Sunday. I don't
Yeah.
know what day it is.
Yeah,
But
it
this
doesn't
is
matter.
a book that I'm not going to spoil for people, even if they ask me to, because they say they don't plan on reading it. I'm going to say, too bad for you. Go find crappy spoilers somewhere else.
Yeah.
But if you want good ones, Sundays you can come watch. Otherwise,
Hey.
I'm not.
Crappy spoilers. Don't forget Blaster Stash at 10 p.m. Just kidding.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is this the giveaway?
No, the contest doesn't close until midnight tonight. So I
Oh,
know
okay.
that
That's
Steve.
Actually, I think we're picking the winner on the live show tonight.
Oh, are you? I thought you were going to close it tonight at midnight, but okay.
No,
I know
think
that
we're gonna
Steve from Burke Family, we were talking last night after we went live. He was going to try to post one today. I'm like, dude, y'all need to do it. You should have done it sooner. But those videos are really fun to watch.
Yeah, Double S. He was the last one to put one in, and
I haven't seen his.
he's been a fan of the Blaster Stash show for a while, and I love him because he's kind of got. He used to do videos all the time, but he's kind of got this sporadic guy that snorts creatine and does cocaine, kind of all mixed together type attitude. It's really great.
Where did he post it so I could watch it?
It's on his. He has a channel.
On YouTube?
Yep, Double S Comic Reader.
I did not know that.
He's a funny guy, and he's been a fan of Blaster Stash before I was even on it. Like he's been on that thing since the beginning.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to, I try to talk to people in the chat a lot. He's not very engaging in the chat.
Yeah, he's definitely engaging. He knows all. We pride our channel for having the most inside jokes of any YouTube channel.
Yeah, I was saying that last night.
And he knows them all. It's good stuff. So definitely.
Hey, Drac.
Get that.
Yeah, I just found it. I'm about to. How long is it? 17 minutes. I'm about to pause my camera.
Yeah, he
and
does.
watch
He
real
does like me. There's no such thing as a short video.
Yeah.
I'll be back. Going to get coffee.
All right.
All right, Chip.
I need. We are
Good
time.
morning, Flash by Night. How are you doing today?
That's a new one, Nosh.
What is up, Nosh? Dude, I was just speaking about you in that live video you did the other day. Like, dude, that was awesome. Just kind of getting an insight into where your mind and your heart was at with collecting right now, and how you really are kind of gauging what to pick up, and how your wife even kind of turned on that light bulb, saying, "Why are you picking that up? Do you love that? Do you love that character? Do you love that property? What do you love? Why are you working and giving your money out for stuff you don't love?" And I'm reassessing my pool right this minute, to align it with that concept of where is my heart in this. So I appreciate that video, Big Nosh. That was awesome.
It's the happiest dude on YouTube. That is awesome.
What's
That's
that?
right, bro.
Good morning, actual
Good
Dracula.
morning, fellas.
Looks like someone opened his coffin and
Oh,
came
I'm
out.
doing that double. There we go.
Hey, Louis.
What is up, guys? Good
Hello,
morning.
man.
First time on Legion, man.
Is it?
Is it?
Yeah,
No
bro.
way.
First
There's
appearance.
no way. You're
Yeah.
awesome.
Thank you. You guys are awesome, dude. I've been watching you guys all morning. Best I can. I do got the little dude, 3-year-old. He's pretty much what keeps me. I am a stay-at-home dad for the most part.
He's
But-
welcome.
Dude, I
That
know
was
he's gonna
awesome.
jump. He's
Yeah.
gonna jump in. I had to put a shirt on him. Like, you can't be naked all the time, brother.
He's in the other room figuring out how to get it off now.
Yes, bro. Yes.
That's
but I
how
do
my
got-
3-year-old nephew is. It doesn't matter where you're at. You put him in clothes, go somewhere, stay at home, doesn't matter. Once you hit that 5-minute mark, he's like,
yeah.
this is no longer necessary.
That's it, bro. I don't
This
blame
is-
him either.
This is holding me back.
It is. It is. It's a little constricting. I don't blame. We're in Florida, man. It's hot.
Oh,
I just
wow.
want to be naked.
What part of Florida are you?
Tampa-ish. Now it's Newport Richie, but near Tampa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Live
yeah.
from Newport.
That's right, brother.
Nice.
Oh yeah, man. And I got some books too, Mark. If I can show those bad
would
boys.
love for you to show
Oh,
some books,
Embiggen.
You will be
Wrong
embiggened.
All right, so of course, man. Immortal, brother.
There it is. Look
This
at that cover.
lost cover too. My goodness.
That is sick.
My
It,
goodness,
it's,
brother.
it screams get some.
Yes, yes, bro. It's beautiful. It's probably my favorite of Hulk Ross.
But like,
Just
look at
man.
everyone's pose. Like there was
Yes,
time. and
dude, they're all in
consideration
there.
into Every
They ain't got to free bag it, Lou. What the hell?
do it.
This is my comic.
Mhm.
There you go.
That is
It's the same crap. But yeah, dude. But this was the action was incredible, man. I love how it was written. Al Ewing, you will be missed, man. Because I'm excited for Cates just because who knows what he'll bring. He does like going back a little bit, but Ewing just like you said, the most interesting Hulk in years, brother. Jeez. And this was definitely a cover buy. This is the only Heroes Reborn one I picked up, but I had to, bro. Had to.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
I freaking love. Comics on covers. I love it. Love it.
That's a great homage cover there.
Isn't that great, dude? They did a really good job. And I forgot the artist, Cecilia and Jurgens and Hannah. They made it look like an original ASM from way back when. It was just beautiful, dude. I can't believe it. And then I did finally get a Grail, and it's hilarious because I don't, Lou don't pay that much. So when I saw this, like, what a great price, what a steal. And of course,
That was a hint how he got the grail.
this
Oh,
tiny little thing.
just a little grail.
It's for children. Yeah, dude.
And that is
All
the
home
grail
in
that,
Aranya.
that Louis stole this week.
Yeah, baby.
That book's sitting at my second and Charles right now.
That's
for
cool.
probably like
Isn't it precious?
probably in a 7 range grade, and they got $200 sitting on it.
Yeah, dude. I was like, no, I got this for $30, I think. Yeah, 30, and then whatever shipping because it came from Europe. But yeah, I was like, oh, it's tiny. That's how they read over there. Just a little like it's a digest.
Oh, it's tiny.
Did you know it was tiny when you bought it?
I didn't, dude. 'Cause it had a perfect like, wow, that looks really nice. It's like a huge screenshot. Like this is great, bro. And then it goes, duh, 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 duh. It's like, oh, actual size.
I think it's even cooler that it's tiny.
Honestly, I do love it. I got a couple Spider Girls like that, and I do like them because it's got the whole story, and it is great, dude. Like it's cool, little pocket one, and that's how you do in Europe because they don't have a lot of space. They have small apartments. I was like, all right, let's put that right there. That's all it is. But
There are small people in your
yeah, yes,
Yeah, there's
yes, you
they're
know,
all like 3
hobbits.
feet.
They're all
tall or 2 feet tall.
Oh, Europeans.
Those comics are huge to them. That's
Oh yeah.
oversized.
It's like, that's a giant size. What are you talking about?
Oh, whoa, that's like a newspaper.
It's for the whole family.
Right now, there's some guy in England.
Yes. Hey, Tyler, I got something just for you, buddy. Check this out,
Okay.
man. If I do it right. Let's see. I'm going the wrong way. Blocking him. There we go. Who's that dude?
Oh yes,
Whoa.
nice.
Is that great? I love him. This is a panel from the Spider-Verse comic, and then you got Spider Bitch there. You got Superior there. Yeah,
Is that
that's her name, Spider
wallpaper?
Bitch too.
What is that? Is that wallpaper or?
That's you know, the presentation boards kids use for science projects.
Yeah.
That's that's two pieces, one on top of each other, and I project like the panel. And oh God, don't destroy that, buddy! I project the panel and recreate it, and then use Prismacolor pencils. Come back and just
That's technically artwork you got hanging up there.
yes. Now I steal other people's work. I never create my own, but I'm great at forgery.
Oh yeah. I would hire you. You know,
Thanks.
make it
Why? That's usually my cosplay. When I go to conventions, that's my cosplay. So I'll be in the panel myself as Spider-Man, and I just stand still, freak people out. They always think I'm a statue every time. It's the best prank ever. I love it to
Oh,
death.
that is great.
Dude, it is fun because I terrify people. They'll come next to me and they take pictures of me, not realizing I'm alive. I'm like barely breathing. And it's so fun.
You need to take a video of that.
I got a couple of them because I got to bring them out. Because we're getting better and better. But this year, I'm not sure if my friend's gonna go with me. He's still a little scared of stuff. But my daughter's gonna come with me, and it's gonna be so much fun, dude. I can't wait for MegaCon and Tampa Bay Comic Con, dude. Very, very excited. I'm glad they're back.
Nice.
Oh, buddy, you destroyed my books, you little punk.
What do you do?
I had my books out, free bagging, and he came in and was like, "You want these destroyed real quick?" I'm a master at that.
Dude, he's looking out for you.
Yeah, he is. It's like they're rare now, brother. You cheeky little monkey. But he's great, dude. I think last February I became a stay-at-home dad. I'm like, this is nothing. This is easy, man. Not true at all. My goodness. Mom's got it tough, brother.
You know, I had to spend
It's true.
8 hours with my daughter one time, straight 8 hours, and I didn't like that at all. Dude, she's 21.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Oh, Joe. Oh my God.
I was like, wow, you're really needy. Like food.
Oh,
and
dude, I
drink.
love it. Time means nothing here. It just like keeps going. It's like I just run out the clock till 10 o'clock. Like, just tell me when it's 10 p.m., please. That's when my fun starts. That's when I can watch my shows. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. to watch my shows. And you know, I actually just started watching the Jupiter Legacy thing on Netflix.
Yeah.
Just got on there. Not bad. I see where they're going with, and I really do like the main bad guy. I forget his name, but I always liked him. He was always cool. But I'm still like, okay, hurry up.
Josh Duhamel.
Yeah, I like him. I always liked him. I think from Casino, and wasn't in The Office too, or was it the other guy that looked like him?
He was for a season or for one episode. I think.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, there's a guy that looks like him.
Yes, yeah, the other dude. Though I think the other one is in the Transformers movies.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I hope you like it because they just canceled season 2 because that's all you're getting from.
That is hilarious.
I don't know why they did that.
They spent all their money on the first season.
Yeah, I guess so.
I feel like they saved a lot of money on that season, not going too heavy on it. You know, not trying to. You know, it was talking about Jupiter's Legacy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
they clearly didn't go too heavy into the visual effects and stuff, the way that they stylized it, the background and all that. But it was good enough. It was definitely beyond good enough. But I heard that they're still doing another series with the villains of the universe. Like the universe isn't done.
Really?
Jupiter's Legacy is, I thought.
Cool.
Oh, I did not know that. That's interesting.
Well, I like the guy that has a little stick that can travel anywhere. Like that was really cool.
Yeah, dude, it was awesome when Utopian grabbed it and he tried to teleport and he just held on tight. Like, no, dude. I'm like, oh,
Awesome.
yeah, I love
Don't work
it.
for you,
I
chump.
every minute of it. Yeah.
Well, when he was like, "Go to the big man's heart," and I was like, "Holy crap, that was brilliant!"
Yeah.
I was very impressed with that.
And then what does he say? Home? How did he get it to come back or return or home?
Yeah,
home.
it says home. Yeah,
Home and it just
Oh,
shows up bloody and
dude.
dripping. I'm like, wow. Like,
No,
and they
that
I
made-
like
like
Big
me up
Man.
and canceled it. Because I was like, I probably enjoyed it more than I should have because I didn't actually read the Jupiter Legacy comic.
Same
book.
here.
I passed on those, and I was like, wow, this is really good. Now I want to go read the comic book, but now from what I'm understanding, that there's not going to be a second season. I'm like,
Hey,
Here it is.
you,
Thank you,
Trap Door.
Flashpoint. Some show called Super Crooks.
Oh, no.
Jupiter's Legacies.
Splatterham.
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Say
Hey,
hi.
Parker.
Can you say hi, Bugger? I'm gonna destroy instead.
Parker Smash.
Godzilla, baby.
Oh, no.
Thank you, brother. This is why I don't do day stuff.
Dude, it's
Hell.
fine, man. It is. Hell.
Hell.
Dude, it is fine. As long as he's having fun.
Leave Splatterham alone.
It's fine with us, but not with him. No.
Oh, there you go.
go.
It's all an illusion. It's evil.
remember when he was doing his little shaking thing? I was thinking Damien from that.
Yeah, the name of it is Super Crooks, Tyler. That they're going to be. So I don't know how far they're going to lean into it. There's obviously a lot of time area they can work with and a lot of bad guys because once you get past the original 6, it looks like pretty much everyone can be explored down that alley. Except for Paradigm or Paladin or whatever his name was. Palladian. I don't know.
Paladin? I think it was Paladin.
It's a Paladin Spider-Man.
Yeah. But I'm
Maybe
looking
it
forward to
wasn't. I
that.
don't know.
I thought it was such a cool breakdown of like why Superman is so relevant without having Superman in it. Why is his moral code, that Boy Scout stuff, so important? Doesn't hold up, doesn't stand the test of time. Like look what happens. Like look at the world that's surrounded by the people who don't hold to those values, that don't hold to those morals. In that universe, it was just a rough go at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the way he explained it to his daughter and everything, like trying to get her to understand. And I'm like, man, that's such a parent. Like you're trying to, like I'm your best friend, man. I'm trying to give you some good hints here. I was like, I don't listen to you.
I'm
But then you
trying to
see that.
save- Yeah.
Yeah, dude. But then you see yourself, like you think you're a know-it-all. Nobody wants to hear from a know-it-all. So it is tough. Like the both sides of that, I think they did a good job. Some dude wants milk. No milk for you, Chunko.
Give him a cup of coffee.
Yeah, right. That'll do it. That'll do it. A little cafe con leche. Yeah. Hello, little lady. Hi.
I'm here for the duck.
Yeah. Where's that duck? I was promised duck, man.
There it
Yeah. We love Ducky. You want milk, buddy?
The duck? Yeah, right there.
Oh, yeah.
You say turtle? You say turtle? Turtle. Thursdays
Love
we go
it.
down the road to the Mexican restaurant that we have right down the street from us, and it has this huge patio. And there's a little pond because there's like apartments next to it and stuff. That I guess it's a retention pond, but there's easily 50 to 100 turtles that just come right up to the patio because people throw
That's
rice
awesome.
and chips to them.
Oh,
and
that's super.
Aw.
she learned the word turtle yesterday.
Love it.
Turtle.
Love it.
I always love it
That's
when little kids get excited about a new word that they learn and they repeat it back to you aggressively.
Yeah.
You laugh. Like they were, oh, and I'm
Yeah.
like,
Oh, I love it. Oh, that's awesome,
We had a
brothers.
good time.
So, quick story about kids saying things they shouldn't. So,
This
we
isn't
were
a
watching-
Cosby thing, is it?
No, this is funnier.
Kids say the darndest things.
So,
I see. I was thinking you were going somewhere else with Cosby.
Yeah, I was
Like,
not
oh, God.
when you said
Gotta
that.
get the pudding, baby.
Too early to
on
watch.
station on Fort Lewis, and a lot of the guys in the unit were in our little cul-de-sac there. And my wife had never lived on a military base before, so we're getting used to it. What happens a few months later? Pop, I impregnate her. Right, gave her a parasite. So
You must
over a
later
period of
ruin
time,
your life.
we started noticing that our daughter's picking up on words and phrases very, very quickly, right? So one day my wife had this saying, because I would always leave like my boots or my gear laying around, and she would always, damn it, Joey, right? So you can see what happens, right? So one day I'm sitting there and I convinced my daughter to help me take off my boots, and she's like, damn it, Joey.
No. We've gotten lucky with our kids that they don't like, of course, especially with Finn being older than Laura, we had adult conversations all the time until he started hitting a certain age. And we started having to taper it off. Like, is it time? Yes, there's a lot of gray area, but we got lucky that none of them repeated any of that stuff. Like with Laura, like we kept it so clean that she started repeating the dog before us. Like my dachshund, if anyone's outside or anything, he's good at letting you know. Like he'll run up there, jump on the couch, and she'll perk up and she'll go crawl up there, look out the couch, and go woof, woof with the dog. So that's about as worse as it got, but it's super cute.
All right, bros. It was an honor hanging out with you guys, but I got to get back to this life. Help me.
Good luck.
Help.
Are you gonna know he's going?
Take it easy, boss.
Hopefully, we get a Saturday night Louis this Saturday.
Yeah, I think he said that he's doing it.
There's a lot going on.
He's gonna miss one in a couple weeks or something. I don't know. Sometime soon.
Yeah. I'm still figuring out the dynamic for my vacation week. It's at the end of the latter half of July. I'll leave and go to St. Simon's for 10 days, and just check out a life. I plan on, like, content-wise, I'm probably just going to put shorts up every day, like a vacation. Because I go, like, to Books A Million every day with my oldest daughter, because they have the huge graphic novels, and she picks up all kinds of great mangas. They always have awesome sales, and just different. Anywhere you travel out of town, they have the same stuff but different copies of stuff. If that makes sense, it's a different.
Yeah.
So I always end up grabbing something. So I'll probably do just shorts and everything to not take away from time from what I'm doing, but to still, do so because it's vacation. You're supposed to sit around, relax, and do what you want. So in theory, that should give me more time just to BS and do all kinds of stuff. And that's true. And we go to the same place every year because the way I look at it is, at my age, I'm not traveling. I'm going on vacation. I don't want to go to somewhere new, somewhere different where I spend all my time stressing about being at the right place or directions, this or that. So I'd rather just go to my little tropical slice of paradise that's only 3.5 hours away where I can relax. I'm familiar with the area. I don't need a map for anything. And it's not a huge touristy place because it's a little island with like one beach and there's no waves, and you just hop over to the next island over to Jekyll where there's even less waves and the kids can play in the water, and it's just perfect. Last year, even though there's COVID, we went and we walked for 45 minutes down the beach in one direction for 45 minutes, didn't pass another person. Like, it was fantastic.
Me and my wife, we take separate vacations.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's what's kept us going for 22 years.
Your vacation consists of Mike crashing on your couch, even though he lives in town.
Yeah, right. It's funny because it's weird because my wife and his wife, right? They're best friends. It's how me and Mike know each other. So they always want to go see historical stuff and walk around all day long. And there's a little bit of a problem because I have, and most people probably don't know this. So quick update, I have 2 prosthetic hips. So walking, miles on end is not a thing for me, right? So they'll go do that. And then like me and Mike, we'll go hit up a Comic-Con and just go digging and standing all day long and then drink heavy at night. It works.
Yeah, that sounds like a win right there.
Little do you know, that's the same thing your wives do.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't want you to know, because then you might want them to vacation with you.
The only comic books my wife likes are Scotty Young covers. She doesn't even read them. She just makes me get them. So I get stuck with Scotty Young covers.
I've said it numerous times before. You can't teach taste, so
Yeah,
you're
right.
stuck with it.
It's like I tell people, I can explain it to you, but I can't make you understand it.
I like Scotty Young. I don't have any. I don't think I have any Scotty Young.
I've
but I
got
like
one
them.
because they did one for Maestro.
I would get him if I bought Marvel stuff, but I don't have anything Marvel, so I can't get him.
That makes sense. So comic book collecting. I have a question. Here we go. Here's a comic book long talk we could have. Your collections, you guys are YouTubers, right? So and you review comic books. So why is everybody shaking your head? No, you know it's wrong.
When you actually call me a YouTuber, that scares me. It makes me want to stop.
It is. All right, right. I'm in the same boat. Like I should have been kicked off YouTube long ago. So is what you review what you collect, or do you review a comic book, but your collection is something different? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What'd you say? No, I'm serious. I didn't hear you. He's asking me about a flip-flop being pizza.
You review weekly comic books, right? And then you have a collection. Is what you review your collection, or is that something different?
Oh, I don't buy stuff that I'm not interested in just for the sake of reviewing. So
Okay.
I pick up what I like. I keep up with what I don't like for the sake of conversation, and that's normally effortless because I hang out and talk with so many people that if they're picking up stuff I don't, I get a good idea about it, and if it intrigues me, I'll pick it up. But if not, no. Now I have a lot of stuff in my collection from the decades at this point that I've been getting comics, but I'll probably purge some of that. There's a lot of overlap in my collection and the family collection. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Being a second generation collector, there is some overlap. My dad's been dropping a lot of monthly titles as he's got so many books he hasn't read yet that he's going to good luck getting through them before he dies kind of thing. He decided to start dropping titles as storylines finish or reboots happen and everything. So I made sure to pick up like the major ones, like there's no break in Action or Detective, and stuff like that. And lucky for me, Marvel's just been, if you're a reader first, Marvel's just been trash, and they made it easy to not care. Like I will not care if there's a giant hole in ASM. Like he'd already stopped picking up a lot of the Marvel stuff just because of the nature of it. Like if you've been reading forever and your introduction to comics wasn't in the last 5 years, you have no real interest in most of what Marvel does these days. It's just, I don't know. But for the most part, my collection reflects my interests.
Yeah, I'm on some press lists, so I get a bunch of PDFs like before stuff comes out or as stuff comes out. So I'll read what I want to read or if a new number one. And then if I really like it, I'll pick it up. But I also collect Batman, and I collect a bunch of indie titles that I've liked for a long time. So I guess
you just got a really old Batman, didn't you?
Yeah, I just got the Detective Comics 53.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's coverless, unfortunately. But it's still really cool. It's from 1941.
Heck yeah, that's.
You should print out
They're hard to get in any kind of condition. Like this is crazy.
Yeah.
You should get a cover from Detective Comics #1 printed out and put it on it. Not Batman on the cover.
Then it's not coverless.
No, it'll be a lot more controversial for having the wrong cover and the cover that's on Detective Comics #1.
I think Mark's trying to give you a whack hack.
Yeah, it is. It is a whack hack.
At this point, if that wasn't Detective Comics #1, that could probably get you banned from some social media sites even posting that cover.
Oh yeah. Maybe I'll do it.
Test it out.
Yeah. What about you, Joe? What about you, Chip? I guess, Chip, you go first.
Muted.
You're muted.
What was the question? What do I collect?
Does your collection reflect what you buy pretty accurately, or do you get a lot of stuff for the sake of reviewing or for other purposes?
A lot of I get. I'm probably 50-50. Half of my collection is what I collect, but then the other half happens to be a bunch of stuff that I either FOMO on or I feel like I need to, I get it. and or get it to turn around and flip it type of thing. Turn around and sell it, or I try to read it. Like if it's like a number one coming out, I'll try to get that. See if I like this. See if it's something that hits with me. If it doesn't, I just purge it off and keep moving forward. So
That's cool.
I think I've sold one thing that I did sell that I regretted selling, which happened to be the number one. I've had like the first like 5 or 6 issues for the longest time, was that Something is Killing the Children. And when I first started getting it, and then about 3 months ago, I was like, oh, people are actually starting to buy this thing. Oh, cool. I'll go ahead and I'll sell mine because I didn't even read it. Next thing I know, I'm like, I read it finally on digitally, and I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. It's like, seller's remorse.
Of course, it's the one thing.
Yeah, exactly.
When I read it, and like, I didn't hate it, but I maybe I just didn't get as excited as everybody else did. Like, it just seemed very slow paced to me, very little dialogue, very little information coming out. And it's just like, I don't know. I'm not like I said, I don't hate it. It's a decent read, but I don't see the hype that everybody's propped it up to justify the prices for it. But then again, I'm kind of a douchebag and I say stuff like that.
Yeah.
I have the pleasure of reading it in trade form first. So it was very enjoyable, especially in that format.
Yeah.
And that kind of got me to get hype into it, to just kind of stay with it. But now reading it on an individual issue, it's not nearly as enjoyable as collective, but it's still really good. That last issue was a curveball, waste of money though.
Yeah, that was a little.
Yeah, Travis, I've backed a bunch of Kickstarters. Honestly, so many that I can't even keep track anymore. I backed the last Lemire one. It's like a Cosmic Detective that should be coming soon. That one of the first ones I ever backed was one that a guy sent to me on Twitter. His name's Adam Lawson. We actually reviewed or interviewed him, and I'm getting that soon. I kickstarted it last January, so it's been over a year, like a year and a half. And I should be getting it this month. But I've read it all already because we got like the PDFs as they came out, and I can't wait to get that one. And then his other book, The Kill Journal, that came out. The last issue for that just came out, and then I'll be getting that physically probably by the end of the year. What's another one?
I'm doing. I did the Kickstarter for Delta Dogs. I don't know. We've interviewed those guys. I really like that story.
Okay,
here in Virginia. About cousins. It's really good. He kind of took the writer. The writer's kind of the focus on this one because the art's it is what it is. But the story of it is just really great. And I backed that one. I backed Berserker on the top tier. So I'll be getting all that stuff at the end of the year.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I went ahead and I went. And it wasn't even a FOMO thing for me. It was I really like this concept. How do I make this happen? Just give them lots of money. Yeah. That's what I did.
What would you get for that?
A top tier, I did $500.
But what do you get for the kickstarting?
I'm going to get all the floppies once they're all printed. I'll get the trade back, the hardbacks for it. I keep getting digital art for it every week, but I don't know what to do with that stuff. Yeah. I got a signed, or I'll be getting a signed copy from Keanu Reeves, issue number 1, the foil. That will be coming too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it just came with tons of stuff. It's like crazy generous. I mean, is it $500 worth? No, but that would kind of defeat the purpose of being a fundraiser, right? But I'm happy about it. I like the pacing of the story. I like the fact that they're keeping information from us right now, because I'll buy the floppies and I review comic books and I gotta have the newest stuff. Yeah. So I'm buying the floppies for it, but in the end, I'm going to end up with a really sweet deal. Maybe I'll redo the bookshelf or something, put it all back there. I don't know.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah. All right. So in your collections, right? Your actual collecting comic books. Mm-hmm. What's your holy grail for 2021? We'll put it that way.
Like we already have or are looking for? Looking for.
out in the wild that we can put out there and hopefully get it as an A-OK.
Well, shit.
That's why YouTubers do that. You know that, right, fan? I just tell the chair. That's why we tell you what we want, because
Yeah, that's the only reason
Yeah, that's-
for AOKs. And that's why everyone has my address too.
That's why this box is so big for 2 comics.
So I'm going. I just got like my big one, which was Edge of Spider-Verse 2. And I don't have it yet. It might come today. It might come while I'm on stream, actually. But my next one is I'm looking for the first appearance of Spider-Man Noir, and that first appearance is in Spider-Man Noir #1.
Yeah.
Shockingly.
Yeah.
Isn't that a crazy first appearance? And then I'm also looking for the first appearance of Peter Porker. So I guess that those are my grails right now. I wouldn't consider either of those grails, but those are the ones I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Nice.
For me, it's ASM 50. I've been trying to get that one, and then I'm also looking at ASM 15.
And what are those? Because everyone always says these, and
The
I
numbers.
don't know.
Okay, so ASM 15 is the first appearance of Craven,
Okay.
and ASM 50 is the first appearance of Fisk.
Okay. Wilson Fisk.
Yeah, Wilson Fisk, and it also happens to be the reason. And it's funny because I'm one of these guys that hey, this is the month and the year that I was born, so I'm going to go ahead and collect this comic, and that happened to be July of '67. So I'm like, oh, okay, great. So I've got Thor that
Holy
way.
crap.
Like
You're
Thor.
67. You're old, dude.
Yeah, I'm old.
I was born in 01.
Oh God. I am old.
Okay.
So anyway, so that those are my 2 this year that I'm trying to, knock off the list,
Yeah, I hear you.
So
What about you, Pocan?
yeah.
So my collection's kind of weird. So what basically the stuff that I review, very rarely do I keep any of it.
Mhm.
There's some speculation I might jump into, but it's really just more fun on my part. But my collection's mostly Golden Age and early Silver Age stuff. But I've been able to pick up some older Spider-Mans and stuff like that, and a couple of collections here in town. So everybody knows I collect the old comic books, but nobody understands what an old comic book is. So I go through their garbage from the Bronze Age, and it's like, I want $500 for it, and it's all garbage, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So for the most part, there's a couple of obscure comic books. Basically, anything that was on the Comic Code listing as deviant is pretty much what I'm trying to collect.
Okay.
Back when they did the burning of the comic books, and like there was like some serious books out there that got a little weird, and really I'm looking for their cover art. I think the last one that I saw was what was it? It was a Rangers Comics number 9. Guy had it, and he wanted, he just wanted $10,000 for it.
Oh, that's all.
Just 10.
We got 2 of them.
Yeah.
I'll take 2.
And mind you, these comic books are generally, you're not seeing any 9s or 8s or anything with these comic books, so they're going to be rough. But I like a lot of the cover art from the earlier 40s, 50s, early 60s, that kind of stuff.
What's the oldest comic you actually own?
I actually have a Penny Dreadful from the 1800s.
Holy crap.
Oh, whoa.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's before the 1900s.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
So what is that? That's Silver Age, right?
Yeah, right.
I think it's
So
platinum.
Stone Age.
It's old age.
and technically it's considered a comic book. So I count that. But other than that, my next oldest comic book would be a Space Adventures from 1932.
Nice.
That'd be the next one in there.
Wow.
That's cool. I don't collect old comic books, but if I ever saw one that I could afford, I would just buy it. Like that's basically what I did with that Detective Comics. I just was like, I can afford it. It's old. I want it.
Yeah.
I love people that don't know comic books or understand comic books say something when they don't know anything when they say things like this. Well, let's work this because it's a 10 center. And I'm like, oh, what?
It's worth 10 cents.
That's when I hand him a dime. I'm like, I'll give you what it's worth.
Yeah.
You don't know what you got.
Yeah.
So stuff like that. But I am really getting interested. Like I said, like y'all mentioned, those older Batman runs. I just picked up a couple of weeks ago. A guy had some old Spider-Mans that I picked up. First appearance of Gwen Stacy's in there. I haven't had the opportunity to memorize all the numbers yet. That's always impressed me about a lot of these comic book collectors. If you say ASM 15 there, first appearance of Bullet, like they just start rattling that information off, and I'm just like, it makes me feel like stupid.
Yeah. I think I'm learning. I feel like I'm getting stuff down, but man, some people just know them like that. I'm like, how? And then they'll say them all in a row, and everyone's just like, oh yeah. No one ever says what it's the first appearance of.
Yeah.
Like, please teach everybody while you're doing this.
They're saying words.
Please, because I'm learning and I have learned a bunch, but when people just gloss over it all, it doesn't help me.
You want to talk about somebody with a cool collection? Mars Comics, when she did her video entry, she's one of those people that was showing it off. And first off, I think it's safe to say everybody was surprised that first it was a female, right? Like, and here's why: because when she first started popping into the chats and everything, like, who is this person? So we do a quick search on YouTube, and there was a Mars Comics, but it was like a 17-year-old kid from like 2017. Right, it was a guy, and I thought I was like,
so you social stalk all your viewers?
Damn.
Yeah,
the truth is out.
Yeah.
Well, when we say 18 or older, just saying. So I was like, and that's why when it was like, hey, I don't want to do a video, it was like, no, you got a YouTube. I kept saying, no, you got a YouTube channel. Just re-access the channel. And then when she popped up and then started showing off the books, I was like, oh, damn.
Dude, when she dropped that Will Eisner Spirit, I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Like, this is about to be good. Then she threw in the Leafield Peach. The cover that she did with the Black Panther for Peach, I'm like, you just made me reassess my whole train of thought on this question. Because that cover was not even in line with normal Peach stuff. I'm like, this is gorgeous. And the best part about her doing that was, if you look in the background, she has nice pieces of art that have nothing to do with comics, like right behind the comic. So I'm like, okay, so she clearly appreciates art, period. And then when she gets her perspective,
I stalk people, you're looking at people's background.
Zooming in.
That's all you get. No, it's close. There's two big pieces of art right here on the screen, and then the comics on an easel right in front of it. So that's all you see.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. I pay attention to my surroundings, Joe. But
you would think Joe would.
Yeah, you would think.
I would.
While he's approving loans.
Yeah,
when she starts getting bulletproof on art, like, and everything, and like when she's like, I know people say Rob Liefeld can't draw feet, but there's feet right there. That's how he draws feet. That's how he does it. And like, just gives more insight on just how she interprets art and how she appreciates art. And I really appreciated that. Like, it kind of like every now and then you watch videos, you get little light bulbs that go off. I had one go off, but that cover that she presented of Peach Momoko's Black Panther, that was outstanding. It wasn't just like a minimalist style drawing like most of her stuff is. It was like an art piece.
Yeah.
Hey Joe, because I've actually submitted, but I haven't seen any. I've seen Mark's, but I haven't seen anyone else's submissions. Is there a place I can go check these out?
If you put Would You Rather 2 in the chat, you should get the playlist that they've compiled of all the people's entries.
Wait, what do you do?
Type in Would You Rather 2.
Oh, okay.
Hashtag hot dog and tater tots.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And they've been putting all the videos together on a playlist.
And that's in YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if
there's Mars Comics right there.
But most of them are,
All right, cool.
Oh, yeah. And then she started throwing bangers in the video. She's like, I really like the X-Men, like DC, and then X-Men, and then New Mutants 98. Like, just casual.
It was the most gangster thing ever. It was like just a nice mention, and oh, by the way, drool.
Starts dropping heat.
That's
Like,
awesome.
and yeah, and
That
I
is
did
awesome.
buy. This is the first comic I ever bought. This exact copy right here. I'm like, yeah.
That was awesome. That was so gangster when she did that because I was like, oh, look, she's being nice. Probably a modern comic book. And then I was like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Slotty,
Oh,
slot,
what's that?
slot. What's going
Thank you,
on?
thank you for the submission, Mars. These things are fun to watch. That's what I was mentioning earlier. Like you know, it's not normally advantageous to try to talk more and more people into submitting into a giveaway contest. You know, which ruins your chances. But I've been trying to hype and talk it up because of the content you get for it. I mean, that it is absolutely enjoyable and like it's all well and good and it's all fun and everything, but it's very insightful. You know, like into how people collect and their perspective on different things. Y'all touch on a lot, you know, with the artists, like your thoughts on alien invasions. Like there, it goes to that because that's like, where's your tactical mindset? Like, how do you think tactically? Like, there's a lot more to it when you want to break it down and like look into it.
But that's why we always try to be, even in my own contest, Mike is very good about asking the type of questions to really get people to engage and draw on it. Because we used to do the villains contest over on my channel, and he would come up with it. And the concept is, you know, we all relate to a hero. Everybody's a hero in their own minds, whatever. What villain do you relate to and why? And you can't do any anti-hero bullshit. Like, you're a horrible person. You know you are. Which villain best represents the bad parts of you? And like, we thought for sure, like, people would just get upset about it, but people dove into that head first and just had a great time with it. And they would show their little comic book. You'd get some obscure references and stuff like that. And it was really fun. So Mike's really good at asking those. He is a natural born comic book collector and very intelligent when it comes to comic books. And he knows how to ask those questions that gets those hardcore collectors out and talking. He's really good at it.
That'd be a good one to answer. What villain would you want to be?
Yeah.
Slot, did you enter the Would You Rather contest, the 7-question video entry thing?
I did not.
You have.
I watched your video and I thought that was awesome.
You probably have till roughly, I don't know, 3 p.m. real time today to do it.
So 12 o'clock fairy time. All right.
Yeah. It only takes about 10 minutes to shoot it at most. If you're just like doing it like just getting it out there and doing an honest go at it. Joe, can you drop the link that video Huey did, the quick recap? You know how he did the quick questions.
Yeah, I can do that real quick. Give me 2 shakes of a woolly lamb's tail.
All right. Would that be 3 shakes of a shaved lamb's tail?
Sure.
What you got? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you're just showing me. You're not giving it up.
My goatee's growing back nice, Tyler.
Oh, it came back quick. I've noticed the very next video, like there's like some.
Yeah,
shadow movement.
it just like instantly grows back. That's
Is
the
it
only
only
reason I
grow
keep it. Yeah, basically, I don't really grow any hair anywhere else on my whole body.
You're like a seal.
Yeah,
whiskers.
I'm just like a
All
seal.
Whiskers. Yeah.
Tyler the seal.
Nothing but whiskers.
Man, I woke up this morning and I went to go get coffee and I looked at my phone. I'm like, what are those guys up to? I look on the phone and there's Remy in the shower. I was like, what in the world are those guys doing right now?
The Friday mornings keep getting better and better.
Today.
I look down and Remy's all.
Yeah, you saw Remy in the shower and looked down. We know.
Yep.
Well, good morning to you, Jason. How are you today?
I am doing good. It's Friday.
Facts. That's literally the truest thing anyone has said on this stream yet.
Yeah, it is.
And that's subjective based on where you live.
Yeah, it's not Friday
Or
for
if
me,
you-
I don't think.
Yeah, or if you have the next day off, if you have the weekend off, it might not be Friday for you either.
Thursday nights are Friday for me, luckily. I like being off sync with everything else, you know, because like if we want it, that's our Friday night. So if we want to go out and get dinner, you know, it's not slammed like it would be on a Friday or Saturday. It makes for easy living. Like today, we're going to go run some errands. We're going to go buy my wife a ring, and I'm sure there's not going to be a bunch of people lined up for that. She's been window shopping rings for a long time, and she doesn't normally buy herself like.
So is Biggie. Biggie's always window
Make her
shopping
a ring.
rings.
Yeah.
You should make her a ring.
Mars caught a couple subscribers. If you're in the chat and you haven't subscribed to Mars Comics, give her a sub. Go watch her entry to Would You Rather. It was fantastic. Would You Rather 2, the link to the giveaway is right there. Huey from the Blast and Assassin Comics crew, he does a short video just kind of explaining, recapping. There's nothing complicated about it, but there are 7 questions that you get to answer. That's the entry. It's just answering 7 really fun questions, and they're all in that video. So go check it out. The video is actually funny, too. Huey's not a stale person to watch.
No, he's not. He's a good guy.
And you never know when a Sam Squanch might pop up in the videos because he is in Oregon.
Oh, he's in Oregon too? It's
No,
Oregon, Mark. Come
No,
on.
he's in Oregon. Yeah.
We say
Might-
Oregon just to watch him cringe. He
Yeah,
gets all-
you might be in a different place, Jason, because Huey's definitely in Oregon.
Oh, yeah?
He has to fight Sam Squanches to check his mail every day.
Nice.
You're gonna be on DJs tonight, right?
Yes.
3 weeks in a row.
I know, right?
How much
big
did that
time.
cost you?
Yeah.
About $100 an episode. I'll tell you right now, Jimmy is upset. Jimmy hasn't been on yet. And you know how the Don is.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't have to show up and kiss the ring.
Right? No, it's going to be fun. And I can't
What's-
wait to actually be the judge on the next rap battle. I'm excited to
What's
see
tonight's
the
episode
blood.
about?
Yeah, me too. Me too.
What's tonight's episode? Is it another rap battle with just different contestants?
No. We're just going to chit chat.
Well, I'll be there. And Nick's Kicks and Comics has his. Is he doing his show before that?
The what was 3 up, 3 down? Now what is it called?
I don't know what he
The
changed
poll
it
list.
to.
The poll list.
That's it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I know he normally does that, where it times out pretty smoothly.
Yep.
Yep.
And then directly
Biggie's
after,
going to be
like,
in the rap battle again. That's funny.
like you have the pool list followed like smoothly behind in the mix, followed seamlessly to Blasting and Stashing. It's literally one behind the other, like perfectly timed, where you don't have to pull up the TV guide channel. You just know.
Young people always ask, what do middle-aged people do, on Friday night when they start getting older? Well, you start a YouTube channel and
Think about
talk
buying
shit.
motorcycles.
Yep.
That or buy a motorcycle you shouldn't be on.
Yeah, right.
Right.
However you define a midlife crisis.
I had my motorcycle when I was in my 20s, and I laid it down, and never again have I had another motorcycle. They're dangerous, man. They're scary.
Yeah, my dad's been riding for a long time. He's got 2 bikes now. He's on a bike right now delivering comics that we sold on Instagram.
Nice.
He's got a he likes getting discontinued bikes. Like he has a Kawasaki Vulcan Drifter series. Like when they weren't making Indians anymore, because they started making them again not too long ago. I don't know if they continued to or just did a limited run, but Kawasaki came out with that Vulcan series, and they did the Drifters where they have the big wheel wells on them that look like the old Indians and everything. So he's got one of those, and then he has a Honda Valkyrie that has like the muscle car engine in the motorcycle, pretty much. It's got like it's like a 1300 or 1350 size motor. It's huge.
Jeez. Yeah. 0 to 2 fast in like 3 seconds.
It's not
You're
necessarily
just holding on for dear life.
It's not necessarily the pickup, which it'll pick up and go for sure, but it's that top end that it has and that cruising ability with that kind of motor. Like I've ridden it with him, which we got on the highway and hit like $140. Just and it doesn't even feel like you're doing it. You're just.
You ever been on a snowmobile?
I'm in Georgia.
Yeah. Probably not.
That's a no.
Yeah, have you ever, what are those swamp buggies? You just push the handle and go. A big fan on the back. Me and Willie Nelson ride those. That's what we do around here.
Nice. Mark's like, I'm on swamp people time over here.
I am like we have a river on one side of Augusta, and then we have Finney Swamp on the other side, and I mean there's a lot of cool stuff to do by the river, but they just put our county jail in Finney Swamp, and that's Augusta.
Yeah, I had a trip to Minnesota for about 6 months, and that is just too damn cold. I couldn't live in some place like that. But the snowmobiles were fun. They're like just as fast as a motorcycle.
I would love to ride one.
They during the summertime out there, they have they get all drunk and they have contests and see how far they can ride them across the water before
They do
before
that
they
in
sink.
Canada too. Yeah, I've seen that. We were in Alaska on a hunting trip and we took snowmobiles. Those things are fun.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard too many stories about people like getting decapitated
Yes.
from them, so I'm
Snowmobile?
scared of them. Yeah.
What
They
happens?
they ride across the, like Minnesota where my buddy lives, like literally his house is next to all this farmland.
Yep.
And there's fences in between the property lines. And when you're out there riding, sometimes, you get like 3-4 feet of snow and you don't see stuff and you're going like 60, 70 miles an hour and you hit a barbed wire fence. And
Yep.
that's what,
Now, do y'all remember that show from the early 90s called Rescue 911? And
Yep.
it was literally just a show that played 911 calls, but they reenacted them, so you had it visually as well. There's 2 episodes I remember vividly, and one was a kid leaning back in his chair in his kitchen, because we had the sliding glass door in my kitchen growing up, and he fell through it, and got like stabbed by tons of pieces of glass. And the other one was a guy on a farm riding his 4-wheeler, and he ran into a barbed wire fence, and a bar went straight into his jugular. I remember that. He didn't get decapitated. I guess he should have been on a snowmobile.
Yeah, well, because
Good morning,
you can't stop it. Like you're right above the thing. So just
That's
yeah.
nuts.
I mean, here in Indiana, it's nothing but farm everywhere. So you just see that and fences everywhere, and you see snowmobile tracks everywhere in the winter.
And then just a little patch of blood. Oh, the fence is over there.
Yeah.
warning, low fence, duck.
Yeah.
Have you guys read Basilisk this week?
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you guys like it?
I thought it was good, but it kind of needs another issue.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, it's kind of
Like we like just kind of got to the point where I would be like, oh, I need to keep reading to see if I'll like it. But it wasn't bad. There's nothing bad about it.
No, it's boom. I thought for sure it was going to be another good one.
Yeah. You thought it would just be amazing right away. I don't think we've talked about Firepower yet.
Go ahead.
I'm only,
You almost started.
honestly only up to issue like 7 or 8. Like after the old man basically almost died and they drug his ass back to their house and stuff. That's like the last issue I read. And then whenever, maybe it was a little after that, when the wife started finding out that he was still had, feelings for the other chick or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a few issues behind. I kind of lost a little bit of interest.
Yeah. I think that was like the last issues that I like enjoyed, the ones that you just described. I don't think it's been bad at any point, but I don't think it's been that good either. It's just kind of fast and that's it. It's over.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel too. It's kind of just fast paced and not as much story to it as there should be, I don't think.
It gets worse.
It gets worse.
Yeah, it gets faster and less story.
So the complete opposite of the Nice House on the Lake.
Yeah. Complete opposite.
I read that and I didn't even realize it was DC at first.
Yeah.
It's the first ever creator-owned DC property. So it's not... I don't even really know how to describe it or how to understand it. It's like DC, but it's not technically DC. It's owned by Tinian. So it's basically an indie book that DC is putting out.
Nice. That's why it's so damn good.
Yeah, it's exactly why it's so damn good. I'm assuming like Tinian had this idea. He was going to go to Image or something, and they said, no, we'll put it out for you. And he was like, no, I want to own it. And they said, sure, just own it, and we'll put it out. I'm assuming that has to be how it went, right?
Did you hear that, Mark?
In all sincerity, there's a musical episode of the new season of Lucifer, and my little girl came running up in here and grabbed my finger because when music plays, she grabs me or mom, and we have to come dance with her. And you don't say no when a lady asks you to dance.
No.
Yeah.
But what'd you say?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. No good. That's exactly how I felt.
How about
About Tinian?
Tinian and the DC and the Nice House on the Lake. I didn't realize it was a DC book at first.
Yeah. See, if you keep up with this channel called Legion of Comics, they do this thing called At Week's End where they talk about comics, and they told the people that watch how this is a really cool thing that DC is doing with Tynion or Tynan, however you want to say his name, where they're clearly trying to keep this guy happy because he's so hot right now. They're willing to do a creator-owned title, which I think it's only the second time that DC's ever let someone creator-owned right under their banner.
I thought it was the first, but maybe it is the second.
Double check, but I
It
thought
doesn't. It
first.
doesn't make any difference. Who cares?
But then I heard that it was a second, and I didn't care to verify because it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And,
Be right back. Need more coffee.
we miss you already, but yeah, for them to do that, to give him that 100% creator freedom and trust that he's going to do something that stays within their brand is awesome. It's great that Black Label exists, or AKA 2021 Vertigo, where you can do properties like that and you don't have to worry about messing up your brand. It's playing into your brand. And I think I love the Black Label banner. It's so much cooler than doing Vertigo because you're still putting your own company out there and it's getting the attention that it deserves for awesome stuff. But he crushed Nice House. Like, it was a flawless first issue.
Yep.
Like all the little news articles and all the little captions and all the little text
Easter
messages.
eggs.
Yes.
The Easter eggs in there were awesome. The Tiny Onion had a shout out. I'm not going to spoil anything about the story or the book because it's one of those that are so good that you need to read it for yourself. If you go and look for spoilers, you're dumb. Just the only thing you need to have spoiled is that it's worth going to read for yourself.
Yeah, just go read it. It's so good. The first like 10 pages were really good. And then we started getting into like all the character profiles, and I was like, I hate when stories do this. And then after the third one, I was like, man, I love that.
Man, I love when stories do this.
Well, he just writes it well. He basically tells you in each one who's going to be important and who's not.
Well, and by the time you get to this issue and you look back at those like kind of character introductions, those profiles, there's so many potential meanings to it.
Yep.
And why they're in the book. It wasn't only just for the sake of the reader. It's for the... What are you doing, Psycho? It's for the sake of the story as well, because I'm going to get into it on Sunday, but like I can't wait to get into it all the way down to the symbolism in the book.
Yeah, the little symbols. That's exactly what I was going to say. I love that. And it's on the cover. I remember in the cover, I saw those symbols, and I was like, what are those? And now we know.
Yeah, I'll be there this Sunday. I had stuff to do this last Sunday, so I missed it. But yeah, I can't wait to hear you guys talk about that book. There's so many things, so many questions I have to. Yeah,
hop on and talk about it with us.
I will. What other books are you guys talking about?
All of them.
They literally talk. They go through all of them. Everyone you've read, do it.
And that's a good thing. Like, Vet picks up more Marvel stuff than I do myself. Ryan picks up more indie stuff than I do myself, and I pick up more DC stuff than they do. So, we're not all three going to break down every book, but if we crisscross on them, we do. If we don't, someone's got something to say about them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you guys read The Chariot at all? I think it's Aftershock.
No, I haven't. I heard the issue 1 was good, and that's really all I've heard.
Yeah.
Out of Body. Anyone pick up that one?
I did. I haven't read it yet, but I did pick it up. I picked up the 1 in 15 variant somehow too.
Nice. So there's a lot of great indies that dropped this past week, and a lot of great non-cape comics, really, because with Nice House not being an indie. But
yeah, the Chariot's a really good book. It's a super spy that dies in her car, and her consciousness goes into the car. And then later, some guy is like being chased by these people, and he runs into this junkyard, and the car saves him, and they develop this bond. And then, like in issue 2 and 3, you get more backstory about the agent and her sister, and it's a really good book.
what was that 80s cartoon that we were talking about a week or two ago with the guy who transforms into the car but keeps his head?
Oh yeah, we were just I don't know. It was so
I can't remember what that was.
Hot Rod,
Turbo Kid, something like that. That's all that I can think about. Is that kid body morph with wheels for arms and legs?
His face stretched out.
God, it was so awful. It was hilarious.
Chariot.
Yeah, Chariot's good.
Thin.
It's kind of got that Knight Rider feel to it a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds good. That you definitely sold me on it just from that. I didn't even know any of that.
Yeah, I'm sold. I'm definitely going to pay more attention to you talking about it moving forward.
Yeah, it's a good book. It was like one of those books that I didn't realize. You know, it's one of those you grab those cover buys you grab, and you're like, oh, it's a number one, and you read it, and you're like, oh, well, that was actually kind of good.
Another one I saw a lot of people pick up was Moth, M-O-T-H, Moth.
I don't know
I
what
ended
that
up
is.
getting that one.
Have you had a chance to read it?
I haven't read it yet. No.
Does anyone know what it's about or anything? It's a number one in my right.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll look. Cool. Emmett.
I want to think. No, that's the out of body I was thinking of. That's more about a guy in his like out of body experience, and
Yeah,
he's
the
like,
whole astral projection, right?
yeah, yeah. But the Moth, that's like got that chick on the cover of it, right?
Yeah, I'll be back. I got to dance.
Oh,
Yeah, I always leave when everyone leaves.
oh boy. Hi, everybody.
I usually do that to Ryan, but Ryan's not here today.
Yeah, I was like, where's Ryan and where's Chris?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I got it
I didn't think
There
about
it is.
Chris.
strictly for the cover because I thought the cover was cool looking. So with it being,
Yeah, I did not even see that at my shop.
it's a AWA Upshot.
Balls.
I have no idea what it's about.
But it's about moss.
It could be.
Let's see.
Kind of show like some of the
Ooh, the art looks cool.
yeah. It's cool. Then they go into
Oh, and that looks way different than the other one.
yeah. So
Wow.
yeah, it looks like it'll be an interesting. Not a lot of words. I mean, a little bit here and there, but
That's nice though, sometimes. Unless
Sometimes.
it's firepower.
So
Did y'all,
yeah,
did y'all
I'll read it.
Power earlier when I jumped off?
Yeah, we did.
It was short.
Yep. There's
Very
not a whole lot to say about it. Not a
I know
whole,
that after this issue, I know that Ryan decided to drop it.
I'm done. This was it.
Oh, that's what
Oh.
that's about. That's right. She has a limited amount of power, and when she uses it up, she dies.
Oh, that's
I
right.
think.
That's right. I remember
So-
reading about that.
It's almost like Spawn, right? Because isn't that how Spawn was too, right? At first,
Yeah.
like he has a limited amount of power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds really cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah. All right. I remember the premise
Well,
now that he said it. So
Simple Simon,
yeah, glad I got it.
don't worry,
Oh,
man. We understood what you meant, not what you said.
So every once in a while, like on my reviews on Twitter, I'll get people that disagree with me, which is great. That's fine. But I got one that
How dare they?
But this time I got somebody who responded to me. I'll read it. I'll read what they said. They said, it's like people have no concept of chapters in a story. Clearly, there are things that are about to happen. This is just the end of chapter 2. That was their response to my bad review of Firepower.
Clearly,
So I
some
don't
people-
normally get things like
Yeah.
that.
That's pretty awesome for someone to be so offbeat with their attempted
Yeah.
response and rebuttal, because clearly people do understand that things have chapters, and clearly they can see when reading this book that Kirkman doesn't understand that, because
Yeah,
we went 12 issues without a single story arc, with one smooth story with no content.
Well, you can say that back to them. I just liked it.
Oh, I don't quit.
What was what was the point of bringing out all the chapters in issue 0 or whatever before releasing issue 1?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
That's not following chapters.
Yeah, we had the best story arc before it ever started.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only story arc. before it was-
You're right. It really is the only one.
Because you shouldn't go 12 issues without a definitive anything, like some kind of development, this or that. It's just been
Well, Mark,
It's been so
I hate to tell you that you have no concept of chapters in a story, and you clearly don't know that it's the end of chapter 2. I don't know where they come up with that part. But
Yeah, where's chapter 1?
I don't know. It's the end of chapter 2. Duh. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Nice.
So, another big praise for Nice House on the Lake. Amazing. It's definitely a good adjective for it. I see. What's in there?
And Basilisk. Have you read that one yet, Chip?
Nope, I haven't read. I've got a nice little stack here of comics I got to read.
Have you read anything yet?
I did actually. I started thinking about it. It's like after you asked me,
no.
no.
Have you read that one? Nope.
I've got. Let's see. I'll be reading today. My reading will be Swamp Thing.
So good.
No, you don't like that.
It's that cover now.
Is that Justice League?
That's the Sensational Wonder Woman.
Okay.
I don't even know what that is.
And then the Batman. And then these two. Moths and Basilisk. So
I want to know what you think of Moss.
Y'all read Batman?
Yeah, I read Batman.
I've read Batman.
Yeah, it was for me, it was a surprising good read. This single issue comic, putting it into Tynan's what he's done since 100, it's still a garbage run, but this issue addressed so many plot points that he's just been throwing out there. Like, it did a little bit of plot correction with Ghostmaker, with the whole mask thing, and simple dialogue where it kind of fit into the dialogue where it wasn't forced into it.
Mm-hmm.
They address the Poison Ivy tease a little bit, which actually builds on what was happening in Swamp Thing and kind of answers that mystery as well. We obviously have the introduction to Peacekeeper number 1 in this, and he is a straight Terminator.
Yeah, he's a badass.
He came out strong. That was a great rollout for him.
And they confirmed that he's a psychopath.
Yeah, they confirmed that subtly 2 issues ago when they point out that he comes from a long line of law enforcement psychopaths.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Tomorrow liked 109 as well. Oh, his opinion's out the window. 106. Okay. No. I'm just messing with you, Manny. Yeah, I have not been happy with it since 100, but
Yeah, I was gonna say since early hundreds for sure.
I'm quick to call stuff. I'm really quick. I called Firepower to issue 5. Like, this is going nowhere. I called when Batman 101 something dropped and we were still pre-Future State, I'm like, guys, this is about to be filler garbage until Future State, and that's what they did. But they burned some bridges on that last little story arc, and he's done nothing since, but just continue to not get into story, not get into anything. But he kind of hit the ground running with 109. He put out all these plot threads. Now he's pushed them forward with this issue. Let's see where it goes from here. I'm hoping that we see the Poison Ivy plot thread that was introduced a few issues ago actually get handled in Harley Quinn's book, which I'm not picking up, but that's the proper place for it.
Yeah.
Like, Poison Ivy is not relevant in Batman's current life. She's always relevant with Harley Quinn. And even after 109, they kind of remind the readers of that and point that out. So that would actually make for proper, decent content for Harley, because I don't imagine a Harley Quinn book being a relevant read to keep up with DC Comics. If you like Harley, it's great to have, but you don't need it to keep up. But to give Harley some weight and give it some actual good story and pay service to the fans that do keep up with her, that would be a great thing to address over there. So hopefully they spread some of these plot points out.
Yeah, Tinian is just writing so much stuff right now. He's got to be overworked, you would think. He's got a lot of titles out right now.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, I said I thought it was my favorite issue since like Joker War, but I still just don't really care. And I like the Scarecrow thing, but we're not getting much of it. So
no,
it's just like it's there, but it's just not really there.
And that's one thing that I keep reminding myself, that everything that we're getting, like with the creation and inception of the Peacekeepers and the Magistrate, this is being told in flashbacks. Like, this 90% of each one of these books since 106 is a flashback. Current Bruce Wayne is tied up like the Gimp from Pulp Fiction being tortured by Scarecrow, and he's remembering everything in flashback. So where does current continuity really lie for Batman? You know what I mean? Like, what does Gotham really look like? Because all we've seen with the current timeline is just him tied up trying to get control of himself.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, right now, the best Batman universe stuff being written isn't Batman. It's Robin and it's the Joker. Those are the two best Bat universe books, in my opinion.
I agree.
Oh, for sure. Those are both so good.
I like the detective that Tom Taylor's writing, and I've been loving Batman Catwoman.
That's good too.
I'm liking that one too. Yeah,
Tom King.
I read that
does
one.
all-
I read that one.
There you
And
go.
Tyler?
I
I can
love what he
read.
does on Max series. It is amazing.
Read your comics.
The format that he uses for all of his maxi series, from Mr. Miracle to Strange Adventures to Rorschach, like just the whole, like, the reader has no more insight into what's going on than the characters that are lost. Like, we literally take the story journey with the characters, and you just wait on that ball to drop. And for Strange Adventures, it was that last issue where they just drop the hammer and everything just, as I say, comes together like butt cheeks, and you just look back on the run and you're like, oh my God, smooth. Like, he just crafts an amazing story, and people get mad at his stuff, or they pretend like they're confused, or with Batman Catwoman, oh, there's so many timelines going on. Like, they're trying to put them in order and look at them in a linear fashion when it's not meant to be. Like, the year and the timeline is not relevant at all to the story that's being told. Take it as a whole, detach, read the book, and see what you pull from it at the end, and just wait when he delivers you the treat. Now, him on monthlies is completely different, just like Tynan on his own creator-owned work that he's crafted ahead of time versus working on a schedule. But dude, these maxi series from Tom King are phenomenal.
Yeah, I like the Batman Catwoman series a lot.
If I hear it's really good by the end, I might read it at the end. But I can't. I don't like the way he writes issue to issue, and I think it works. It can work at the end. So I have to wait to the end, and then I can just read it. So hopefully it's good by the end, and then I'll
I
read
suggest that for a lot of people, man. Like, the only one that I've actually read and kept up with monthly are the ones that are going right now, like with Rorschach, Strange Adventures, and Batman Catwoman. And it's not easy because he adds so much to these books. You know, they're not quick reads. A lot of dialogue. There's a lot going on in all of them, and keeping track of all that's not always like easy. And they come out on time. You know, like, you don't have to worry about that. But you're reflecting a lot when you get ready to start an issue. Like, all right, where am I starting this issue? Let me remind myself what all has transpired and everything.
Yeah.
Totally worth the read for Strange Adventures. You've been picking that up, haven't you, Tyler?
Yeah. I've been reading Strange Adventures.
Like, how about that last issue, though?
Oh yeah, it's like the best story ever that took so long to get there. I've really enjoyed it.
Good analogy.
It's just taken so long for me to really enjoy it. I don't know. I don't like the way he's writing.
See, I go into it expecting to be completely lost and to feel like what's going on. Like, if you don't like that kind of like story, if you don't want to like sit there inside of a huge mystery and try to piece it together, like if you really enjoy speculating on stories, you know what I mean? Like talking to people, wondering where this can go, it is gold. If that's not your thing, if you like it just to be like spoon fed to you, if you want it to be cut and dry or straightforward, not for you.
Yeah, I think this story is for me. I think it's great. It's just taken a long time. Like I said, I think if I've read it all in one sitting, I would like it more.
Yeah, there's so much to digest with that, probably more than the rest. Like with Mr. Terrific's investigation and everything, and just all the backstory with the Picts and everything. There's just so much that's happened. It's hard.
Do you ever work, Steve?
Not really.
Not really. Be teaching kids. You are always on here, and
today's the last day of school.
Steve's got to prioritize.
There's like no one here. So.
Oh,
you should lose the sleeves. Like, it's the last day of school.
Yeah, just rip them off.
Even mandatory.
Get the Wakanda look and rip.
Yeah.
Can they hear us? Can your kids hear us?
There's Tyler. Come on.
No, it's a school for the deaf.
Are there really no
It's a
kids
school
there?
for the
Oh,
deaf.
there's literally no kids in your room.
That's how important he is right now.
It's my plan period. Okay. So,
Oh, okay.
What are you planning?
I'm planning what I'm doing this summer.
To leave.
Yeah.
Oh,
Steve, what is-
summertime. Ugh.
Have you everything from this week that you picked up?
Did I get everything?
You read everything.
Everything except for Justice League.
So I'll go ahead and review Justice League. So what happened in Justice League? Just go ahead and just ruin it.
Reading it. Yeah, I heard that the JLD backup story was even better than the last issue, which that last issue backup story was so good.
See, I haven't read 61 yet either. I have them both ready to go.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it. It's good.
Like that's another title that I pick up and keep. Like it's going to have its ups and downs, but I'm going to stay constant on that title.
You think it'll be better than Last Ride?
No, not at all. Chip Zdarsky is writing The Last Ride, and it's a mini series, so you have a full, complete story inside of a parameter. That you just can't compare monthlies to mini series.
No, you
anymore.
can't.
You just can't.
No, I
Different
agree.
animals. I think Last Ride, especially for me, we got New Gods in there. We got Lobo in there. Like, come on, like I'm about to fanboy all over that book.
They need to have Lobo. They need to like. Did you guys pick up that new Lobo?
Oh, yeah,
and
was it
Otter
good?
book?
No, I was wondering if it was
No,
good.
it wasn't good at all.
Oh,
Don't expect it to be. It's a
It
book
completely-
Frontline Crush.
It completely stunted my brain. All right, so I should preface this. I'm sorry. I don't like it when you try to bring a voice to something, but you use stereotypes to do it. I don't find that to be authentic in any way. And I felt that this comic book did that. It's obviously Pride Month. We obviously, want to give people their voice. And I totally support that. But to do it with stereotypes and then have a problem with stereotypes like this writer says they have, I find that hypocritical. And reading this book, all the stereotypes of a young woman that is in a relationship with another woman, all the typical stereotypes are there. And I found it to be bland. It's a very bland story. And then they tried to make it metaphorical with this whole traveling mug thing. And I was like, that's not a metaphor. That's an allegory. Like you're a writer. You should know the difference between those two things. And
This is the part of the show where Joe shows off all of his degrees behind him.
What about? Did anyone
Who's
else
third
read it?
person?
Did anyone else read it that has a soul?
Amazing, Tyler.
That's fair.
Hey, I didn't say. Joe says it, not me. Joe says it every time he comes on here. I have no soul. I said, okay. Well.
I really wanted more of a heartbreaking story of somebody to come out from the ashes versus I'm super tough and super cool and I'm going to tell you in my own narration. That's garbage. Like that's just bad writing.
So Deadpool.
Yeah.
In all sincerity, like
That sounds like Deadpool.
I love me some Lobo, and I was talking about this with Brent when he asked me when I was talking to him and let him know that was coming out this week, and he asked me if I was picking it up, and I said, well, normally I would for Lobo, but I can already see where they're using this as a spotlight for the Pride Month thing. So you already know that it's not going to be a genuine story. It's just going to be just something written to spotlight Pride Month. So it's not. If I'm just looking for comic content, comic story, that's not what it is. If I wanted to collect something for Pride Month to commemorate the event,
You think it's Pride Month? You think?
it might be. I would say, is there a unicorn on there? I'm just mad. Like, we need more Space Dolphin covers. That cover's awesome.
Yeah, what is that? I haven't seen that
That's
one.
the homage cover. Like, and I was seriously considering that because it's just amazing.
That's nice.
Yeah, this.
Homage to what?
I got all three of them because
Lobo
I'm a huge
one.
Lobo fan. Even this one, I was like, why not? Right?
Lobo is underutilized.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think Lobo's going to be the saving grace to this story.
Yeah,
Really.
I'm hoping so. If it ends up getting good, I'm sure it will not be hard to go back and grab them. But I'm not necessarily a huge fan of Crush. I think that she ruins Lobo's shtick.
Yeah,
Like
I do
he's
too.
literally the last Zarnian. Well, he was. Now he's not, and that's literally his thing. But
He's so badass and he's so powerful and the
Dude.
main man, baby. Bring him
Have
back. Make him
y'all
relevant.
read Omega Men? Have y'all read Omega Men #3? Like, that is one of the toughest introductions to a character ever, despite like his uniform not being his classic biker look. It didn't matter. Like, it wasn't even like it was cool. Like, he walks through that ship like a freaking 80s slasher unstoppable force, dude, and just in the most grotesque fashion, just he's in a competition with his other bounty hunter buddy to let's see who can kill the most, and he wins in spades. Like, it was wicked. Like, it's just so cool. And then he has an affinity for space dolphins. Like, come on with it. It's like Deadpool with his unicorns. Like,
Everybody's got a soft spot for something. I like Jello.
You got a soft spot for soft things.
Yeah.
I like Jello. Like, I like to put it in my bathtub and just kind of soak in it. Eat some
Okay.
Cheetos.
Do you have to eat your way out?
Yeah.
Nice. We've all
Like
been
with
there.
a Jello mold stuck on the inside, looking like I'm in carbonite.
Don't get any ideas, Tyler.
Okay.
Comic reviews in the
Cam
tub.
Joe and
Yellow.
Whack Comics collab right there.
There you go.
Joe, how's the project going? Any more
So,
thoughts or any changes to it?
I've done some test samples. Luckily, I got a bunch of garbage comic books I don't care about. So right now, I forgot. I can't believe I forgot this. So bulletproof resining, right? First off, bulletproof glass isn't glass. Just to throw that out there. There's no glass in it. So I may have to move over to glass, but the problem is that when you mix these three different types of chemicals together, an exothermic reaction happens. It gets hot. It got super hot.
burned a hole through the floor in his house.
Like, it got hot, and I had to. Luckily, it's been raining. I had to take it out of the evil layer and throw it in the driveway to just start bursting into flames.
Oh my god!
So none of those degrees behind him are in chemistry, just to clarify.
So
Pull the Breaking Bad in the bathtub fell through the floor.
and it's
Blood and sludge everywhere.
It's not my first time making this kind of but it's my first time trying to put paper in it. So I have to figure out some way to catalyst the paper
I gave it back
before it gets set in there and a bunch of other big words. But yeah, I'm not that bright. Sometimes my ambition gets ahead of my brain.
So just burn up the comic.
No, the whole thing caught on fire because it just fueled. Because paper traps oxygen in it, and this stuff is supposed to wipe out the oxygen. But if it has nowhere to go, it creates. Think of a Mentos when you dump it into a soda, right? It bubbles up. Same thing happens when you put paper inside of resin, where it's supposed to chase it out. It just. It was so bad.
I bet that was pretty cool, though.
That sounds really cool.
God, I hope you're videotaping all this.
Right? Usually for the testing stuff, I don't do that because I don't want to. Yeah, no.
You should think about it for.
You could always film it and just have it. You don't have to do it
you
live.
Yeah.
You should consider it so that when the life insurance people start questioning your wife, she can be like, "Look, I'm telling the truth."
Yeah. He did this to himself.
He went up in a ball of resin.
Yeah.
I swear.
Well, I did get one that I actually encased, and I just wanted to, again, another test sample where I just used a hard resin, right, and encased a comic book in it just so I would know if my frames were correct, baby steps. And I used a garden, and it came out really great. It's crystal clear, but it's not going to hold up to the torture test, obviously. But
we know you. You're a big fan of torture.
Yeah, I love destroying some shit.
Now, did that start with you as a child in small woodland creatures, or did you grow up to enjoy torture?
So I had every G.I. Joe and Transformer there was. None of them survived a year, but I can say I had that ownership of them. We kind of grew up out in the country. We had a barn, and my dad, had all kinds of cool tools and stuff like that. And yeah, I've tortured Snake Eyes. I've blown up Optimus Prime.
You're like that little next door neighbor from the first Toy Story movie.
Yeah, that was me as a child.
Sid. Yeah, you're Sid.
Yeah, I couldn't keep anything.
I can
I just
relate to
noticed-
blowing up toys. I lived in the country too. So
Yeah, that's what you did.
My parents live in the middle of nowhere.
Literally, they live in. That's not true. They live in the Shire. You sent me that picture, and you were clearly in the Shire.
There's literally nothing around them. It's middle, like exactly what you think of Kansas is what the
Nicholas.
Oh, everybody's.
Saint Nicholas.
What part of Kansas is
It
that?
just doesn't feel like Friday without it.
That's what I'm talking about.
You
Are
live
you
right
coming
outside
home?
that
Are you
house.
going to work?
Okay.
No, I am.
He's heading to your house, Tyler, for a warm-up sleepover.
Tyler, have you guys
Snap.
have you guys shown anybody those pictures I sent you and Nick?
No. We said we'd save them until it's like relevant, so we just don't post it randomly.
It's relevant.
Now it sounds.
Hey,
now
look
it
at
sounds
us.
Like it sounds like a big sex scandal now.
Sounds like a bukkake party.
Did you guys watch Tyler's 10 questions with Jimmy?
Yes.
Talking about sharing a room at C2E2 in the bed?
Yep.
No, he said he's sleeping with Nick specifically.
He did.
They're
Yeah.
sharing. Only thing they're sharing is body heat.
Oh yes, in the picture they are too.
See,
It
and
gets
the,
cold in Chicago.
the funny thing is, Slot goes, "I'm only sending it to you and Tyler, and then whatever happens, it's up to you guys." Now he's here putting it in front of God knows.
Your job just happens to be on this for some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is Nick into? Goatees.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It wasn't
It's grown
epic
back.
thumbnail, though.
The facial expressions are the best.
Yeah, they are. They're super funny.
So now we all need to see it.
Yeah.
You should now that I think about it, Tyler. I should have said,
Tyler's gonna show it.
let's see it.
Yeah, if
You
Tyler
should have had the
does it,
name
Mickey size
Golden
of
Tyler.
does it is pretty epic. I mean, as soon as I saw it, I was cracking up. And as much as I fear that thing being out in public, it needs to be seen.
That is so funny. No, I better not show it.
All right, now I figure in honor of Remy Q's shower
Oh, my
appearance, I'll
Lord.
take you guys through the car wash.
That's too funny.
You got enough
That's
tabs
awesome.
open? My
Where
goodness.
did you?
What the hell, dude?
Yeah, these are just my emergency tabs. Lee always says the same
You're
thing.
holding them so strong.
Sometimes I get on Bing and I just go
He really
crazy.
does use Bing. Holy shit.
There's nothing better than Bing.
I always thought it was a joke.
I did too.
Hey, it had to come from somewhere.
Wow.
That thumbnail looks more like bang.
How do I stop it? Oh.
That's awesome.
Bing.
He really does use Bing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
I'm a Bing boy.
One for the underdogs, right?
Yeah. Somebody's got to use it. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist.
Amazing.
How long have you been on like constantly using Bing? Or do you even use Google at all, or you Bing everything?
Well, I try to go against the current. I mean, if you swim with everyone, you can't be your own person. I try to be my own person.
What is it, babe?
But
Yeah, my
to
watch is
answer
asking-
you,
Is
my computer defaults to Bing, so I just go with it.
oh, so it's just a sheer act of laziness.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That changes nothing. We're still impressed.
Look at Nick. He's got a bunch of sticky white stuff coming across his
Oh
body.
yes, look at that.
This is
So
the,
we've been in
preview
the
show.
shower, we've been in a car wash,
Yeah.
and we've been at school with
Yep.
Steve.
Yep.
Okay, so I have a question.
Steve looks like a kid waiting for the bell to ring the
Yeah,
last day of
he's
school
so-
right
Yeah,
now.
he really does. He is like he's
Oh,
happy to be here, but he hates being there.
Yes.
What Comic Cons are everybody looking forward to doing?
Joe Fest, the only one I'll be doing this year.
Oh yeah.
C2E2.
Yeah,
I
C2
like
C2E2 will be the first Comic Con that I've ever been to in my life.
Really?
Me
Yeah.
too. My first real
Really?
one. Yes, like I've been to
Wow,
like
awesome.
I've been to like the flea market type of comic.
Yeah, yeah.
cons.
Comic
I've never
swap.
been to a real one. Yeah.
Me and Mikey will hit up. We've been to C2E2
Enjoying it.
together, and we've done Baltimore together. We really like Baltimore. But it's not really the con itself. That's it. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some deals, and if you deal in comic books, you can do some trading and stuff like that. But really, it's the nightlife afterwards. It's just going out with comic
Yeah,
book
that's what
people
I'm
and
most
being
excited
nerds
just
and
to
places.
meet everyone's going except for Steve, so it'll be super fun at C2E2.
I'm not going either. Me and Steve are staying home.
Quick pro tip:
You're not going
C2E2. Get an Airbnb outside of the main city, over in the suburbs someplace. That's gonna be your best bet. Otherwise, you're gonna get jacked, and your shoes are gonna get stolen, and you won't be able to buy any comic books. And you'll be all sad and.
Now Chip runs that town.
You'll
I'll
be
tell you that.
fine.
There you go.
You guys will be fine.
Chip, are you really not going? I thought you said you were.
No, I'm going.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, no.
He
Oh,
lives
yeah.
like what 30 minutes from there. You better
Yeah, I'm
go.
right down the street. I'm
Yeah.
not too far
See,
from
he's
it.
even outside of the town. He knows.
Southside. Here we go.
How are we gonna?
Hey, how
figure out
about
the
them Cubs?
itinerary? What are we gonna do outside of the convention? That's my thing.
Yeah, that's what I want to know too.
Hookers
There's a
and
lot of good
cocaine.
places
What
out
else is there?
Yeah. Hookers and blow. What do you-
Steve's like, I'm there now.
No, I said outside the normal stuff. Hookers and cocaine are always included.
That's
Okay,
just
so I guess outside the norm for y'all, I guess go to church.
Y'all need Jesus.
There is some great old speakeasy type bars that still run in Chicago in the downtown area. They're like down in basements and stuff, and you kind of get this whole gangster vibe from it. Those are really cool to get drunk in.
Yeah.
yeah.
I would
Did you
say on
find
the
your way
south
out
side
of
of
them?
town, I would stay away from there. You will die.
They're fun, but you'll die.
Yeah, you'll die.
It sounds like Joe needs to come.
Oh, I know Chicago like the back of my hand. I've been there several times. There, Baltimore. It's a blast. When is C2E2 this year?
December 6th.
December.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be cold.
December 10th through the 12th, I think.
Yeah.
10th to the 12th, yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
It won't be that cold, guys.
December in Chicago. Y'all want to go out and get drunk, and half y'all
No,
gonna
it's
end up
not-
like
it's
Jack
not gonna be
Nicholson
that
in The
cold.
Shining.
I was just thinking that.
Just be out there.
No, my hotel is like in the same. I don't even have to leave the building. My hotel's in the same building as where the convention is.
Oh,
so I
that's
never
nice.
actually have to go outside.
Is Jesse going too?
Yeah.
My wife's going and she wants to dress up one day as like a troll.
Wait. Your wife is going?
Yeah, my wife's gone.
Nice. You guys gonna cosplay too? Because Jesse and we've already been looking at different. I mean, we're not gonna cosplay the whole time, but we're gonna dress up at least one day out of the trip.
Yeah, I might dress up one. I don't want to dress up. My wife might make me.
My
dress
wife
up.
can't go with me to
Did
Comic
little,
Con because
did
she's
little
always like,
glass Tootsie just say he doesn't want to dress up?
cocaine, don't get
Well,
hookers."
I don't have. I would have to actually like buy something, or I don't know what I would do.
Just go as little glass Tootsie.
Exactly.
I'll be. So many people will recognize me.
The rap battle champ. There she is.
Yeah.
Anya.
So Joe Fest is it started out as like that was like the selling point. Sergeant Slaughter's always there, and hence the name. And there's always like toy vendors. There's a lot of toy stuff in Augusta, but they've exceedingly added more and more comic stuff to it. Like even last year, CGC and CBCS was there where you can send stuff off. So Ed, who runs it, I think he like tries to balance it out more and more and make it bigger and bigger every year. So there's definitely plenty of comic stuff there. I know that there's like for me, like it's not an exciting thing, but if you're not local or you don't hit all the stops weekly like I do, but there's 3 comic shops or shops in town with comics that are always there. Plus people from out of town do show up with stuff as well. So there's a good mixture,
Nice.
but it's not huge like C2E2. I mean, it's big for Augusta. You know, that we used our convention center we have here for it now.
We have I guess we have the Rose City Comic Con in Portland, and then there's the Emerald City Comic Con in Seattle. I think it's December as well. I think it might be the 5th.
No, it was after last year in 2020 because me and Huey met up there to go to the, and that's right. They shut it down like 3 days beforehand, and we already had our flights and everything. So we like jumped around to American Legions all over the state.
I have a buddy of mine that throws on a Comic-Con, and he actually is having his on February 12th up in Crown Point, Indiana. So
That's
come on
my
up.
cue. I gotta
Oh,
go.
really cool.
Bye, Steve. We miss you.
Bye, Steve.
All right, bye guys. I got a
The bell rang. He's out.
He's out.
Hashtag stay nasty.
All right, we'll see. We'll
All
see
night
ya.
Everyone
Flash.
cuss. Everyone say your favorite cuss word.
Even puts an ass.
Wrong channel, Steve. Wrong channel, Tyler.
No, I only said that because the kids were walking in the room.
Oh. You dipped
How you
quick
gonna
when you
get
said that.
fired on
didn't
your
you?
last day?
Steve hates me.
So, are there
But
any
I'm
big
poking
names
Tyler
for
a bit.
C2E2? I know this is like the first big con back since everything is. Who's expected to be there?
I haven't heard anyone. I have
They
no
haven't
idea.
really. They haven't
Yeah,
even.
they
Yeah,
kept it
there's
quiet.
not really a whole lot. Like
So I
they
haven't-
have the dates, but they haven't really announced much.
The
of
list is
anything.
out for Baltimore Comic Con. They're out. They're going to have the usual people they have there. That's been released, and Richmond's been released too.
I know, like the next one that I'm looking forward to trying
Right
to
back.
make it do all right is the Heroes convention they do in North Carolina every year, which it's super comic oriented.
Yeah,
And
Heroes Con is a.
I don't know about y'all, but I don't really get hyped up about spending a bunch of money to travel to go to cons to book hunt, because like there's this thing called the internet, and book hunting is not hard. Like I window shop books every day of my life, and when you those magical deals show up or those awesome finds show up, just naturally going to cons, like historically everything's overpriced because you have a
I've never been
concentrated-
to a con, so I
everything's always overpriced. You have a concentrated herd of buyers in one location. Why would they throw out sweet deals anywhere? You have to wheel and deal or spend big money to actually get good deals on stuff.
I go
there's
to
always-
Wheel and Deal. I bring
Yeah.
comic books because I know I'm going to be able to dump them there and get store credit or something. And like I go there to deal.
Yeah.
But for me, the whole appeal to going to cons is always the creators that are going to be there, like going and sitting in on panels,
Yeah.
meeting.
That's what I want to do.
Like
I
I enjoy
do
just sitting-
interviews and meet people.
Yeah.
That's what I'm not really there to buy. And my wife's going to be there, so I can't buy as much.
Yeah, the cons are fun, especially if like 'cause there was a time where a bunch of YouTubers like Comic Core, Blaster, Stash It, we would all meet up at a con. You get to do your live shows there, get to hang out at night. Like that was a thing that we would all do. I think there's even a video floating around someplace of Mikey doing some karaoke singing Metallica.
Oh, fire. I'd love to see that.
And like getting into it too. Like he's all double fisting the mic and
Mike double fisting, nice. I would say there's a first time for everything, but probably wasn't. What is up, Alex from Tapia's Family Unlimited Comics? Comic Vatos Locos forever. Yeah, I'm excited about getting to go do something different, mainly because the Joe Fest thing. There's some celebrities there. There's a lot of because again, it's like very toy oriented from its inception. You get a lot of like voice actors from GI Joes and 80s cartoons and stuff like that. There are a couple of Power Rangers that are going to be there, not from the Mighty Morphin series, but I did end up getting this book included in a purchase, and the Silver Ranger there, he'll be there. This is the only one of two covers that I even know exists with him on the cover. So that's really exciting. I'm happy.
Yeah, that's
to,
sweet. I remember you saying that when you
Yeah.
got it.
Ooh, you look so
Oh.
clean.
So fresh.
Look at that.
I had to get ready for work.
Smells good. Get ready for work.
Sipping on a fork.
Get ready for work.
Just thirsty.
Yeah. Can't work with a dry
I'm-
mouth.
No,
That's what it was. It was like after that shower this morning, and then I came in. I was like, "That's Friday. It's one of those days."
It's a Pocan Joe kind of day.
I'm telling you, Joe, you and I need to hang out a little bit more, buddy.
I'm telling you, bud. My coffee tastes like hate and sometimes whiskey.
After hearing all the stuff that you're doing over there, man, we are right in the same lane, my friend.
Speaking of which, tonight my wife got me a very special guest, and we're gonna go ahead and sip on it during Blaster Stash It. She did one of those things where you make your own type of bourbon, and she literally called it Pocan Joe, established 1976, and then it's simply villainous.
Oh. Cool.
That is awesome.
So we're cracking that joker up tonight because comic books got me drinking hard.
Did you just pick that up with me? 40? Is that just
Yeah.
what normal? Oh,
Ice
man.
cold. Oh,
Yeah, it looks ice cold.
Yeah.
wonderful. Nothing like some parking lot drinking to get the morning started.
Yeah.
Also, that works at Comic Cons too. If they have alcohol and you just like put it all over you to make it smell like your alcohol, and then try to deal with the guy, he'll sell you a comic book for whatever price so you go away. It's awesome.
Yeah,
It's not a Comic Con without a con.
Are you going to C2E2, Remy?
absolutely. Yes, sir.
Oh my God, it's gonna everybody. It seems like everybody I know is going there.
I'm not 100%, but I think because you said you're staying where Nick is, right?
Yeah, I'm sleeping with Nick. Yeah.
I think I'm staying in the same place that you guys are.
No. Oh my God, we don't even need it. We might not even go to the con. We
It's a
might not.
freeway.
Yeah.
My wife will be in there too. So 4.
Well, Angel was the plan was for her to come, and now I don't know if she's coming. So
Ooh.
I know that might be dangerous.
Is that a good or bad thing?
It might be a bad thing. I was like, "Are you sure you don't want?" You're aware of what's going to go down, right?
Got to be someone with some common sense here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're not there to reel me in, I don't know what the hell's going to happen.
My wife
I had a whole bunch of friends on YouTube.
You still got Pocan Joe.
There you go.
Don't I go live all the time when I'm at a con, and I can't even lie to my wife. My wife's like, I saw you drop $500 talking big baller.
I still want to see this bulletproof comic. That's what I'm about right there.
Working on it. We are working on it. I got 30 days. That's the rule.
What's the rule? Whose rule?
Mine. It's the 30-day challenge. All the Evil Air products are 30-day challenges.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a 30-day deal. And really, it doesn't take 30 days, but with everything else, with work, a business, my organizations,
Yeah.
right? So it's just take some time out of the day to go refocus and build something really cool and probably dangerous.
Already proven to be dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Let's start fires over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next project, somebody recommended that I make explosive arrows.
Oh.
So we're going to do that. That's going to be a relatively easy one.
I'm serious, Joe. What you and me, buddy? This is full on right here. I've been waiting to blow something up.
I wish
I
I
have
was
been.
closer.
I've been talking about it on the channel for a while. Like I'm just waiting for that opportunity. Like I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Like what I'm gonna do, but you and me, we're right there, buddy.
Definitely when the arrow one comes out, because we're not going to do the shoot the arrow and it makes a little puff cloud. No, this thing's throwing shrapnel. Like we. So we're going to make that, and then what was another project that Mikey came up with? I need to do the Sword of Omens, the blacksmithing out a Sword of Omens from Thundercats. That's something we're going to do. There was something else too. What was it? Oh, we're going to make Thor's piss. It's a type of mead.
Thor's piss. What does that mean?
It's mead. You know, Thor's always drinking mead. He loves his mead.
No, I didn't know that.
It's
I don't
an
read
alcoholic
Thor.
beverage. Yeah. So I make one called Thor's Piss, so we'll do that on the channel. It'd be kind of a cool thing.
Bring it to C2E2.
It's called Jailhouse Rum, by the way. You can actually make it in your own toilet.
Does it have to be made in the toilet, or is that what? That just adds flavor.
Use some essence with
Adds
it.
flavor, yeah.
Think of it as a nutty flavor.
Yeah. I heard it's
hear
kind of
it's-
shitty.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's exactly it.
And on that note,
Uh-oh.
Hi, Remy.
Hi, Remy.
I feel like I missed the best time of the stream.
Poor Mars. She's sitting there saying, "What the hell have I gotten into?"
No, but the whole Evil Layer project, I'm always open for if there's a suggestion, just leave it in the comment. We'll take a look at it, and we can always figure it out. That's pretty much where all the ideas come from. And they all start off as dares. Bet you can't do this. And I'm like, watch this. And I like it because it opens me up to different skills that I'm not used to, like the Dr. Doom mask. I've never planished or armored metal before. I know blacksmithing, I know welding, but I never actually shaped like armor. So I watched a couple of videos on that, and I was like, good enough. And after about 8 attempts, I finally got it.
There you go. I think next week is Loki. Is that next week?
Wednesday.
Next Friday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. There we go. Yeah. That'll be cool.
That's cool that it's dropping on Wednesday instead of Friday, because that means Friday have more freedom to talk about it.
Yeah, talk spoilers. Is there one that comes out Friday too? Because sometimes, like that Mandalorian, the first one came out Wednesday, and then the next one came out Friday. So it was like right away.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
Good.
You wanted
I
an
guess-
answer. I didn't say it would be the right
We'll,
one.
we'll find out Friday, I guess.
Yeah.
Have anyone else watched Bad Batch? I thought it was garbage.
After about the 3rd episode, I got bored with it.
Yeah,
It was like
same.
Donnie
That's where I was.
Cates Star Wars. Like, give us a team, give us kids, and let's do nothing.
All the guys are going to learn a lesson from the child. That's all that is. And I'm like, really? Come on.
Dude,
That
that's one of my things why I'm glad. Like, there's like for people who read Superman or was reading it or wanted just to complain about Bendis, even though they weren't reading Superman, they used the Jonathan getting aged up as a point of contention. Oh, why they aged him up? They took away his childhood. Like, there's no stories to tell about kids like that unless you're doing like some kind of story like that. Like where like we live where the focus is kids having to be adults, for example.
Right.
Like development is mandatory. There's no choice or forced into something. Like when you're doing like Super Sons where it's just kids being kids and they still have their adults around, and there's only so much you can do. Like I think Dick Grayson is one of the few kids that you saw grow up, and he's like probably the most beloved Robin because of that. Like you see all this character growth and stuff. And aging up Jonathan, I felt like put him on par with Damian. Like for them to be the proper Super Sons, to be their own dynamic duo. Like Jonathan was so outclassed, like mentally and intellectually and just experience wise. But anything else other than that, I pretty much just like hate kid stuff. Like when you add a kid to a story, it doesn't add any value to it. And for that reason, I love that they aged Jonathan up to like an older adolescent.
So it looks like C-List E-Man says that it is every Friday.
So that means we'll get one Wednesday and Friday. Sweet. I hope it's good. I think it should be amazing. They basically have no rules because it's in another universe. They can do anything.
Yep, you can do whatever you want. There's no hard lines, except for the agency that's running it. They have their own rules.
Yeah. But I just mean like Marvel itself or Disney, whoever, they don't have rules because they should be able to just go for it.
Yeah.
Create things out of it. People should be able to die. Crazy universe stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to having Owen Wilson just being Owen Wilson. He's
I love Owen
he's
Wilson.
enjoyable to watch.
I don't know. I was thinking about it the other day, and I like Owen Wilson, but I thought like Vince Vaughn would have been better because Vince Vaughn is
God.
Vince Vaughn in every single movie. Like he doesn't have much of a range, but that quick
No.
talking,
Yeah.
turkey, I thought that would be a funnier kind of play. But we'll see what Owen Wilson does.
Yeah, Owen Wilson does that more like surprise at people's stupid kind of humor. Like
Yeah, it's like like
Vince
that's his
Vaughn
face.
brings Vince Vaughn just brings the humor.
Yeah.
I feel like he started out trying to do like, and we're talking 90s here, but trying to have more range, but he found like something that he was great at, and he started getting hired for that,
Yeah.
which is perfectly fine.
Yeah. Good stuff.
I like both of them a lot in Starsky and Hutch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they have the Dan band in there at the bar mitzvah.
Yep. There are some great moments in that movie. Oh, it's every Wednesday, not Friday. This reporter doesn't have the first cup of coffee. Okay. Well, I mean, that's still more information than we knew before. So it's
Yeah.
okay that you got it wrong the first time because we didn't even know. It's like it never happened.
Yep.
And if you're free, E-Man, the link to hop on is in your Instagram. If you're free, feel free to hop on and hang. No format.
And
Just
tell us
hanging.
more things that are wrong and then correct yourself and then it's still okay.
Yeah. Do a new segment.
Because we
choose your
didn't
own
know.
ending.
We
Yeah.
never even knew in the first place. So still better. Still better than nothing.
That says a lot about us and our interest in MCU.
Yeah.
Like you see this crazy hype engine out there that tries to attack everything that like every word mentioned about something coming on. Then all of us are like, when does it come out? Friday. Oh, sounds great. Cool. Cool.
Oh no, it's when okay. That's
Okay.
cool.
Yeah.
We'll watch it.
Yeah.
Unless it sucks.
Then we'll watch it and talk about how it sucks.
Yeah.
Bringing you, the viewer, the content you want.
I hope it's
like-
good. I never want anything to suck. I hate even saying that things suck because the only reason I read or watch anything is because I want it to be good.
Yeah, I don't plan on wasting my time.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
I'm
why I
the
stopped
same way
watching
unless
Bad
it's an X-Men comic book because I know what I'm getting into there.
Yeah, but again, you,
I don't
you like,
read that.
You like torture. We've established that.
Yeah.
The mental
Are you
gymnastics.
excited for the Hellfire Gala? Do you even know what that even means? Does
I don't know
anybody?
what that is. I've never heard that statement before.
Yeah,
What
it's-
is that?
It's their big party that they're having. It's literally just a party that they're having in the X-Men Island.
Oh,
Giant gala. And it's all about the fashion.
She
Yeah.
hasn't brought it over.
is it really?
Look at her.
That sounds
logo.
awful.
It's crazy.
God, what did I come back to? X-Men talk?
Yeah.
What is this
Yeah.
blasphemy?
Yeah.
Are you reading it, Jason?
I don't even know who the X-Men are.
Yeah. I honestly couldn't tell you many of them.
I think doesn't one of them have butter knives on his hands or something?
Butter knives.
Yeah.
Now he does.
Dude, no, you shouldn't have been doing that. Go sit down.
I haven't
Yeah,
been
fine.
into the
You're
X-Men
doing
since
that.
like the animated series, honestly.
Yeah.
I've never seen that. I've only seen some of the movies.
Yeah. I'm the same way, Tyler.
I don't think I've ever read one comic. Oh no, I've read some Wolverine, whatever, but
Yeah.
that's it. I don't think I've read an X-Men comic. Like that has X-Men in the title.
You're not missing anything.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Like, I know we hate talking bad about comic books, but when it's kind of like a car accident, right? You can't help but look. You don't want to actually see the body, right? But you want to look at the accident. That's how I feel about X-Men. So, like, I'll pick up one of their little short stories, like Way of X, right now. I'll pick that up and I'll read through it, and I'll be like, "Holy crap! It's like this person's never read a comic book before." But they're gonna write one.
That's okay.
Wasn't
Give it a shot.
Jupiter's Legacy canceled?
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Season
But
2.
not that, yeah, we kind of touched on that earlier, but season 2 of Jupiter's Legacy was, but the universe is continuing in Super Crooks or something like that. They're going to do the next season, focus on the villains of the world.
Okay.
It failed, so they canceled it. So they're gonna spin it off because those always succeed.
And we didn't notice it, but he did it to us again. Jupiter's Legacy, and then the correction. He's staying consistent.
He is.
Yep.
Important.
I think I'd rather watch Jupiter's Legacy than Legacy.
What's going on, Scott?
That's it.
Scott, the link to join is in your Instagram. If you are free, feel free to hop on.
Oh lordy.
I'm watching Invincible right now with Jesse.
Is this
She
her
hasn't
first
seen
time
it.
through it?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, what does she think so far?
So far, she likes it. He just went to Mars. Is the episode we just watched.
Okay.
Actually, it might have been an episode after that. Actually,
I think that was the college episode or something. We went to the
No,
camp.
no, it was before that. The Mars one, they go in the Sequids, and then I think the next episode they go to the college.
When
Maybe.
does he almost get killed by Battle Beast? That was before the college thing, wasn't it? Because he was weak at that college fight.
I think it was after. I don't know.
I don't know.
now you have to watch it again, Tyler.
Part of the reason I don't know is because like the first 3 came out, and I watched the first 3 like 3 times, and then I watched like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then like 5, and then 6, and then I watched 1 and 2 again with my wife. So it feels like none of them were in order for me after this first like 6 episodes. They were just like all together in a mash.
I've been loving all the memes that have come out of that show.
Oh
Right.
yeah. And none of them are making fun of the show because everyone has recognized how good it is. Everyone loves it, and everyone like has these funny memes from it. I love that.
I don't think I've heard anyone say they didn't like it. Actually,
No, I haven't either.
I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did,
No.
but it blew me away. I was like,
Yeah.
damn.
Are you gonna read it?
Yeah, probably.
You
'Cause
should.
you said that's like really just the first like chapter of the comic right there, isn't it? That first season.
Yeah, it's basically like the springboard of the entire Invincible series is off of like the end of that first arc, which was how it ended. So
That's why
there's just
I'm
like so
surprised.
much.
I'm surprised Firepower is not as good because
Yeah, I
you would
know.
think.
Exactly. Yeah, well, if this
there
is the
goes Mark.
springboard, then holy crap. Think
I'm
about
hoping
that.
What's so good about Invincible is like the level in which it's playing, because like the whole family dynamic has been a huge part of what's so awesome about it. The mystique and the mystery behind like that dissolving. Like obviously, I've seen plenty of covers and stuff from other books. It's going to get huge really fast with a ginormous universe of characters and everything. I hope it doesn't lose its feel that has brought me into it, just from its natural progression.
I thought it was great. My favorite line in that whole show was, "Yes, I love your mother, kind of like a person loves a pet." I looked over at my wife, and she snapped her finger, and she was like, "You say it. You go."
Look at her, good girl.
He's like, "Go ahead and say it. You'll be encased in resin."
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Tyler, do you have this?
Oh my God.
Noise.
Let's see it again, Chip.
Oh, sorry.
Is that one of those?
And then they failed. They failed to get him out for the next box too. So there's like Omni Man, and I'm hoping. Apparently, they're coming in the next one, so I'm excited about that. Hopefully, I get one of those.
Yeah.
That was the best part of that video. Tyler's like, "I would trade basically this whole box for the art print that I didn't get."
Yep.
Yeah, so I have all these books that I don't need. I'm gonna try to sell them or something. Maybe I'll keep that ash can though. I love ash cans.
So the print was that was an art print from the Comic Tom box.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
Little secret about Comic Tom box is you can buy the exclusives out of it on eBay the day they start showing up for pennies on the dollar.
Yes, you can.
And that's not exclusive to me and Chip meeting because I bought that one from Chip as well as I don't remember which one I got. There's a trade and a virgin, but I bought both of them that day from two different sellers for pennies on the dollar, art prints included with one of them.
Yeah, I think you got the virgin from me with the, and then I sent you the print as well.
Yeah.
For like $2, $2.50, $3 probably. Spent more in shipping than you did in buying the damn thing.
Yeah, because everyone buys these boxes for different reasons, but a vast majority of people buy them to flip the whole box. And they all, and as soon as someone puts it up for auction, you're like, okay, max bid $5.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
only bought this one to get in for the Something's Killing the Children one because I thought that one would not be the case. And that's the only reason.
That's the only reason we bought it too. This is my first time buying. I tried to buy a second one and I couldn't figure out how to buy two. Like I went on his site and you click on it the first time, it's easy to buy one. But if you've already bought one, I couldn't figure out how to buy a second one because I wanted to get Jesse a second one, possibly, maybe get one of the virgin ones.
Mm-hmm.
There's no add to cart like every other website.
Right.
I don't understand. I don't know why it's so complicated, but he lost money because I couldn't figure out how to buy a second one.
Could you try it like on your phone?
I did, and it's what's weird is it takes me straight to PayPal. Like when I go join now,
it sounds like the site's working perfectly.
That's weird.
I just picked up. I just ordered 3 torpedo mystery boxes because they got the prize for the first appearance of the God Butcher, and I don't have that issue, and I wanted it. I don't think, and I hate it when they do this BS thing where it's like you're getting this much in value, and that's not accurate. Their store value in Vegas versus Chesapeake, Virginia, books are a lot higher there, so it's not true value at the end of the day. But I like to gamble. I'm probably an alcoholic, chronic gambler, so it's
cool,
right up my alley.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I've got my torpedo boxes behind me.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
have you opened them?
No, I'm waiting on Chris. We're going to open them together. They're the Iron Man boxes. The one that's Iron Man #1, signed by Stan Lee. Possibility. We both got, I think he got 3 of them and I bought 2 of them. But Canada, for whatever reason, takes like a month longer to mail stuff to.
Yeah.
The Great White North, you have to get the sled dogs together. You have to find a Sherpa.
Right?
We all have
feed them some KD and then they're good to go.
Yeah.
As far as I know, there's just an agreement amongst America that they actually get it at the same time, but we all just hold it for an extra month and say, I don't know.
I was just assuming, like, you know how many postal workers get decapitated trying to snowmobile their mail up there?
That's why. He's going on his 5th mail carrier right now trying to deliver it.
Yeah.
Where is Chris anyway? He's normally on here.
He normally comes, well, when he hops on, it's normally a little bit later.
It's usually by now because we don't usually go too much longer than now.
The last time I was on, wasn't it like it was like 11 o'clock my time? So that's
we did go really late that time.
It was a long time.
It might have been 2 in the afternoon here.
I know it's at 1 o'clock here. I'm like, I got a meeting at 1 o'clock, guys.
Yeah.
6 hours in.
It was time to clock out of work for the day, and Joe's like, all right, guys, I'm heading out.
Joe's done.
Yeah, neither him nor Ryan have hopped on yet this morning on the Instagram machine.
The hoarder side, Scott just said that they increased the Something Is Killing the Children exclusive, increased their order from the printer. That I don't think that I don't know. You're probably right. I don't know. I thought what they did was they like lost some or some got damaged and then they cut it off and then they were able to get some of those back
Mhm.
or something like that. So they put it back up. I don't think they can increase it.
Well, you assume that they couldn't, but
I assume
but if they want
because
more money, I'm gonna put like making money past anybody. Like,
Yeah.
like
but
there's
yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's that one Invincible second print that's limited to 1,000. That went to like 2 or 3 printings.
Yeah.
and like Department of Truth #7. There's a Heat Seekers Comics exclusive Jang variant. There was a trade in a Virgin, and it was a shared exclusive with another shop. They came in, they started shipping out. Well, they came in, they allocated, they sent the exclusives over to the other shop, and apparently they didn't quality check all of them or didn't catch it to begin with, because when they started shipping them and stuff, they noticed that a large portion of them on the back had extreme color rub, like it's a black back to the cover, and a lot of the ink had come off. That's hot off the press into shipping, So they reached out to Image, and I'm still waiting on the fixed prints to come, but that just increased that limited print run, because even though those books like have that damage, that color rub, they still exist,
Yeah.
for whatever reason. Like, what are they going to do with all those books? And they're not going to rip a half cover and throw them away, like, unless Image makes them return them or whatever. But I haven't heard that that's the case with it.
Usually they do have to rip them.
That's what they're
But-
supposed to do anyway.
Yeah.
A couple make it to eBay before it's said and done.
Right.
Yeah.
You think Image is like if a company as big as any company that's producing books is trying to keep up with their schedule, trying to print books, keep in touch with their artists, their writers, and everything that goes along with it, you think they're counting individual copies of returned ripped covers? Or you think they're even counting them at all? Or you send them some books,
Yeah,
they
probably
just,
not.
You know what I'm
But
saying? Like the reality of it.
but at least good
Exactly.
companies will either do it or they have a product that's defective and they don't want to sell it because it is. So they probably would anyway. It all sounds good at least.
Yeah.
All sounds good at least.
Till they have double the amount out there in the world. And then they're like, yeah, well, who cares? We made more money.
Our bad.
Yeah.
Whoops. You would think that they would destroy it. There's probably like a group, like they have their own department, of a group of people that do that, run that department in their business, probably to destroy all the books. So it's probably allocated to a certain group of people within the company, I would assume.
Hi, Chip.
So Chip's like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
No, I
White Shadow.
White Shadow.
White Shadow. There you go.
my browser crashed.
You need to open more tabs.
I
That's what
need
do.
more Bing.
Just use
Yeah.
Bing. You're using Google. That's
I know
why.
it's
Yeah.
what it is. I'm using the
I
Google.
never have problems with Bing. No one's ever on it, so I'm like one of the only people like on the server.
He greets him every day. Good morning, Tyler.
So I was
How are
going to
you
show
today,
you
Chip?
guys. You guys were just talking about how they have all the damages. So I ended up getting this. I thought this was pretty cool from who is this from? IG Comic Store. So I ended up buying this a while ago from IG Comic Store.
Wow.
Number one.
Oh, nice.
But because they had so many damages, they ended up sending the cover tore off of it, so you had a reader copy.
Dude, that's awesome.
Oh,
That was a great idea, I thought. I'm like, why don't more people do that? When they got all these damages, freaking use them. Send them to people for for readers. So this one you never have to open, you never mess with, and so anyway,
that's cool.
that would have been a smart idea. So I just happen to have these here because I'm actually my coffee and a comic was this one, which is the number one for this. But the cool thing about this is the fact that it's all but no, it's all just a sketch. It's just the panels. It isn't any actually words or anything in there. Nothing's written in it. It's all the bubbles.
cool.
It's pretty neat. So
Yeah, that's cool.
anyway, I just happen to have it there, and you guys were talking. I'm like, oh, hey, I actually have that. It's sitting right here.
Well, at least one company is reliable then.
Yeah.
And they used it to like
Yeah.
the customer's advantage, their own advantage, both.
Exactly. They whack hacked it, and
Yeah, whack hack.
Right.
That is a whack,
There
a
you
true
go.
whack hack. I actually do that with most of my books.
yeah, I was gonna say.
Tear the covers off that way you don't damage them.
Yeah. Don't damage the covers. They're all bagged and boarded.
Yep. Oh,
That's fun.
I'm waiting on you doing a case a comic in Jello next on Whack Comics.
uh-huh.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea. We've gotten that recommendation a couple times. But maybe we should do it like in a tub, like a whole tub of Jello.
Yes. That'd be awesome.
We'd
My
make that
favorite
work.
one so far was the keep vampires away from your comic books.
Yeah.
That shit was hilarious.
Yeah. That was great with the garlic.
and it tastes good.
Oh, yeah.
When he started eating it, I was like,
No, yeah, he took that big old bite and he said all he could taste was pepper because of how much pepper he put.
yeah,
on.
he was drinking that pepper on there. I was like, oh my god.
Chicago mix.
Yep. Exactly.
That was crazy. It was good stuff.
Have y'all seen the
Be right back, guys.
photos for Shazam 2?
I just saw him yesterday.
Yeah.
No.
Pull
I
him
haven't
up.
seen-
I am. So there's like 2 photos of Zachary Levi on set in the new suit for the second movie.
No, you're fine.
Sorry for freezing down there, but I just sitting there sweating.
So you can see where the suits kind of just changed for the second movie a little bit. You know, they
Yeah.
don't have any of the CG stuff on it at the moment, if anything. But they changed the texture of it and the bolt slightly different. You know, they went from that in that first one. I know they intentionally were going for a classic look, just straight cloth. You know, and this one you can see where it's kind of New 52'd a little bit.
Yeah.
I think it looks pretty good.
Yep. I hope they do as good of a job with number 2. Hope they don't drop the ball because number 1 was so good.
Yeah, it was a really fun movie.
Yeah. They definitely left that wide open. As long as they don't get all weird with it. Just, you got a formula that works, roll with it.
See, here's a classic one.
Mhm.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
The Augusta Book Exchange said that they give some of the damages to the teachers to give to their students.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, nice.
Pass out a bunch of damaged copies if something is killing the children.
Yeah.
All right, kids, stay in school.
Hey, kid, here's
Yeah.
something I don't want.
Some savage dragon.
Yeah.
Some of that North Force.
Yeah, North.
Comment
Where's
text,
Chris
pick
when
up
you
with
need
a
him?
week.
Yeah, Chris, come on, where are you at?
Yeah,
I didn't even
Working
see
or
that.
something?
All right, we got E-Man up in the building.
Oh, what's up?
What is
Good
happening?
morning, my friends.
All the way from the C-List Villains podcast, and then back by popular demand.
Yeah.
We got
Get
Freaky
that kid
Louie.
right,
from
baby.
or something. Is that kid knocked out on the floor?
Oh yeah, it's going down, baby. Countdown.
E-Man, how are you this morning?
I'm doing good, man. I got home late last night. I went and saw my
Graduation.
my son graduated high school last night. That's right.
Hey, brother.
Awesome.
Awesome.
So
Those
he
photos were awesome. You look so proud.
Oh, I am. I was just so happy. They announced his name. I teared up a little bit. I yelled for him. It was a great moment for him.
Everything
And-
it was supposed to be.
Exactly. It really was. Now I know Jason. I know Mark. Poke Tyler, I've seen you before. Good morning. Poke
Good
and
morning.
Joe, I've seen you. Freaky Louie, I think we said what's up in a couple of chats before.
Yes.
How you doing?
Good to see my man.
White Shadow, is that Chip?
That's
Yeah,
that's
Yes, it is.
Sometimes you don't pick your names; they find you.
Yeah.
It's not after that basketball movie from the 80s either.
He's gonna legally change his name.
You think the shadows are your ally?
Shadow knows, baby.
Oh man, this is great. Yay, man. Thanks, Mark, for letting me hang out with you guys for a little bit. I finally got my coffee
Yes,
here.
sir.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Trying to turn these Friday mornings into just a open invite to community members who, and just kind of let it ride as long as the morning dictates it. You'll see me pop in and out, but yeah, just it's a hangout.
Usually, Mark's not even here. Last time, I don't think he was here 20% of the time.
He just set it up. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. You guys, hold on. You guys take care of the
Where
show.
did you go? You went to Arby's, right?
Yeah, last week I dropped my camera and packed both the kids up because the wife wasn't feeling good, and we went and picked up Arby's.
Like all of a sudden, we just stopped in the middle of talking, and it was like, "Where did Mark go?"
I don't announce these things. I just said, "Be right back."
He just
BRB,
ghosted.
YOLO.
He came back with all these sandwiches. It's like, man, now we're hungry.
I know. I went to Arby's the very next day.
Yeah.
Jesse's like, I want Arby's really bad now.
Yeah.
Let's go get Arby's.
Chicken fingers are good.
Damn it, Mark.
Yeah, hey, it happens. Kids, man. So you didn't get to hang out for long on the podcast last night, E-Man, but they put on a good show. I didn't get to catch it live because I was on Steve's, but as soon as I got off, I fired it up and listened. It was strangely about sports for a long running intro.
I saw that as soon as I ran in. They were just talking nothing about
Warriors.
basketball, Warriors and Lakers. It's so funny. I'll get a little into sports ball talk real fast. Growing up, my family was all about the Lakers. It was back up the Lakers. We watched the Lakers and like, okay, that's all I know is the Lakers. I lived in the Bay Area. I didn't know, and this is my dad's fault. I didn't know that we had a team called the Warriors and that they played in Oakland. And I'm like, wait a minute, why are we rooting for the Lakers when they're in LA? When we live up here in the Bay Area, we should be rooting for the Warriors. And my dad's like, oh, it's because they suck. I'm like, that's not fair. We're supposed to be rooting for our home team, So like I think after the last Laker championship in the early 90s, I switched over to watching the Warriors. But then like that whole basketball strike happened in the 90s. And after that, I kind of fell away from basketball and I just kind of poked in here and there. It wasn't until my sons very recently, they're the ones that got me back into watching basketball, and they're the reason why I'm a Warrior fan. I say I'm a bandwagon fan. I'm actually a fan of the Warriors because my sons got me to care about basketball, and they loved the Warriors. I'm like, you know what? This is my son's team. I'm going to root for them too.
Yeah.
Because that's what a dad's supposed to do. He's not supposed to veer you away from other teams that are in your area. Thanks, Dad.
They suck,
Yes.
dude.
Yeah.
We're the Bay Area, but we're gonna root for Texas.
They suck.
So yeah, I'm a Warrior fan because of my sons. Thank you very much.
Well, catching you up with some of the previous questions that have happened in the last 3.5 hours, what are some of the books you enjoyed this week?
So far, A Nice House on the Lake is leading the way so far. What I loved, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but what I loved about A Nice House on the Lake is that it's a total indie book. That book could have been written and it could have been on Vault. It could have been on Image. It could have been on Boom. It didn't abide by any of the DC rules. If DC is going to be going into the indie realm and using Black Label as their like indie like label, and if this is the beginning of it, dude, I am all for it. Give us another indie label to follow because these artists and these writers need work and they need to find work wherever they can. DC knows that they're going to be able to capitalize on something like this on the indie scene. So, hey, look, you know what? Here's Black Label. Here's James Tynion. Go. And I loved it.
How much
so
do you think it's them possibly going into that area, or like, because we've had a lot of new talent hit DC with Future State. That was something that's really springboarded the success of their storytelling since the start of the year. is they reached out into the ether and brought in a lot of new people to DC Comics for writing and drawing these books and stuff. So how much do you think of it as them possibly looking into getting new talent, doing more of their creator-owned ideas versus just trying to keep Tynan happy and in the company? Because they know that he shines with indies.
I didn't really think of it that way, but I think you're right. Because look at Rom V and what he did with Swamp Thing, right? Rom V, indie writer, came in, did 2 issues of Swamp Thing in Future State. They were fantastic reads. And now he has his Swamp Thing storyline. They brought in Simone DeMeo, who draws for We Only Find Them When They're Dead, and he did the 2 Harley Quinn ones. You know, touching on those indie artists. Touching on those indie artists with Future State. I didn't even think of it that way, but if that's DC's way of bringing in new talent, then that was a fantastic idea. I didn't even see it that way.
Really was.
Yeah, exactly.
You see a lot of these big names, like not jumping ship, but dipping their toes out into indies. You know, we have Jeff Johns, disclaimer, who's doing Geiger right now for Image. You know, he's like the stable boy for DC Comics. So I guess when they knew that was going to happen, they went and they started pulling indie people to them. Like that was such a smart move.
Because indie is the way to go right now. A lot of the comic community still love their superheroes. I know you're a big 2 guy. You love your DC. I know there's people out there that love their Marvel stuff. I jumped into the scene in the 90s and I was all about Image. So like it's all of the indie books that capture my attention. Now that I see DC's dipping their toes in that realm, and some of the DC artists and some of their writers dipping their toes in the indie realm, like it touches my heart and I absolutely love it. And I'm hoping that this trend continues to grow without losing any quality of work.
Yeah. I like the joining of writers in different books and seeing what they can do as well. Like I'm excited for the Spawn verse.
Yeah.
Like all the different writers and stuff writing Spawn. That's gonna be great.
Yeah, I see like a total blurring of lines happening with like in Jimmy on Small Towns. It's one of his questions all the time, asking about why people think there's such a huge influx with indie reading right now. We're like DC is starting the blurring of the line, you know, where they're pulling talent from indies, where they're doing creator owned again with this, you know, like. So I think you're going to start seeing a lot more blurring of the line to keep up with the hype. Give me the big pack. This is the.
It'd be cool if DC Black Label ends up turning into something more like it's indie. That is indie. It's like Image and DC Black Label are technically both indie.
Yeah.
You know, they had Vertigo for years where they did just their non-superhero stuff or their mature reader stuff. It was just a different imprint. So when you're in the store shopping, you don't have a kid accidentally buy a mature reader book. And that's all Black Label is. Instead of calling it Vertigo, it's just called Black Label. So they still get the good branding, which they should do. They should brand themselves properly. So when something absolutely hits, like Why the Last Man back in the day, Fables back in the day, like you want that recognition to your company proper. You know, that's how you continue to increase your brand. So hopefully we still see like more just absolutely amazing stuff come, because right now it's just out of continuity. And because we have the Sandman universe already happening and there are American Vampires already happening out there. So this isn't the only non-cape book, but it's the only creator-owned one out there right now.
Yeah.
So let's see if any other big names can talk them into doing it.
Marvel needs to join the party.
They do, but should they? I mean, technically, right? Disney owns Marvel. Disney also owns a piece of Boom. Remember that. So it's not like
know that.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. So in the Fox deal, Disney earned, or Disney was given like a $10 million minority stake in Boom. So technically Disney's in the indie game by owning Boom. And remember, Marvel can't own anything because they're underneath the Disney banner. They got to do their own stuff, but it's not like they need to branch off anyway. Marvel's already big enough. DC was the one that, you know, went through that crazy restructure.
That's
you know,
true.
that bloodbath was really, you know,
scary.
Yeah, exactly. I was afraid that we were going to lose Superman and Batman. Though I don't read them, there's no reason why we should be losing them. Like, as comic book fans, those are staples. Those need to stay. And I'm glad that somebody else still owns them, and that they're going to continue on for those classic fans that are going to still be able to enjoy them for years to come. Because those two, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, that was really choppy water for a long time when they were when the whole Dan DiDio thing happened, and they asked Jim Lee to step up, and Jim Lee's like, "That's not why I started drawing comics. That's not what I do." I think they thought that if they just power moved Dio out, like they thought Jim Lee would just have to fill that void. And big kudos to him for not pulling a Jeff Johns and overstretching. You know, like I'm not saying Jeff Johns is incapable of doing movies and comics, but he definitely does not have enough time in his schedule to do both at the same time.
Yeah.
And the readers and stuff suffer from poor career decisions by some of these people that we're fans of. So I appreciate Jim Lee for making that calculated decision to not fill that position he didn't think he was like necessarily fitted for.
Here's a question then, bouncing off of that. Now that we see James Tynion bouncing off and doing his creator own, and Jim Lee's, you know, he had Wildstorm, right? He had Wildcats and all of that with Image. Should Jim Lee jump back into the indie scene? And if he does, should he jump on in an established book, or should he create another one from scratch? Now that we know rules, now that there's certain rules that are defined in the indie world, because I would love to see Jim Lee consistently do something again, even if it's a mini series. I just need to see that.
Writing, want to see him write again?
Either or, write and or draw.
I would think if he's going to do it, do something that you're established with to create hype for the market. You know, they're like, hey, remember when I did this? It was super cool. Here's an updated version of it. And then if it does well, right, then launch off your new ideas that you got sitting in the back of your brain. Because they're creative people. There's always something in that noggin of theirs.
Yeah.
And then they'll launch it after that. But just Jim Lee just launching something new out there right now, especially in like an indie market or something like that. There are probably a lot of people that are not as old as us that probably collect comic books and probably really don't know who Jim Lee is.
It's unfortunate to say that's a thing.
Right?
In all sincerity, I remember when I was in like middle school or something and tried to talk to some kid about Die Hard. They said, "What's Die Hard?" And honest to God, it racked my brain because like at that age, it's such a big movie to me. Or Terminator 2, like in growing up, it's like everyone must know what this is. It just like assumed that there's nobody who doesn't know what Die Hard is, but like having those same realizations with comics, there's people out there who don't know who these writers are, these artists are. Like how, like because people get in at different times and stuff, and it just. But on that same token, Jeff Johns stepping out to do Geiger, I don't think anybody missed that. You know what I mean? Nobody missed that who you know what I'm saying? People who didn't follow Johns on other stuff, they're aware of Geiger and picked it up on spec this or spec that. Big name stepping out like that to do something with an indie company, that was a big deal.
Yeah.
I love it too because that's Jeff Johns not abiding by any of the DC rules. See, I'm all about like stepping out of the box, and with Jeff Johns not doing those DC rules books with Geiger and him just saying, "All right, this is my story, 100%." I'm thoroughly enjoying Geiger because it's him unhinged. It's what I told Jen from Comics Will Break Your Heart, that I want to see a unhinged Jeff Johns, and that's what we're getting, and I love it. It's absolutely fantastic.
The only other time we've seen something along those lines was recently with Three Jokers, because it was under Black Label, but that for me wasn't what I wanted to be. It was a good story, it was a great read, but it wasn't what I wanted from a Three Jokers at that point. But Earth One, that hardback volumes that they don't come out in floppies, but Jeff Johns and Gary Frank do the Batman one for that, and it is phenomenal. It is phenomenal. Like that's hardcore Batman right there. Street level, just amazing. And by the time you finish volume 2, which 3 will be coming out soon, but you'll read volume 2, go back and watch the Robert Pattinson trailer. You're like, they're pulling from this. They're definitely they're saying Long Halloween, whatever. No, they're pulling from this. This is clear as day.
They also said that Robert Pattinson's Batman is loosely based on year 2 Batman.
Yeah, it's year 2 Batman itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is him in his second year in the cowl. So
I'm
don't know.
excited for Robert Pattinson's Batman. Honestly, a lot of people give that guy a lot of crap, but You can't hold him accountable for Twilight.
So I saw him on Tenet.
Yeah.
Tenet is one of the most entertaining and confusing movies I've seen in a very long time. I'll go back and watch it and love it and still not be able to sit down and explain it. Robert Pattinson, okay, I'm going to get some shit for this, but if he can develop those skills, I could almost see him as kind of a dopey 007. Don't hate me for that, but I could, because of Tenet, I can kind of see him as a dopey 007, in the future, him kind of changing that role. And I'm not putting it out in the universe for anyone to actually follow up on, but I can see and understand why people appreciate his acting.
Yeah, and Tenet especially, he did a great job. He was actually my favorite character in Tenet.
Yeah.
And Tenet doesn't care if you're following it at all. It's like, you just keep going. It's like, we don't care if you know what's going on. We're going to keep going.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to explain to my wife. To just enjoy it. Yeah.
Mark's on mute.
The noise happens. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on Kickstarters in the indie realms too, and there's stuff that's not publishers. I've actually been paying more attention to it because I'm a proud card carrying member of the Jane Gang, and I don't miss a thing that he drops. And yesterday he just dropped Death Rage #2 on Kickstarter, and he did Eden Sky on Kickstarter.
Yeah.
And he did Snake on Kickstarter, so I backed all 3 of those just to get those exclusives. But if you follow the Cosmic Campfire, he spotlights and interviews a lot of the creators who do Kickstarter stuff.
Yeah.
And you will find amazing stories that, they're working really hard, putting in 150% effort to get their stories out there. And with that much effort and care into a project, a lot of the times they really pay off. You find amazing stuff.
I've backed, I think, 3 projects on Kickstarter recently. Yeah, I did it. Look, you're completely new to the game. Here's $40. I'm down to help you out. I'll get a little exclusive out of it. I'm not in it for the investment. I'm actually in it to help and, to get some enjoyment out of it. It's super uber indie book and see what happens. They're still on their way in. I just recently backed up 3 books. So let's see what happens.
Can you imagine what that $40 really does for that creator when they see that come in?
Oh yeah.
Like that's not a small feat. You know what I mean? That every penny of that goes into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's needed.
There's a lot of cost. There's a lot of cost in writing the comic book.
I know. I saw
the
that
local guy that does comics, right?
What was
Don't you
that?
have a local guy that puts out comics, Joe?
Yeah, Delta Dogs. I just backed his program. We've interviewed him a few times. Anytime I see him at a con, for one, I love his comic book. 2, I love this kid's hustle, and I call him a kid.
That's funny because I backed up, I think, one called Alpha Dogs.
Yeah.
Is that the one about the pit bull?
Yeah, that's the one about the pit bull.
Yeah, mine's about and it's a local.
I've got to take off, guys.
All right, Tyler.
Take
Have a
it
good
easy,
one,
Tyler.
See ya.
Just my
See ya.
brother.
Thanks for having me.
Wondering.
There goes your son, Joe. Gone again.
So yeah, I like that. I backed Berserker at the top tier. What else have I backed? I backed a couple other ones.
Okay, let me ask you this. Since you backed up Berserker at the top tier, and then for all the collectors or so-called collectors that are out there, what did you get that, local comic, collectors didn't get by backing up Berserker?
So I'll get it once it's done printing. I haven't gotten them yet because they still need to be printed. But I'm going to get the complete run in a hardback and a softback. I got the digital art. I'll get floppies once they've all come out at one time. But I'm buying them now because I have a review show that I do.
Yeah, of course.
But I'll get that. And I got issue #1 signed by Keanu Reeves.
Is it just a cover A?
No, it's the foil cover.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Now, how many issues is this? If they have you sitting around waiting on the entire run to finish up to ship to you, how many? Like, I never thought about this. Is this a limited run?
Yeah,
I think it's
limited.
12, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it's 12, something like that. I got to go back and look. So yeah, but you're going to wait a while for it. That's fundraising for you right there.
Hold on, let me
It's
give you
worth
guys
it.
some. Let me give you guys some fake information again. All right, let me see if I can go 3 for 3. Hold on.
Let's get it.
As long as you give us the right information afterwards, we're good.
Okay. All right. So going along those, it is a 10-issue run. Hold on. I'm sorry. Edit. 12-issue run. But yeah, official. It's a 12-issue run. I'm actually on Boom Studio right now. That's what it's saying.
Nice.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, comic vet.
Good morning, sir. This is my first time meeting Chris. I've seen Chris several times. Good morning, my friend.
Morning. Nice to meet you.
Nice
and
to
Louis
meet
as well. I don't know
you.
if I've been in the same
brother,
stream
like
as
all
Louis
people.
before.
Me neither.
Let's do this, people.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's do
Yeah.
Dude, this is like the
I think I
Wu-Tang.
can.
This is
Well,
like
we-
another Wu-Tang clan of comic book podcasts right here. I love it. You know,
We're here for the children, man. We're here for
Yeah,
the children.
I'm not good at this. Bam.
True.
Bam.
Yeah,
Look,
Legion
just
is
enter the
forever.
room. Just throw out the W. Wu-Tang clan.
Yeah, boy.
Whenever I'm still, I don't want to say tainted, but I'm happily scarred by the Chappelle Show when it comes to Wu-Tang Clan. Because how much involvement that they had in the Chappelle Show, that is forever going to be the best.
Oh, that is
episode
the best.
that has
I think-
ever existed or ever will exist. It perfectly timed. You could not make that show today. He broke
No.
down so many barriers that
No.
are much needed barriers. Like everyone's always preaching, like we're all the same, this and that. We're not. Everybody's different, and we need to embrace our differences and love each
Yeah.
other for our differences, not try to pretend like we're the same.
Yeah.
Go watch Trolls World Tour and let them teach you something.
Did a good job. I like Trolls too.
I
Wasn't
think we
Ozzy
did.
Osbourne the dad?
Yeah.
I was surprised at how much I actually liked the Trolls movies. I was like, I
Yeah.
actually like. Come on, kids. I use the kids like that sometimes. Hey, come on, you guys want to watch this? Oh, fine. I'll sit down and watch it with you.
Yeah.
Eating my popcorn is enjoying it.
My
Yeah.
niece and nephew, my daughter's grown and a huge disappointment in Ohio. But my niece and my nephew, they always hit me up on Messenger and they're like, "Let's go to the movies." So I'm like, "What kid movie do I want to watch?"
Yeah. The good thing this day and age, there's plenty of them because most
Yeah.
kid movies aren't really kid appropriate hardly anymore.
Oh no.
But they just
No.
throw it over their heads and assume they can't catch it. But these kids are in this internet age are wittier than they assume.
Look at Wally when it came out.
joking about my
Wally
dad
wasn't
being
made
a
for
disappointment,
kids,
just in case you
Wally
like
was
it.
a deep movie, man.
right?
On many levels, yeah. Wally just, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Wally tugged on the heartstrings and also made you realize, like everything that you're doing wrong by putting stuff into your body and stuff that's all around your body. Like, yeah, Wally.
I remember watching that with my kid looking over at him going, well, he's smiling, but I don't think he gets what's really going on there.
Is he okay? This should be scarring him. Look at your future. Why are you smiling?
I want a 5-year space cruise.
Yeah,
Sign me
yeah,
up for that.
I never want to walk again.
I want to live there.
Right? I never want
just-
to walk again.
I just love getting those texts from your kids, right? Because my son's 18 now. I want to say recently, he texted me about some movie, and he's like, "Dad, I don't believe you let me watch like just for example, like Cars. Like that was my favorite movie, but there's so much adult meaning in it, and I love getting the text from the kids where you're like, you see those adult jokes now, don't you?" And it's funny to me because I'm like, it went over your head then. Now you watch it now. Now childhood ruined, isn't it? And I laugh.
That's true.
I was supposed to say, back to the Chappelle Show. I think we could do like an 8-hour stream just on the brilliance of season 1 alone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like there's one of my favorite parts. Not to backtrack to it, but every time someone talks about Chappelle Show, I always got to talk about that one. It's that white family, and their last name is the N-word.
Oh,
and
my goodness,
Chappelle, Dave is like the milkman. He shows
My
up and
favorite
he's
people
just,
to deliver milk to.
and he's
Hold on,
delivering
I'm
milk,
sorry,
and it's
what's
black and white, yeah, that was just brilliant. And at the end of the skit, Dave looks at the camera and just says, "Racism really hurts me." And it was just like, there's that moment right there, like he's telling you the truth. Like it's all funny, it's put together beautifully, but here's the truth, like right there at the end of that little skit.
Dude, he
Yeah.
starts the entire series off with Clayton Bigsby, the black white
Yeah.
supremacist.
Right. The
blind one.
Yeah.
That's
that's awesome stuff.
That show hits so hard now. It hit hard then, but you let that show marinate for almost 20 years. You go back to it and you go, man, this is as funny as it is. This is super deep.
The play you hate is ball.
You know,
the race draft was great.
I was
too.
going to say the race
in
draft.
His mama's dish.
Honestly, when Wu-Tang Clan was drafted by the Chinese,
Yeah.
I laughed.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop
And
laughing.
RZA showed up. That was awesome. Or Tiger Woods got drafted.
Yeah. Old dirty bastard would not be here, but he told me to say.
The Charlie Murphy stories, man. I can watch the whole thing of Charlie Murphy.
The highlight. That was the highlight. When Charlie passed away, I was very sad.
Yeah, that
Just
hurt
thinking
me.
about those moments. Yeah.
At least you
Dude,
got them.
The
Right,
Prince
the
skit.
pancakes.
The Prince skit is the one that just keeps going around like my circle of friends. Like Red from the show, from the C-List Villains podcast. Like Red and AJ, like we're part of this huge friends group, and constantly, like that's one of the memes that comes through. It's just like, you know, game blouses. You know?
You and your crew against me.
Right. And then
Revolution.
Charlie's reaction where he's just laughing, slapping his knee.
Maybe coming up on you with all these fruity picks.
or when Prince is on the couch, you know, this bores me like that.
And he took us back to his house and served us pancakes. Pancakes.
Straight face too.
Yeah.
Right. And the Rick James stuff is
Rick
like,
James probably was the famous one.
What are the
FBO
five fingers say to the face?
Darkness is spreading.
Yeah, oh my goodness, I say that all the time. His darkness is spreading, Charlie Murphy.
Charlie Murphy.
Like every now and then I hop onto
Goodness.
Facebook. It's very rare, and like just the level of camaraderie in the community on YouTube versus Facebook, it doesn't exist on Facebook. It's totally toxic. There's people arguing and race baiting each other, and every time I see one of those stupid posts about like a Superman announcement or a gender swap or a race swap character, and people are arguing in the comments, I just go to someone's comment and say, y'all didn't watch Chappelle's show and it shows. You know, I just leave. And then someone actually responded, oh, does that make you tough or something? And I didn't even respond, but like a bunch of people came in behind that person and said, yes, it does. Yeah.
I think I was one of those people too, Mark. I was like, oh yeah, I'm with you on this one.
Yeah.
Hashtag amen.
Yeah, that's my go-to comment. Like, you didn't watch Chappelle's show and it shows.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, you guys, I got to get going. I'm about to start work here in a few minutes. So I gotta set that. Man, it was awesome hanging out. Look, thanks for having me on, Mark. I'm just glad to finally meet everyone on here that I haven't. I'm going to have all of you guys on my show one of these days. I promise. All right.
And also, Sarah, go ahead and send that email to your workplace and just let them know that Friday mornings don't work for you. You have personal issues that come up because this is just a normal open hangout for community members. You know,
They need to know. Like my coworkers already know that I have the podcast. Like 3 of them actually subscribe. They'll hit me up the next day, be like, "Oh my god, that was so funny!" Chappelle show. You know? All right, you guys, have a good one.
See you later.
Later.
And take it easy.
Mark,
that was awesome. Glad you can make it.
Mark, have you ever seen In Living Color?
Oh, absolutely. Jim Carrey's first spotlight. Fire
my
Marshal Bill.
goodness.
Last Friday we referenced it. We talked about it. We compared a comic to the homeless Damon Wayans dragging the dead dog around. Come on, Sparky, jump.
Oh my
That's what we
goodness.
compared Batman to.
Those are the
Like,
pickles. I was like, oh, dude, his cardboard home. I was jealous of that cardboard home. Like,
yeah, it was nice. Yeah, Jennifer Lopez's start, Jim Carrey's start, like the Wayans brothers. were coming
Yeah,
too.
so
Like,
many people,
Dude,
too.
I love them living color.
Fonda.
growing up. Can be what you want to be.
That was my childhood. Was Married with Children and Living Color. I'm like, oh, this is funny. It's funny to be this, messed
See,
up.
what's
It's
great
great.
is to see how open and out front that they presented things like racial issues, bigotry, sexism, and they presented it in a way where it was funny and hilarious to watch, and in no way did you grandstand those behaviors. You looked at them like, geez, that's how ridiculous it is.
Comedy.
Yeah, when you parody it, you're teaching people like nobody aspires to be a woman's shoe salesman who's depressed and relives one football game from their high school years. That's where that behavior gets you.
Yes, dude.
And you can laugh at it. I take it back to All in the Family with Carol O'Connor. I mean, you don't even have to stop in the 90s. Like, when is it that we hit this weird error when you cannot point out and touch on and present bad behavior in an appropriate light and learn from it? You have to pretend like it doesn't exist and cancel it. It's crazy. It's
Yeah.
absolutely crazy.
You've seen my review shows. I don't do that.
Not at all.
I got a good one for you, Lou, for Saturday night, Louie. You should get someone to do the
Men on Films.
The Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor was it Chevy Chase interview?
I kind of remember that. Yeah, so he was like being really aggressive with them or something.
Yeah. they would like say one word.
Yes. Oh man, I do remember it too.
It was
awesome. But
it was
I really
super racist and super funny though.
would it be bad if I painted my face a certain color?
You might not want to.
Here's the thing: I have freckles already, so it's not that far off. I'm 80% there.
Nice.
Did you guys read Always Sunny in Philadelphia? They were trying to do what's the cop? A Lethal Weapon.
Yes, they did a bootleg version of it.
Like I can do a. Oh, dude, love that. That's another great show that can't be done today. They were like the last ones to be able to get away with murder.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back when comedy was able to be comedy, now it's like so many things you got to tiptoe around and not say. And
I always liked Tosh 2.0. That he always made me laugh too. Like he was right there on the edge where
he was.
He could be offensive at any given moment.
Like I watch a lot of stand-up, and all your great comics, like I don't know if y'all watch Chappelle's stand-ups, the series of stand-ups he did for Netflix. He starts out Sticks and Stones. We're like, I'm going to do a few impressions. I don't normally do them, and he does George Washington, which was hilarious. But then he goes, "Here's another one. I'm working on a long time. If you don't do everything I like, I'm going to go back in your history and I'm going to shut you down and cancel you and ruin your life. Guess who that is?" And he points to the crowd and says, "That's you. Y'all are the worst. That's why I haven't been around. You're the worst people to entertain." And the crowd's just laughing and up and clapping. But he's like, "Y'all are horrible."
It's true. Like Jerry Seinfeld and Chris Rock have come out now and said they're not doing college tours or university tours anymore because people have seemed to lost that. This new generation seems to have lost that sense of humor. You know, and for Chris Rock to come out and say that, you know, never mind Jerry, but Chris Rock to say he's not doing colleges anymore, that says something, man.
Yeah.
You know, like his stand-up Tambourine, I thought that was brilliant too. That was a Netflix special, I think, almost 2 years ago. It's been out now. But yeah, it's funny where comedy's gone that way. You know, to me, comedy's always been like you should be able to look in the mirror and have a laugh at yourself, or you know, take a look at a country's culture at that time and have a little laugh. It's supposed to be an escape for the better part of an hour or whatever. And people just take it too seriously. You know,
comedy is hallowed ground. This is the one place where anything is fair game. It doesn't matter what it is. Period.
Comedy's turning into this thing where they don't want laughs anymore; they want applause, and there's a big difference.
Yeah,
I don't want a comedian to be epic. Like I'm not listening to him because I want to hear another, Jordan Peterson speak. Right? I just want to laugh at stupid things every now and then. That's it.
Bill Burr's great. Have you guys seen that cartoon Brickleberry?
Yeah, I love. Oh, not Brickleberry. The other one.
F is for Family.
F is for Family.
Yes. Is the best thing ever.
Yeah. Even the intro is awesome. Even the intro to that show is awesome.
Yes, dude.
Bill does the Monday morning podcast, which is impressive because this dude solo drives a podcast for hours. And he's a fantastic comedian as well, and he touches on all kinds of touchy things like stereotypes, racism, sexism. But he's married to a person of color, and people might not know that and try to give him crap. But you're talking to the wrong one. You know what I mean? Like people don't educate themselves before they attack people, and they don't realize who they're talking to. They're talking to the teacher, not the student. It makes people look stupid. And you have people like Bill Burr or Jim Jeffries, Anthony Jeselnik that just will not pull punches, and they say if you ask me to apologize, I'm quitting. Like I will not. That's not part of my strategy. I've told myself a long time ago when I get into this, I'm not here for an apology. I'll never say I'm sorry for my comedy. and those are the people that put out the best content.
Yes.
They're not being personally offensive. They're intentionally trying to stir you up. That's what you pay them to do.
Thank you.
That's their
Exactly.
job. They're trying to make you think while you're laughing, and it's amazing.
We saw Louis C.K. here in Tampa after he got canceled. His first tour started in Tampa in the tiniest hole of a plaza, so tiny. And he even said, like, this place barely exists. And it was so great because we thought it was fake. Like, this can't be real. It's $20 to see this guy. And like a couple years ago, it was like hundreds of dollars, you know. And the first thing he says, like, I used to play arenas, and we were just all dying. And it was a great show. And he just talked about what happened. And that was one of the most ridiculous things to be canceled for, too. Poor Louis C.K. He did not deserve that. His show, I love this show, too. On the FX. Yeah.
Chappelle touches on it too. Touches on it good.
Yep. Yeah.
There's nothing more less threatening than a man.
Right?
Have you seen him just covered with shame? And
did you see Pete Davidson talk about it too?
Yes, dude, his stand-up was fantastic. I love Pete Davidson. He and my wife both are big fans of his.
He was mad that he talked trash, and he's like, "You're smoking weed, man!" And then that happened the next day, and he was so happy for it. Pete Davidson was talking about it. It was so funny. Like, then what I see in the news the next day, he's great too. I like Pete.
Y'all got to check out, and I know you've seen it, Louis, because I think you commented about it. King of Staten Island.
Yes,
talk about just a telescope view into the emotion and the backstory of what is Pete Davidson.
The hat is down on
It was fantastic.
I really enjoyed it.
I cannot wait to see him in the Suicide Squad as Blackwater.
Dude, yes. I hope he lasts long.
It can go either way, and I'll be happy. I'm sure he'll play it right. He'll play it so right.
Take bets on the over/under if he lasts like 25 minutes.
Yeah. Well, in my opinion, anybody that was spotlighted already for that movie is cannon fodder, except for the obvious Bloodsport, Peacemaker, Harley. Those are franchise carriers right there. You don't just kill off Idris Elba. And Peacemaker obviously is going to be the dude. If the early views of this, they're so confident, like, you know what, give him his own show, greenlight 2 seasons. They're filming it. They've already been filming the show. Like, it's almost getting ready to wrap at least season 1 here soon. Like, that's how confident they are.
That's a lot of confidence.
Yep. And then Alan Scott got casted for Green Lantern show. Like, dude, that's my favorite Green Lantern. I'm pumped.
Yeah, boy.
Nice.
Awesome.
Joe, I haven't gotten to talk to anybody else about it, but the Stargirl Spring Breaks one-shot special was so good.
It was so good.
So good. Dude, when the Crimson Avenger, when they give you the flashback to him on the boat on fire, like not leaving till he makes sure no one gets hurt, just riding it out to the bitter end. Like, I got goosebumps right now, dude. Like, look at the ham arm standing up.
Awesome.
Oh my God. Like,
it was good to see read a comic book where you kind of just had the classic hero. Like, I guess we want to go off into these other directions, but every now and then it's just good to have that self-sacrificing hero that's doing it for a noble reason.
Yes.
I thought that hit it on the spot, gave me little goosebumps. It was cool.
It's like you felt the dread and you felt the anxiety that he should be feeling, but he's not. For some reason, because of the cut of this guy's jib, he's capable of doing this. He's willing to do this. He's not going down. He's going down with the ship if it means no one's getting hurt. But all the anxiety that I would feel in that situation just hit me when I was reading it. I'm like, oh my God.
Guy's about to get burned alive. And if he doesn't get burned alive, he's going to drown. So, I mean, you're screwed. Right? It's like there's no escape for him, but he's going to ride it out. And I was like, that's a hero right there.
It is.
I'm excited for the next Stargirl season because they're going to bring the Green Lantern, some version of it. And that's cool. I love the way it ended, too, with Winger from Community coming at the end of Starman. That was cool. So, I don't know when they're going to start it, but very excited.
Dude, at the end of the Stargirl comic, we get a huge, huge announcement basically inside of the book that Johns is coming back to JSA. Like, they did a huge, that's my favorite run of Justice Society ever. I've gotten every issue from the run. Alex Ross murdered it with the covers. That's when they brought Kingdom Come into continuity and established it as an Earth. Like, the first appearance of Cyclone, Stargirl, it was the most epic run of the Justice Society ever. And he's coming back to him. They spotlight him big. And what got me was Alan Scott's kind of updated, but yet still classic costume. Instead of his shirt just tucking straight into his pants, it's one of those longer shirts that come out under your belt, and there's a seam on it over to the side where when you're putting it on, you put your sleeves on and you fold it over and latch it. Dude, he
Oh,
makes
cool.
it look golden age
Cool.
hardcore. Like,
Nice. Yeah.
Really cool. I don't
DC
know
doesn't
what has
disappoint,
happened to
man.
DC in the last year, but it was like, hey guys, let's have a meeting. Hey, remember how people used to read DC comics? Let's do that again. What did we do back then? And then somebody was like, can we write stories about superheroes? And he was like, hey, let's start there and see what happens. And like just started pushing it out. It's really good.
but yeah, I'm super pumped for it because who was it? Who was the time traveling Nazi? It begins with an M. There's a weird name. Who like from Stargirl? He's going to be on a hate mission just to go for all the JSA. He's like, he went to I forget who the villain was with the little clock face. Good God.
Yeah, he's the big bad.
But he went to him and he's like, dude, quit dipping in my power source. I want it all because I'm going for him and I've got a big list. And you turn the page and it's this giant 2-page spread. Like they took 2 pages and made them bigger somehow. There it is, Degaton.
Degaton, that's it.
Yeah.
Good catch.
So they took 2 pages and somehow made it bigger by putting the whole OG JSA up in the background and then forefronting the entire current JSA and the Justice Society Inc. and the second gen characters. And you're just like, oh my God, here we go.
Awesome.
Because I don't know about y'all, but having the Justice Society run being like one of my all-time favorite runs of comics, and then getting the tease with Doomsday Clock when Johns brings them back, like that was for me like Doomsday Clock for all its faults. I loved it, and that page turn when the JSA shows up, dude, that's one of those throw your book moments for me. And then kind of just nothing since then. We get teased with a little bit in Death Metal, we get the Alan Scotts back in Infinite Frontier Zero, but I've just been sitting here waiting. Where are they going to land? And here we go. Jeff Johns is on it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no person for it.
Wasn't the clock face guy on the Doom Patrol last season? He was like skating.
Yes. Well, that was just Kronos.
Yeah, and they tried to take his head off, and it was actually
It was so wicked. He was just throwing a party. Like,
love Doom
hop out of
Patrol.
time. Let's just do this.
Disco baby, that was his best time.
Doom Patrol's
Legend.
great. I can't
It's
wait
my
for
favorite. Me too.
I can't wait for
dude.
season 3 of Titans to hit too.
Yes.
I'm excited for
Red
Red
Girl.
Yeah.
I love Starfire. I love what they're doing with that. And Blackfire. I'm like, yes, dude, bring it.
Yes.
She was wicked, man. Like killing that one guy, like the way they take over their bodies, crazy, crazy cool. And I love Starfire. Like the first 5 seconds I saw her, when the first thing she did was walk, I was like, I don't think so, and just blaze this guy. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I love this Starfire instantly. I was very happy with the
Time
casting.
travelers. What is up, promiscuous time traveler? You must have heard us talking about time travelers. It's like perfect
Or
timing.
did he already
I
know
love it.
we were going to be
Yeah.
talking about it?
Yeah, you heard us talking about this about 3 weeks ago, probably.
6 monkeys, man.
Oh,
Well done.
we're
Well
all
done.
going Bruce Willis movies here.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Always
well
Bruce
done.
Willis. That's my boy. Makes me proud to be a bald man.
Bruce Willis is the man for sure.
Right, dude? Like this is just legit. Doesn't
Have you
matter what
watched?
he does.
Have you watched the roast of Bruce Willis?
Oh, wow.
Dang, I feel like I
Yes.
did.
Yes.
But man,
He shows-
wasn't Kelso on it too? Was he on there? Yeah.
Yeah. He shows up on a motorcycle. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, dude, the roast of Franco was my favorite. Those guys had me rolling the whole time, dude. I don't know
I'm
what it
old
was.
school. I
but-
like the Pam Anderson one because Courtney Love was there and she was fully
Yeah.
loaded, just falling
She was
around everywhere.
messed up.
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
I think from there, her driver took her straight to detox. Like they had to have that or the hospital. Those were the only 2 options.
I've been watching those lately on Amazon. All the roast over again. They're so
Cool.
funny.
They are. I miss that. And that's real comedy, I think, because people expect it. It's not like Michael Scott's like, you can say something nice afterwards. Like, no, just roast. And I love that, man. The Dean, was it Dino or whatever? Were they the originators? The Rat Pack guys?
Yep.
Yeah. That's cool. Those are fun too, actually. I just watched
Yes.
A
those.
lot of those. Yeah.
Those are blatantly racist too.
Yes, oh my
Yeah.
god. And what's he loved it? He's like, yeah,
Hey, they
whatever.
still are.
Glass eye. Sammy?
The Flavor Flav one is probably the most racist one there is.
Yeah. Sammy Davis, yeah.
Sammy
Shit's
Davis,
up.
baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby. Love it.
That new Teen Titans, I think it's 23 when Blackfire shows up. And there's a lot of keys in Teen Titans stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of characters that hopefully get used a little bit more. We know with the show coming, you can always kind of expect to see something happen in comics to coincide with the show coming to build hype and stuff. So maybe we'll see her pop up.
I think actually
You have a good rogues gallery too.
The
They
fantastic
do.
one.
Yeah.
Good time.
I mean, Deathstroke is such a badass. I love Deathstroke. He's probably one of my favorite villains in any DC or Marvel. I mean, DC to me has the better villains than as opposed to Marvel. Like Darkseid, that dude is ridiculous. And you got Deathstroke. I mean, Thanos is a badass too, but I mean, he pales in comparison to Darkseid.
The one thing, Jade, that I would agree with you that way, being more of a Marvel guy, but the problem I have with Marvel is every time they get themselves a spectacular villain, they anti-hero the guy. You know, like Venom was a fantastic villain, and all of a sudden, now he's an anti-hero. It's you know, and that's the one thing I can say about DC. When DC has themselves a big bad, he stays bad. Like the Joker is not an anti-hero. Darkseid is never like doing the right thing for the human race. You know, it's always about them, and that's the one thing I can say about DC versus Marvel. Not necessarily as a whole, but it just seems to be the unwritten rule. When we have ourselves a king-size bad guy, he stays bad, and Marvel's just like, oh, everyone likes this villain. Let's give him his own limited series, and kind of,
like Loki.
Right. The only one that doesn't seem to be that anti-hero that Marvel, or the two that comes to mind, is Thanos and Doctor Doom. They always seem just to stick to their own agenda.
Even Doctor Doom, I mean, he's got his best interest in mind, but he also has Latveria's best interest in mind. He's kind of the hero.
Black Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's the one thing that I've always complained about Marvel is when they get themselves a good villain, they give him his own series and make him an anti-hero.
Now Lex Luthor, I wouldn't necessarily consider an anti-hero, even though I get completely what you're saying. But his kind of thing is he just doesn't care for Superman. Like he's one of those people like, I have the best interests of the world at heart, and only I am capable of knowing what that is. Mm-hmm. So he's. And we have a kind of a Lex Luthor guy down here. What are your thoughts on that, Joe?
So Lex Luthor is one of my favorite characters. I got to debate him on Mr. Comic 89. There was a run, there pretty solid run, where Lex Luthor was actually in the Justice League, right? And that's what he's kind of referencing there as he's rolling through that. But what happened is, and what you need to keep in mind is at the end of that was all even a ploy then. Remember, Lex Luthor has these very long plans at any of his comic book runs that extend several arcs, and it was actually all a trap at the end of the day. Even when Lex Luthor cured cancer, it was so Superman would trust him and he could stab him with a kryptonite knife. So Lex Luthor is always the very long-played villain in these kind of things. So I can't ever say that he's more, I don't know, how do we
complex.
He's a lot more complex than, let's say, a Loki, where he's got to scheme and manipulate. You take Lex Luthor and you put him over several arcs, and then you'll find out that all that was just a ploy. And it's a cheap way of writing, but it's a way to keep your guy
ahead of the curve too.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a slow burn villain.
Lex is only one of two people to have completely bested the Batman Who Laughs. Completely just. Like, you think you're something like the darkest version of Bruce Wayne out there. For one, Owlman proved that you are not. And for two, Lex Luthor stayed a step ahead of you every step of the game, period. Yeah. And that was what had, like, Hell Arisen was so good. Just Apex Lex versus the Batman Who Laughs, Lex won.
Yeah.
That was
definitely.
epic.
And the whole tricking Martian Manhunter.
Mm-hmm.
And eating the brain in his brain, or whatever the terminology they used was. It was smart, and it's good that they write him that way. The only Lex Luthor I can honestly say that I didn't much care for was the Man of Steel run where they just made him a redheaded businessman.
The
You know,
Bermejo.
like-
Oh,
Yeah, he wasn't an evil genius. He hired people, and it was like, I didn't much care for that run. But other than that, yeah, I'm a huge. Speaking of which, I'm actually on Mr. Comics again. I'll be debating for another one of my favorite villains,
You picked Dark
Darkseid.
You cheater! You just wanted a free win. I was
Right?
upset that Darkseid was even in the selecting because he was in it the last time, not the very, but the time before last, and he just clean slates it. What are you going to do against Darkseid? You don't even need to debate. Just say Darkseid is, and then just sit back.
Well, my first debate's going to be against the Flash, and I'm like, that's not even going to be a debate. Like, I'm going to crush that because it takes the whole Justice League just to hurt me. What is the Flash going to do by himself?
Darkseid is literally the biggest villain that exists.
Yeah,
he's the biggest bad that there is, and he's my favorite villain of all time. It's like
I'm actually going to take
all of his first appearances because he has numerous. He got this beautiful statue, like beautiful.
I'm actually going to take the debate in a different direction. I'm going to see if I can't get the entire chat to actually hate the Flash.
Okay.
It may not be that hard.
Yeah, I have Juggernaut.
Because the Flash is a horrible person. You point at one story arc where he's involved in something where he doesn't try to cheat it and just mess things up even worse. He's a constant classic fuck up.
Now, would you say the same thing for all Flashes or just specific Flash?
Let's just go ahead and say all Flashes. Because really, at the moment they want to go back in time, there's your story about how they screwed it up. That's how that is written.
Yeah.
Well, when you have that power, you got to use it, regardless of. Yeah.
You're ruining my argument.
I went with Juggernaut. Like, it was my idea when I was on there when we were doing the pulling of the names.
Yeah.
I went with Juggernaut because I'm going to attempt to really get into who Juggernaut really is versus who people think he is, because the vast majority of people assume that he's just a mutant that exists outside the X-Men universe.
Yeah,
He is
magic.
not.
He's
Dan
magic.
Marco is not a mutant.
Problem is, you can't get too deep because I tried that with Lex Luthor, and I thought for sure I had that debate in the bag.
I did too. I was watching that.
And then when it popped up, I was like, oh.
And here's another thing. I'm great at campaigning and fan hyping, and I've got a large network of people that aren't even content creators. And Mr. Comics 89 posts these straw polls way in advance. So
Uh-huh.
I'm going to take the Southern Comic Geek method, and I'm going to try to go into it with about 20 votes.
Yeah, that's going to be the way to do it because I didn't think to bring anybody in.
Yeah, if you watch Mr. Comics 89 channel, you know that it takes about 10 to 14 to win them. That's what it takes. So I'm going to go in with at least 20 votes.
I'm going to try to bribe everybody again too.
Yeah, I'm not going to vote multiple times for myself, but I'm just going to, for one, hopefully bring some people to a channel and watch the debate.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm bringing people in, these things, these are fan votes a lot of times for the creators that are participating, also for the characters involved. Like, I wish there was a way to just blind debate it, like where it's just character for character merits, who has the better discussion, who can bring, who brought, because basically you're exhibitioning a fight pretty much. Like in this fight, if you do this, I do that, you do this, I do that.
Yeah.
Who gets the straw? That would be awesome if it was capable of playing out that way,
But then we're talking about fictional characters, and you can always pop out a MacGuffin. That's why I usually try to use specific stories, specific characteristics, and specific things about the character when I bring the fight. But again, I never tried to set myself up with votes or anything like that. I just think I'm smarter than I actually am, and people prove me wrong.
Just take the diplomas off the wall and put some crayon drawings up there, and it'll bring you back down to speed. Remember Enron? Yeah, my bad.
Have you guys ever watched that YouTube show, that Death Battle, where they take these heroes and stuff, and they do all the research and they battle it out?
That's been going on for a long
epic.
time.
Yeah, it's been going for years.
Yeah, it's like an Ultimate Warrior thing. Yeah,
that was a cool show.
I love that. It was good.
Is that the first appearance of Blackfire? Am I
It is
wrong?
not.
No, okay. I thought I had the other. Was it like a yellow cover or something?
Yeah, it has like Starfire big kind of offset to the side, like gasping,
that's
like,
what it
oh
was.
no, looking at
Yeah.
a crowd behind him.
So I have this dude too, but I think that's something. Maybe Zorn. I can't remember exactly who that is. My brain don't work that good. And this guy is somebody too. Some other dude there. We got Jericho down there.
Yeah,
It's definitely
I got
some
that
other
one.
dude.
Appearance of Jericho.
I do like this one though. This is probably my fave.
Oh, nice.
Right, I love this one. Love it.
Can't draw
Harley
that
Quinn.
cover these days.
No, dude, right? A gun.
Not anymore.
To a lady's head, no less. The nerve.
The nerve.
Classic Superman books with him spanking women on the cover.
Yes, dude, I miss those. I
But
think
what
this
about the
guy's making
principal
an appearance.
spanking Superboy? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this guy's making an appearance this season on Doom Patrol, I believe. That was a cool antique shop win right there, my friends.
Wasn't Son of Zorn the one with Jason Sudeikis, like with the
Yes.
He-Man-esque character in the real
Yes,
world?
it
Yeah,
was.
that was funny.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, that was.
Always love this one.
Oh, that's awesome. Look at Robot.
And Beast Boy used to wear a purple mask, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I love that that style. So that's all. Just like I got some Titan books. I thought I had a first appearance. I might have it. I'm not sure. But still excited for Titans.
That's gonna be so good. They like Beast Boy is so like the character. He's so awesome in that show. Like every character, every actor they got to play, I think nailed the roles.
Superboy especially. Superboy was like
Yes.
a child, and he did it so good, dude. His face was like perfect. Like, oh my god, this is a kid. That's like a baby kid. Like, it's so great.
When Beast Boy killed that guy, I was like,
dude. Yeah.
damn.
It's like, you get him, Tiger.
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
I love it, dude. Love it.
I think that's a fair. I can't think of a time where Red Skull's ever been a good guy.
No.
But then again, I guess that would depend on.
Professor X he woke up inside of his brain because he took a piece of Professor X's brain when he died, put it in him, and Red Skull became super powerful. And then they did an inversion thing, an access storyline, and it woke up Professor X inside of Red Skull, but he was looking gray, kind of. His face was like gray looking, and they were trying to kill him, and Captain America had to save him. And it's old Captain America too. He got sick and lost all his whatever, so he was like old looking. It's a whole crazy storyline, very tiny during the access storyline, but technically good Skull, whatever.
Great Skull.
There you go.
Great Skull.
Not to be confused with He-Man.
That's Castle Gray Skull.
Yeah,
Did anybody
boy.
pick up that North Force? Did that come out this week?
Chris did.
Yeah, Chris did for sure.
Hey,
Can you
Chris,
tell us about it,
tell
Chris?
us about North
It
Force.
actually,
Don't worry
it
about
actually
spoilers.
comes,
We don't care.
comes with everyone's driver's license up there.
Okay, I have to be honest. There was no way I was going to buy it, but my owner gave me a discount on it. He's like,
Boom.
Chris,
Boom.
I'm going to give this to you at cost. And I'm like,
For
I really
free.
want to know
Just
what
take
this
it.
book cost you. And he's
Yeah.
like, just
It'll be
don't look
offensive.
when I put it into the register. So yeah, he actually had two different covers, so I picked it up. And anyways, like my favorite Image character from back in the day was Savage Dragon. It's always been Savage Dragon. I'm always like, I even liked Eric Larson when he took over after Todd McFarlane on the Spider-Man, the solo title Spider-Man run, and he was doing the Revenge of the Sinister Six. Yeah, I don't mind Larson. I find he does get a little political here and there, but you all know that. And I haven't gone through it yet. To me, it just seems like just pure fromage. Like, let's be honest, it's going to be the cheesiest of the cheese kind of thing. When I join Mark Sunday night, I'll talk about it, but I haven't read it yet. I'll be honest. But again, if you never gave me the discount, I wouldn't have bought it, and that's the truth.
I didn't even see it in my comic book store. I was like,
You're too far south.
what for that? Because I didn't order that.
Anti-Canadian.
I'm like, why not?
To Twitless, I did like Hitler and Jojo Rabbit. It was kind of funny, actually. That movie, the Imaginary Friend version, the one director.
You don't hear a whole lot.
Yeah, right. I actually liked him.
I
We
like
need
that
we need a
guy.
sound.
You know,
we
I
need a
can see
sound
his
bite
point.
that. We need a sound
You
bite
should have
that.
cut his mic off right when he said, "Be honest, I
And
like that
canceled.
word. Stop him." I just, oh, I got you.
Yeah,
Nice knowing you, Louis.
yeah.
You know, I was gonna run for president, but I guess not.
just plug that at the start of your Saturday show.
Just put it on repeat and play it
Yeah.
all day live.
Over and
I
over
actually
again.
like
Hitler.
Yeah, have you say that, then cut into it's Saturday Night Louie.
I love it. Yes. Thank you. I needed a little segue. That's perfect.
Perfect. You'll definitely have everyone's attention.
Yeah, brother.
that reminds
I
me.
wonder
of
why
what was
this
that
video's
movie?
going viral.
Yeah, bro.
You get a knock at your door within 12 hours.
Yeah, it's like I'm losing stuff. My views are crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel's going to be spotlighting your channel on his monologue
Yes.
Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Yes, and then I'll show his blackface from that show. Like, boom! How about that guy?
It's true.
I watched the Man Show. I remember.
I loved the Man Show. I
Yeah,
loved
Man
it
Show
back in the
ruled.
day.
Perfect. I needed that at that age. It was perfect. That was
Yeah.
and the sex line, or the whatever line, love line was cool too. Yeah,
Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
great. Sorry, y'all. The kid's asleep. I'm going crazy. Yeah, it's Hoarder's Hide. Jojo Rabbit was great. It's crazy sad, but it's you don't think of that side. The poor kids they were like being trained to be Nazis. They didn't understand, and that was such a good. That was cool. They did a good job. And ScarJo, ScarJo is meh, but on that movie, incredible. I really liked her in that movie. So yeah, man, I was surprised how much I liked that. Unicorns.
Unicorns for dinner.
For dinner. Oh, I love it.
Hey, buddy.
Grab him by the horns.
Want to go where?
So, guys, I haven't read Tynan's latest offering, The Nice House on the Lake, but without spoilers, can you guys give it to me? I know most of you have read it. Can you give it
It's
to
a
me
very
out
nice
of 5?
Nope.
Out of 5. Give me a rating out of 5.
Nope.
5.
5 out of 5?
Yeah.
6
Yeah,
out of
At
5.
at least 5.
Yeah, I haven't been through it yet.
I passed it up and got the other one.
Is there
North
another
Force.
one? North Force.
Yeah. I went right by the Nice House on the Lake and picked up multiple copies of the North Force.
It's a good spec book, man. Good spec book. Make sure you send that off to both CBCS and CGC.
Didn't they have to change his shirt or something on Savage Dragon because the cover was some controversy or something like that?
No.
I thought I
I
read
don't-
something about his shirt. They had to change it to a Canadian, or they switched it from the original cover. I can't remember exactly. There was something about North Force. Who knows?
I don't know. But the copy that I got was just a flag
Yeah.
T-shirt.
Y'all notice there's 2 books this week with the same North Force cover. It was North Force and something else share the exact same cover on 2 different titles. Yeah, I'm about to hop.
It wasn't
That's why I was
Savage
asking if you'd
Dragon
ready
then,
to
was
go
it?
get lunch and stuff. It might have been. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm about to hop off here. I'm about to go get lunch and stuff. Unless you guys want to stay and hang, I'll just leave it open for you. Unless y'all are busy.
Well, I got to start getting ready for work myself. Like
I
I
gotta
said,
wrap
the
them
asylum
up.
doesn't run itself, so got to go in there. Got to go in there and lead the lunatics.
Yeah,
And
boy.
then we're going to cut it at 4:30 today. I appreciate everyone hopping on.
Yes,
Be sure
sir.
to check out everyone's channels. Maybe not. We'll see.
Man.
Arby's?
We'll see, Liz. But
Damn it! Now I want Arby's.
yeah,
It's only 9 a.m. here.
Chicken tenders. Chicken
Those
tendies.
curly fries start at 11 a.m.
Yeah. I'm shopping.
Thanks everybody for hopping on. As always, I'm Mark, but we are Legion.
And I'll poke